Hello, hello. Let me lower that a bit. The Uminekos be crying. Anyway, hello. Welcome to my first Umineko stream. So this is Umineko no Nakukoro ni.
I've been waiting for this.
Me too, Rowan. So this is part of the When They Cry series. So if you've heard of Higurashi, that's Higurashi no Nakukoro ni, when the cicadas cry. And when Umineko, when the gulls cry. But Higurashi and Umineko in both instances are like unusual, like not the common term for cicadas and seagulls. I think that's interesting. So Umineko literally means a sea cat. But this is what we're hearing. We're hearing their Uminekos cry right now. Seagulls. But yeah, the more common term for seagull is kamome. So it's interesting. No. It's the Umineko is a seagull. Catfish. That's really cute. Higurashi makes you think of Inuyasha. Did you ever actually watch it though? It's I guess it's bloody, kind of like Inuyasha. But otherwise, I don't know. Oh, I forgot about that. Kagome Higurashi. Anyway, let's start this thing. Alright, so we're gonna start with episode 1. Legend of the Golden Witch. Welcome to Rokenjima. The Golden Witch extends her heartfelt greetings. Before anything else, please make yourself at home. There is nothing to think too deeply about. Just be silent and take the events in their entirety as they unfold. That is all that is asked of you. The difficulty level is standard. Let us begin on the trodden road. Okay. Yes, that's Beatrice, and that's Badler. I've heard about these two. So, we're just supposed to watch events unfold. Okay. This story is undoubtedly nothing more than fantasy. It could not possibly have any relation to real persons, organizations, or... That is a good door creaking sound. You've... been indulging in alcohol again, haven't you? The old physician let out a sigh as he removed the stethoscope. 2 elderly men could be seen in the dimly lit study, which was filled with dust and a sickly sweet stench. In the corner of this room, which was much larger than what most people would call a study, there was an expensive-looking bed, a man undergoing a medical examination, and the physician conducting it. Oh wait, I just realized. Hold on, this is a little messed up. I thought I had this already, but the sizing got, oh, it's because I put it in full screen. The sizing got a little messed up. Let's see, there we go. Let's resize this real fast. That's better. There, now you guys can see what's going on. A little up here. Yeah, there we go. That's better. There was also what appeared to be a servant watching over the whole scene. Actually, maybe I should bring this up a little bit so the leaf isn't too distracting. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Hopefully that's better. You guys can see perfectly well. Okay. The bottle is my friend. It is no less of a friend than you, and it has stood by my side even longer than you have. The man who had bared his chest for the stethoscope spoke unapologetically as he straightened out his clothes. He's like, yeah, I'm an alcoholic. Tosses hair. What about it?
Kinzo-san. Anta no karada ga ikken choushi ga ii no wa kusuri ga kiiteru kara da.
Your body only appears to be well thanks to the effects of the medicine.
だが、そんな強い酒を飲み続けては薬の意味もなくなってしまう。
However, if you continue to drink such strong spirits, the treatment will become meaningless.
悪いことは言わん。
Trust my judgment.
酒は控えなさい。
Temper your drinking.
忠告の気持ちだけはありがたくいただいておく。
I thank you, though only for the sentiment.
我が友よ。
My friend.
源氏。
Genji.
もう一杯頼む。
Another glass.
心持ち薄めでな。
Water it down slightly, so I take it Genji's like a butler, not the doctor.
南條の顔も立ててやれ。
That way Nanjo can save face.
よろしいのですか。
Yep. Genji's a butler. Are you quite sure? After eyeing both the master who demanded the alcohol and his doctor who forbade it, Genji, the old butler, gave a slight nod and carried out his master's orders faithfully. Man, way to put Genji in a situation. Nanjo, the man's personal doctor, let out a deep sigh once again as he watched the butler busy himself alongside the liquor cabinet. There was a smell filling up the room. The sweet, poisonous aroma felt as though it melted the heart, if not the soul itself. It was the smell of that venomous green drink that the man couldn't bring himself to part from. Absinthe! He's an absinthe drinker. So, the absinthe is getting his ass. Gotcha.
南條。お前は私の長きにわたる親友だ。
You are my close friend of many
今
years.
日まで私を長らえさせてくれたことを深く感謝する。
I am deeply grateful for all that you have done to keep me alive this long.
私は何も。
I have done nothing.
医者としての忠告など、金蔵さんは全く聞いてくれませんからね。
Oh, he's on those Midori Sours mood. I don't think this is the same thing. After all, I have done nothing. After all, you never listen to my advice as your physician.
お前とて差し間違えた手を待てと言っても聞かぬではないか。
And you never listen when I warn you about a mistaken chess move you're about to make.
ならば愛子というものだろう。
It seems we are even.
親方様。
My lord,
すまぬ。
thank you.
薬は切れても死にはせんが、こいつが切れては死んでしまうでな。
I wouldn't die if I ran out of your medicine, but I would if I ran out of this. I think that's serious alcoholism, my guy. If you would die without absinthe. With one eye on Nanjo, who had his face set in a resigned expression, Kinzo took the glass that Genji was holding out to him. God damn, right in front of your friend who is your doctor saying don't do this, and you like make eye contact as you continue to sip. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. There are probably very few people who would associate the venomous color which filled the glass with an alcoholic beverage.
Nanjo, 正直に話せ。
Nanjo, be honest with me.
私の命はあとどの程度持つ？
How much time do I have left?
さて、
Well, now.
どのくらいと申し上げれば、そのお酒を控えてくれますやら。
How short must I make it to get you to stop drinking? Good doctor. Nanjo once again let out a sigh of resignation. As he watched Kinzo down the glass regardless, he spoke.
長くはありませんな。
You don't have much time.
どの程度に長くないというのだ？
What precisely do you mean by that?
このチェスで例えましょう。
Let us illustrate it with the chess game here.
金蔵さんの詰めもなかなかですが、私のキングを追い詰めるには至りますまい。
Oh my god, chess metaphors already. You are closing out the game quite well, but I do not ultimately see you cornering my king. Nanjo's gaze was directed at a side table with a stately chess set placed on top of it. Judging by the positioning of the pieces, the match was well into the endgame. The black rook and bishop were cutting deeply into the enemy lines. Let's see. Black bishop. Oh, yeah. That's pretty serious. The rook. Okay, I see. The white king had already been castled and cornered, so that even an amateur could see that the match would reach its conclusion before too long. Each time Nanjo came to give a medical examination, both of them would make a few moves, so this game's been going on for a while. Nanjo was stating with confidence that Kinzo would most likely fall into his eternal sleep before this game could be concluded. Oh, that's sad. These were less the words of a physician than they were the words of an old friend. Oh gosh.
普通の患者になら遺言を書くよう勧める頃です。
Were you a normal patient, I would recommend that you write a will at this point.
遺言とはなんだ、Nanjo?
And what is a will, Nanjo?
私の屍をどのように食い散らかせとハゲタカどもに指南する書き置きなのか。
Handwritten instructions to the vultures on how to devour and scatter my corpse?
いや、違いますぞ。
No, not at all.
遺言は意思を残すことだ。
As the word suggests, it is a way for you to record your will for later generations.
遺産分配のことだけを書くものじゃない。
It is far more than just a means to divide up your inheritance.
ほう。遺産分配以外に書くこととは何なのか。
And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of? I need to drink some water. I'll try that again. And apart from the division of the inheritance, what might I write of?
心残りややり残し。
Oh, there's your regrets and matters you have left unfinished.
受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいこと。
Things you want to be passed down, and things you want to tell.
何でもいいんです。
Anything you want.
受け継いでほしいことや伝えたいことだと？
Things I want to be passed down and things I want to tell.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
この後ろ宮金蔵、後に残したいことも伝えたいこともただの一つもないわ。
I, Ushiromiya Kinzo, have not one thing I want to tell or leave behind. Wow, great.
裸一貫で生まれた。
I was born with
そ
nothing.
して裸一貫で死ぬ。
I will die with nothing.
バカ息子どもに残したいものなど何一つないわ。
There is nothing I wish to leave to my foolish children.
もしも訪れる最後が今日だとしても、今だとしても、
Even if the end were to come today, even if it were to come right now,
私は何も恐れることなくその死の運命を受け入れようではないか。
I shall accept this fate of death without a trace of fear.
金蔵さん。
すべてを築き上げた。
I created everything.
富も
My fortune,
名誉も
my prestige,
すべてだ。
everything. He kind of reminds me of the dad from Succession.
それらは私と共に築き上げられ、私と共に失われよう。
Those were built up by me, and they will be lost along with me.
後に残してやるものなど何もないわ。
There is nothing I wish to leave behind.
何もない。
Nothing.
あとは野となれ山となれ。
After I'm gone, I care not if all goes to waste.
墓も棺も何も望まぬわ。
I desire no tomb, no coffin.
それが魔女と私の契約だ。
Those were the terms of the contract I made with the witch. What's this about a witch?
私が死ぬ時に全てを失う。
When I die, everything will be lost. Wait, so was your success out of a deal with a witch?
初めからその約束だからこそ何も残らぬのだ。
Sorry, the voice lines keep cutting out. I don't know if that's an issue with the emulator. When I die, everything will be lost. That has been part of the promise since the beginning, and that's why nothing will be left behind.
何も残せぬのだ。
There is nothing I can leave behind. After reaching a furious crescendo, Kinzo suddenly slumped over. Wait, did he go a little too hard for his heart? His expression was limp and feeble, as though an evil spirit had possessed him and then left.
だが未練がある。
However, I do have one regret.
残すものは何一つないが、残したまま行けぬものが一つだけある。
I have nothing to leave behind, but there is one thing I cannot leave undone.
それを書き記せばい
You would do well to write it down.
い。もちろん生きているうちにこなせればそれでいい。
Of course, it would be best if you could finish it before your time
だ
comes.
が万一の時、残された者がそれを引き継いでくれる。
However, even if the worst happens, those who come after you will carry it to completion.
自分に万一があっても必ずその心残りが解決できるように残していく。
You must leave behind your regrets so that they can be resolved, even if you are unable to do so yourself.
それが遺言というものです。
That is the purpose of a will. When Nanjo tried to gently pat Kinzo's shoulder, the dying man flew into a sudden rage and batted away Nanjo's hand.
ダメだダメだダメだ。
That is no good, no good, no good!
私が生きているうちでなくてはならぬ。私は死ねば魂はすぐに契約の悪魔に食らわれて消え去ってしまう。
It must be done while I still live. At the moment of my death, my soul will be devoured by the demons of the contract and wiped out of existence.
死後の世界も安らぎも私にはないのだ。
For me, there will be no peace or another world after death.
だから全ては私が生きているうちでなければならぬ。
That's why everything must be done before I go. Yeah, this sounds like a typical deal with a devil, doesn't it? Except it's with a witch.
だから遺言状など私には必要ない。
That's why a will has no meaning for me.
そのようなものを書く暇があったなら。
And if I had the time to write such a thing, if I had such time to spare,
私は見たい。
I'd want to see it.
もう一度見たい。
I'd want to see it one more
ベ
time.
アトリーチェの微笑む顔がもう一度見たい。
I want to see Beatrice's smiling face one last time. Bro?
はあ、ベアトリーチェ、なぜに私をこれほどまでに拒むのか。
Oh, Beatrice, why do you resist me so?
今こそお前に与えられた全てを返そう、全てを失おう。
I would return everything you have given me right this very moment. I am prepared to lose everything.
だから最後にもう一度だけお前の微笑を見せてくれ。
So please show me your smile just one more time.
ベアトリーチェ、頼む、交渉だ。聞こえているはずだ。お前はそういう女だ。
Beatrice, I beg of you, you must be able to hear this final plea. That's the kind of woman you
頼
are.
む、姿を見せてくれ。
I beg of you, show yourself to me.
いるんだろう。
You're here, aren't you?
聞こえていながら姿を消し、今もこの部屋のどこかで私を嘲笑っているのだろう。
You're standing there, invisible, listening to every word I say. And even now, you're mocking me from somewhere in this room, aren't you?
私の前にもう一度現れてくれ。そして微笑んでくれ。
Please, appear before me one more time and smile.
なじってくれてもいい。望むならお前の手で私の命を奪ってくれてもいい。
Feel free to scold me, even snatch away my life by your own hands if you
こ
wish.
のまま一人で死にたくない。
I don't want to die alone like this. Bro, your best friend is literally right there standing next to you.
お前の微笑みを再び一目見るまでは絶対に死ねないのだ。
I cannot let myself die until I've seen your smile just one more time.
ああ、ベアトリーチェ、ベアトリーチェ。
I don't think I need to translate that, do I?
この命はくれてやる。お前にくれてやる。
Or maybe I will anyway. Oh, Beatrice! Beatrice! I offer up this life of mine. I offer it up to you.
交渉だ。ベアトリーチェ。
I'm begging you, Beatrice! Oh shit, there we go. Okay, let's go. This is different from the opening video when you boot up the game. Alright. Let's crank up this shit a little. Beatrice? I've heard of this battler man. Boob shot. Roses. That's Kinzo. Characters. got weapons. We got unhinged faces. We got Phoenix Wright pointing. All right, there we go. Umineko no naku koro ni saku. The first day, October 4th, 1986. The first day, it was like Majora's Mask energy. Whoa! So this is the famous battler. I gotta turn it back down again. Alright. Things sure move with the times. I can't believe we're able to make the trip in just 20 minutes. We're in the 80s again. This is like the second visual novel in a row that's set in the 80s. I couldn't help but scratch my head and marvel at how far things have come in recent years. We used to go by boat. Back then, we were all forced to endure nearly half a day of swaying back and forth over the sea before we reached Nijima. Nijima, like Persona 5? No, just kidding. Things have gotten so much more convenient these days. Still, I've never been on a plane this small. I've flown in a huge jumbo jet before, but this will be my first experience in such a tiny one. Aw, he's never been on like a little Cessna or a private jet before. He's a baby rich boy. It's gonna shake, isn't it? They say that smaller boats shake more, so I guess the same rule probably applies to planes. Oh, just spare me. Wait, this is the guy everybody says they hate. George. Don't worry, Battler-kun. It'll shake much less than that boat did. Is that you, George Aniki? Don't scare me like that. You just shaved 3 years off my life. Anyway, what's shaking got to do with anything? You don't think I'm actually scared of the plane shaking or maybe falling out of the sky or something, right? The way he talks kind of reminds me of Junpei, like from Persona 3. Oh, of course not. My mistake. I'm sure that you've changed a lot since we last saw you. After all, it's been 6 years since then. You're not a kid anymore. Sheesh, and here you are, old enough to smoke and drink. I've got no interest in smoking, but I've always wanted to try some booze. Well, if you've got your dad's genes, I'll bet you can hold your own when it comes to drinking, right? This is the second visual novel in a row set in the 80s that talks about alcohol tolerance. Well, I usually drink for business rather than pleasure. It's pretty hard to do business in Japan without it. You know what? That's true, actually. That's exactly right. I was thinking I'd take my first shot at it tonight at dinner. That's no good, Battler-kun. You're still a minor. Wait, Battler is a minor? I kept thinking he was like 20 this entire time. Drinking alcohol is known to stunt the growth of minors and, never mind.
こんだけタッパがありゃ俺の発育は十分っすから
Come on, I'm tall enough already.
むしろちょいと身長縮めた方が服が探しやすいくらい
In fact, it'd be easier to find clothes if I shrunk a little. Yeah, he does seem rather tall. I puffed my chest out proudly. Until I hit my growth spurt, my height was below average in my class. But then I grew and grew, and before I knew it, I was over 180 centimeters. Isn't that like 6 feet? I guess I have all that muscle training and those shady mail order performance enhancing drugs to thank for that. Battler? Before then, I'd never dreamed I'd shoot 10 centimeters above George Aniki, who'd reached his peak height early on. Damn, I'll bet my relatives all say, look how big you've grown, Battler-chan, or something. That kind of thing is really embarrassing, so I hope they cut me a break. Anyway, my name is Battler. Well, it's pretty damn weird, don't you think? I've got to wonder what my parents were thinking when they gave me that name. I've never met anyone who could read it right the first time. I usually get called Sento-kun. Oh, because, of the kanji. I've seen his name. I wonder if I can bring it up. If I can get the right manual. Yes. Wait, that doesn't cancel where I'm at, does it? Oh, there it goes. All right, so in the manual, it's got people's names. All right, where are we going? Where are we going? There. Uroshimiya Batora. His name, his first name, which, maybe my mouse can show up. Wait, you guys don't see my mouse. Shit, okay. So if you see Battler's little thing, so there's kanji in big font right below him, right? So the 3 kanji on the left is Ushiromiya, his family name, and then on the right is, his name, Battler, but it's it means like soldier, like war person, like a battler. But the kanji, so the kanji reads battler in Japanese, and then you read it and it says battler in English. But if you were a Japanese person just trying to like read it, it would probably come out as sento, which he's probably, which is like how it gets read out in class, I'm sure, all the time or something. Or if anybody was trying to read out his first name. Too bad, swing and a miss. Oh, he's literally about to explain it. My name, I shouldn't have even gone there. He's literally going to explain it. My name is written Ushiromiya Battler, but the sento at the end there, it literally means like a war person, a battler. Can you read it? The first part is my family name, Ushiromiya. That's a fairly plausible Japanese pronunciation so far. He's literally going through what I just explained. The problem is my own name. Battler, Batora, is made up of the characters for fight and person, and it's pronounced battler. Put it all together and you've got Uroshimiya Battler. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah, it is pretty fucking crazy. It's crazy enough that my parents decided to call me that, but it's even more crazy that some government worker let them make it official. Both groups are at the top of my must-kill list. Anyway, this is one of my cousins. His name is Uroshimiya Joji, pronounced Uroshimiya George. He's 5 years older than me, so he's probably turning 23 this year. So he's 18. Oh, so he's okay. So Battler's 18, which we wouldn't consider a minor here, right? But what George meant, oh, you're a minor. I think he was gassing it up a little bit, like, oh, you're gonna stunt your growth if you drink at 18. I think it's more because the drinking age in Japan is 20. So even though we wouldn't consider Battler a minor, he's still below the Japanese drinking age. So that's what George meant by a minor, even though I'm sure he was like being a little, maybe making fun of him a little bit. Since the Uroshimiya cousins consist of 2 boys and 3 girls, I ended up playing with George all the time. And because I've always thought of him as a big brother, I still call him Aniki today. Aniki being like big brother. If you've watched Rowan's Yakuza streams, you'd hear Aniki all the time. Hideyoshi. Ooh, Battler-kun, look how big you've gotten. You know what they say, leave a boy for 3 days and you hardly recognize him. So this is not Beatrice, this is Eva. It must be in his blood, I suppose. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until around his high school years. The music randomly cutting out is killing you. I keep thinking something dramatic is happening suddenly. Me too. The reindeer? I need to know how Rudolfu is spelled in kanji. Hey, if you think it'll help, I can like take a break and restart the emulator and hopefully it'll stop. I don't know if that'll help, but no, it's fine. Okay. If it drives me crazy, I might restart. You think it's hilarious? Okay. Okay. Rudolph wasn't that tall either until around his high school years. Perhaps people end up taller if their growth spurt comes late. Yeah, that's nothing special. A real man needs to be tough on the inside, too. Exactly. Battler-kun here knows how it works. Oh no. Real men win or lose based on what they've got on the inside. Can't ever forget to keep up your training and discipline. You do that, wait very alertly for the perfect moment, and strike. What is he talking about? Bro, literally, what are you talking about? Now, even I never imagined that I'd become the company president I am today, master of my own domain. Yup, to think I've come this far after starting out penniless and ruined. This portly and slightly chubby man is George Aniki's dad, Uncle Hideyoshi, and this is a perfectly normal way to spell Hideyoshi. He's the husband of Dad's older sister. The husband of Dad's older sister. Okay. In other words, we're not blood related. He's nice to children, sociable all the time, even quick to give out some spending money to us kids. Simply put, he's an awesome uncle. He speaks in an odd and very noticeable Kansai-style dialect, seemingly of his own creation, but he's actually a natural-born Kanto man. What the fuck? This is a good test of family relation. Every character introduced so far is insane. Apparently, leaving an impression is everything in the business world. He has a rebel flag on his pickup despite living in Minnesota. So speaking in a different style than other people is an act that makes him stick out more. However, I hear that he gets embarrassed when talking within earshot of a real Kansai person. So he switches back to standard Japanese. Hello? Wait, so that's almost like somebody faking a French accent and then but when they're around actual French people, they like go back to their original accent. I don't really get it, but he's definitely an interesting person.
すぐ自分の自慢話に入っちゃうのがたまに傷なのよね。
If only you weren't so quick to brag about your life story.
およしなさいな。
That's enough for now, I think.
バトラ君、耳にタコができちゃってるんだから。
I'm sure Badler-kun's getting tired of it. How much therapy is George in? Just asking. Good question.
ねえ。
It should be more than 0, but I bet it isn't. I think you're correct. If only you weren't so quick to brag about... Oh, yeah. I think Badler-kun's getting tired of it, aren't you?
そんなことねえっすよ。
Nope, not at all.
でもいいじゃないっすか。
Nothing wrong with that.
語れる武勇伝があるってのは男としてかっこいいことだと思いますよ。
I think it's pretty cool for a man to have some stories he can brag about.
俺なんか語るような話は何もないっすからね。
I don't have anything like that at all.
あら、そう
Oh, really?
バトラ君なんかそのルックスでいっぱい女の子を泣かせてそうだからさぞかし武勇伝が多そうだと思ったんだけど
I'd imagine a man with your looks would leave girls crying right and left. So I have trouble believing that you have nothing at all to brag about. You know, he's not bad. Ara lady spotted. So true.
うわあだだだだだ。情報弾じゃないっすよ。
What? No. You're joking, right?
そんな妙な武勇伝あるわけないじゃない。
Of course, nothing weird like that's ever happened to me.
むしろ紹介してほしいくらいっす。
In fact, if you know anyone, I'm all ears.
あらあるんでしょ武勇伝
Ara happened. Ara occurrence. Oh, Ara. Oh no. Oh, I'm sure you do have some stories.
おばさんにも後で教えてね
You must tell your aunt all about it later.
ジョージったらそういう浮ついた話が全然ないんだから
After all, George never comes with me to anything of the sort. This is my aunt and George Aniki's mother, Auntie Eva. Eba. Oh my god. Oh my god. So that's picture and feather. Picture is and feather is ha. But instead of eha, it's probably eba. And then B kind of makes a V sound. Like, there is kanji for V sounds nowadays, but there's no like natural V sound in Japanese. So in shorthand, like making a B sound is like an approximation of a V sound. So eba. So this is an absolutely insane way to spell Eva. Or Eva. She's my dad's older sister. She and Uncle Hideyoshi are a pair of jokers, and they've always teased me back as far as I can remember. This sometimes made them a bit hard to get along with when I was small. That said, I'm currently in the process of discovering that they still are hard to get along with. Even so, George Aniki's family is interesting and fun, and they seem to get along just fine. Yeesh, that's pretty much the total opposite of my family. Ooh, Battler! What's wrong with your family?
Battler-kun? Rudolph-sanを見なかった?
Have you seen Battler-kun, have you seen Rudolph-san?
What?
They're on his must-kill list, true.
さっきお手洗いに行くのを見ましたけど。
Huh? He headed off to the bathroom a while ago.
まだ出てこないんすか?
Is he still not back?
こりゃぽっくりいっちまったかな。ナムナムナムナム。
That's an insane sound to make. That was insane. Okay. Maybe the poor geezer dropped dead. Namu namu namu.
自分のお父さんにそんな言い方はないでしょ?
That's no way to talk about your own father.
まあ、あの人のお手洗いが長いのは今に始まったことじゃないしね。
Still, this isn't the first time he's taken so long in the bathroom.
ああ、アンニャルは昔からそうです。
Uh-oh, the dad known as the person who takes forever in the bathroom. Yeah, the guy's always been that way.
雑誌持ってトイレに入るのやめてほしいんすよね。
Does he really have to take a magazine with him every time he needs to take a dump? This is how you know this is really a family.
何の雑誌持ち込んで何をしてんだか。
Oh, what on earth might he be doing with those?
あら、そんな心配は全然不要よ。
Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all.
私と一緒にいる以上。
Wait a second, what?
そんなこと一人でさせやしないもの。
Wait, this is, Choto. Oh, you don't need to worry about that at all. As long as we're together, I won't be letting him do that on his own. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that?
後でじっくり聞きたいっすね。
Battler, that's your father! Ooh, I'll have to get the juicy details later. Battler!
親父め、玉まで握られてグロでも出ないわけだ。
Sounds like Dad's got his balls in an iron grip.
握っとかないとどういうことになるかよくわかってるでしょ?
You know exactly what would happen with that man if I didn't keep a tight grip, don't you?
いやいや全く。
Oh, no
あ
kidding.
のクソ親父の手綱はキリエさんにしか無理っすよ。
You're the only one capable of reining in that old bastard.
実の息子の俺も喜んで譲っちゃいますわ。
As a son, I'm more than happy to let you take over.
ええ、任せてちょうだい。
Yes, leave it all to me.
そういうの得意なのよ。
After all, that's my specialty. What did I just witness? This woman is my dad's wife. I'm sorry, Rowan. Maybe, we have a bisexual representation. Married to a crusty old guy who takes too long in the bathroom. My sad Aunt Bindle walking away. I like how you wrote the wrong aunt. Since we're talking about these kind of aunts, like family aunts, we're getting introduced to the whole family. This woman is my dad's wife. Her name is Ushinomiya Kairi. Kirie. So Kiri is like fog, and E is like the E in Edo, which I think is like a harbor, something to do with water. So Kirie, Kairi. I'll just say maybe I'll say Kirie. Why not? Kirie. As you could probably tell from our conversation, she's not my real mother. Or else that would be a very disturbing conversation to have more than it was already. No, an even more disturbing conversation than it actually already was. She's basically my stepmother. My real mom died 6 years ago. Kirie-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. Actually, let me double check. Let me double check her name. Kirie. Yeah, I was correct. And George is Joji. And Eva is Eba. So I was right about all that so far. Kirie-san is the woman Dad married afterwards. You're so lucky you can read kanji so you know the actual pronunciations. I'm not perfect. Like, I can't read George's kanji very well. I'd have to look it up. Oh, they think that the G is used a lot in kind of like government-ish kind of words. But I didn't know what the Jo was, so I would have to look that up, but I didn't want to take the time. I mean, I'm not a kid anymore. It's way too late now for me to start calling his second wife Mom. And I doubt she feels like using the word son on this massive kid who's no relation to her at all. We aren't little kids. We know there's nothing to be gained by fighting. So we decided that we wouldn't force ourselves to pretend like we were family. Damn. Okay. I've decided to act a bit more frank with her, as though she's a friendly neighbor instead. Oh dear, okay. It's much easier to just keep a little distance instead of forcing ourselves to act all close and making each other uncomfortable. Oh, Stella just jumped up. Kirie-san has been very open about all this, and thanks to that we've been able to get along pretty well. Stella, watch where you're stepping. As we were capitalizing on Dad being away from the bathroom to badmouth him, the man himself came back, wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Stella! Stella, get out of here. Here's a Rudolph.
Battle. なんだよ、親父。
Hey, what's up, Dad?
耳つねんな、耳。
Don't pinch my ear. Ugh.
また母さんと俺の悪口を言ってたろ。
So, you've been talking trash about me with Mom again, haven't you?
なんでお前には父親に対する尊敬の念ってや
Stella,
つ
don't
がわ
step
か
on
ね
the
えんだよ。
keyboard. What makes it so hard to show a little respect for your father, hmm? I'm gonna grab Stella. Damn it! That hurts, you old bastard!
俺の耳伸ばしたって空は飛べねえぞ。
Stretch my ear all you want. I'm still not gonna be able to fly. Ow, 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 ow!
ほれほれ。
Come on now.
縦縦横横丸書いて逆に回して倍率どんどんさらに2倍。
Upwards, upwards, sideways, sideways, round in a circle, back the other way, multiplier maxed out with an extra ×2 on top. Oh, I think, I saw, when I was, like, trying to get this up and running, I saw a post that, this is the Konami code, without, if you don't localize it, it was just like up, down, up, down, down, left to right, BA plus or something. It was like trying to Konami code his ear.
お父様、失礼なこと言ってごめんなさい。って
いや
言ってみろ。
Now say, Father, please forgive me for being so rude. BA start. Thank you for getting the... I pretty much said all that. Thank you, Rowan.
冗談じゃねえぜ。そう
Like hell I
いうの
will.
は会員制のお店でやりやがれってんだ。
Go find yourself some members only store if you want it that much.
だから話せって。
Oh, let go! This old bastard is my dad. I think I'm pretty tall, but Dad's about the same height. It's probably no surprise that Auntie Eva started talking about Dad's blood when she saw my height. By the way, my height isn't the only thing I got from him. It seems having weird names runs in the family. Dad's full name is written Uroshimiya Ru Dorufu. Oh god. So the fu is like husband, the ru? No. The first one is ru. So I think the second one is probably doru. Actually, I'm curious about this one. Time to go to G-Show. Yeah, it's real fucked up. Alright, so the Ru is so the first kanji is used in a lot of different things. So it's one of those, oh, it means like detain, fasten, halt, or stop. It's just kind of one of those kanji that's usually used in conjunction with something else. Doru. Doru, oh god, that's fucked up. So the kanji, it's literally the kanji for dollar. I think, probably from the Meiji era when they were kanjifying lots of foreign things. So it's literally like dollar. Rudorufu. It's really fucked up. That's so fucked up. Dad's full name is written Ushiromiya Rudorufu. Can you read it? Not many could, I'll tell you that. He contains the dollar. That mess of characters is pronounced Rudolph. He must hate grandfather for giving him that name. Still, you mean his own? Oh yeah, grandfather. Okay, never mind. Still, that's no reason to pass that weird naming tradition on to me. As the old bastard twisted my ear all over the place, Auntie Eva snuck up behind him and grabbed his ear. Hey, Rudolph! Don't take your frustrations out on your kid. That hurts, Aniki. The Ane version of Aniki, so like older sister. But cool. A cool way to say older sister. Yep, he contains the dollar and is a husband, this is true. The scene before me was a perfect realization of the trope of the older sister who deals out punishment to her prankster younger brother despite his size. I think that's good enough for now, Eva-ne-san. I'll make sure to stretch out his other ear later on. At this rate, Beatrice is gonna be like 6 kanji, which means witch in a video game. I'm getting the impression it's just this family direct bloodline that has fucked up names, but that doesn't excuse Kirie. Kirie, why do you have a fucked up name? Or maybe she was born Kirie, and then when she came into the family, she's like, I need to find a weird way to spell this in English. when she married in. Oh, my apologies.
キリエさんの引っ張る分も残しておかなくっちゃ。
I must leave some pulling for you to do, Kirie-san.
ルドルフ。後でたっぷりキリエさんにお仕置きしてもらいなさいね。
Why is this family like this? Rudolph, make sure Kirie-san gives you lots and lots of punishment later on, alright?
たく姉貴こそ弟いじめもいいとこだぜ。
You're one to talk, Aniki. Bullying your little brother like that.
秀吉兄さんもこんな姉貴を拾ってくれて本当にありがとうございます。
Hideyoshi Nissan, I'd like to thank you very much for picking
兄
her
さんの
up.
寛大さがなかったら今でもまだ売れ残ってますよ。
If you hadn't been so generous, she'd still be unsold in the store. What the fuck? So you want to have a comeback at your sister and you go straight for misogyny.
弟として申し訳ないです。
You have my gratitude and apologies.
誰が売れ残るって？
Who are you calling unsold? After taking 2 or 3 steps back, Auntie Eva unleashed one of her beautiful high reverse roundhouse kicks, which stopped just a centimeter away from the tip of Dad's nose. Oh shit. After starting out with Tai Chi Chuan for her figure, Auntie Eva had then developed an interest in the Chinese martial arts. Alright, so Auntie Eva can kick ass. Alright, this is good to know for later, I'm sure. After that, she went through karate, taekwondo, capoeira, and what is it she's learning now again? Well, anyway, they say a woman's weapons are in her lower body, so that's literally true for Auntie Eva. Rudolph?
ルドルフ。側頭部直撃だと一発で混沌するわよ。
Did you know that a single direct blow to the side of the head like that would knock you unconscious?
この間演舞でミスって相方泡吹いちゃったんだからね。
Not so long ago, I accidentally connected in a practice match and my opponent was out cold.
いやいや、
Geesh, what a pain.
足癖の悪い姉貴で本当に申し訳ないです。
Guess I have to apologize for her tendency to lash out with her feet, too. Dad, completely unfazed, shrugged and smiled ironically at Uncle Hideyoshi.
わしには兄弟がおらん。
Never had a brother or sister
だ
myself.
からエヴァとルドルフ君のじゃれ合いを見とると胸がポカポカしてくるんや。
So, when I see you two bickering with each other, it makes me feel all warm and fuzzy
兄
inside.
弟や家族はほんまにええもんやな。
It sure is nice to have a big family and siblings.
あら、ジョージ君に弟を作ってあげるという話はないんですか？
Oh, then why not consider making a little brother for George
もうジョ
Kun?
ージ君も立派な大人になって手も離れたでしょうから、次の子がいてもいいでしょうに。
He's already a fine adult who's about to go off on his own, so he might be a good time to have another child.
おいおいキリエ、生まれてくる子の苦労も考えてやれよ。
Hey, have a little sympathy for the new kid and all the pain and suffering he'd have to live
よく
through.
この性悪姉貴から生まれて、ジョージ君はあんなにもまっすぐ育ってくれたもんさ。
I'm surprised even George Kun turned out as well as he did after being born from the sinister sister of mine.
本当にジョージ君は偉いな。
What an awesome kid he
うち
is.
のボンクラに今度爪の赤を分けて。
Please share some of that with our blockhead of a son someday, will you?
そんなことないわよ。
That's not how it worked.
エヴァ姉さんの教育が間違ってなかったから、ジョージ君はあんなに素直ないい子になったんだから。
It's thanks to Eva Ne-san's proper rearing that George Kun became the good, gentle kid he is now.
ですよね、姉さん。
Isn't that right, Ne-san?
あらあら、そんな。
Oh,
どうかしら。
come now. You think so?
うちのジョージもまだまだ頼りなくって。
Our George still has a long way to go.
そうそう。それよりお宅のエンジちゃんはどんな具合なの？
Oh, by the way, how's your little Angie-chan doing? Angie? Ange?
吐いちゃったって聞いたけど。
I heard she was vomiting.
そうやそうや。
Oh, that's right.
久しぶりに顔が見れると思って期待してたんやで。
And I was hoping to finally see her face after such a long time.
大丈夫なんか？
Is she alright?
いつも季節の変わり目に風邪をひくんです。
She often catches a cold when the seasons change.
どうも弱くって。
She's very frail.
本当は連れてきたかったんですけど、今回は私の実家に
I did want to bring her along, but we
面
decided
倒
to
見てもら
have
っています。
I did want to bring her along, but we decided to have my family look after her this time.
それが賢明よ。
I think that's a wise
本
move.
家の毒気に当てない方が治りは早いもの。
She'll be on the mend faster if she's not exposed to that toxic head house.
大人の都合より子供の病気の方が大事よ。
A child's health is always more important than an adult's convenience, don't you think?
わしな、吐く風邪によう効く薬知っとんや。
I know of some great medicine for vomiting colds like
帰っ
that.
たらすぐ送るさかい。使うてくれや。
When we get back home, I'll send it over right away, so be sure to give her some.
ありがとうございます、秀吉兄さん。
Thank you very much, Hideyoshi Nii-san.
いつもお世話になりっぱなしで。
I'm always in your debt. And once the conversation suddenly veered off in that direction, we kids didn't have any chance of butting in. For now, I'm just happy that Auntie Eva gave Dad his just desserts for tugging on my ear.
まだ天候調査中がなくならないね。
Looks like we're still waiting for the weather report. George Aniki pointed at the counter. The pending weather clearance sign was still stuck next to the scheduled departure time for the flight we were scheduled to board. According to Aniki, smaller planes are more subject to winds and other effects of the weather. And it's not at all uncommon for flights to be delayed because of that. Wait a sec, it isn't really going to shake, is it? From down here on the ground, it just looks cloudy, not windy. Well, I guess it's different up where the planes fly.
ちょっと天気が怪しいものね。
The weather's a bit uncertain today. Auntie Eva was looking at a TV in the lounge. The weather forecast was being broadcast, informing us that a typhoon was approaching the Kanto region. Oh, they're gonna fly somewhere and a typhoon's gonna come in? A typhoon again?
また台風か。親族会議が毎年10月ってんじゃ。これは宿命だぜ。
I guess we're doomed to these with the family conference being in October every year, so they're going to a family conference. Maybe about this inheritance, but there's not going to be an inheritance.
もうちょい時期を選んでくれりゃいいのによ。
Couldn't he choose a better season?
どうかね。
I agree.
私もお盆の時期にやってくれればっていっつも思うわよ。
That, I've always hoped we could have it sometime around the Obon Festival in mid-August. That sounds miserably humid.
ならルドルフ、それ今回の会議でお父様と兄さんに提案してみればいいじゃない。
In that case, why don't you suggest that to Father and Nissan during the conference?
冗談。
Wait, so if there's 3 kids, Rudolph's the youngest? Man, he's aging horribly. Very funny. Why don't you do it yourself?
俺が何を言っても兄貴は聞かねえよ。
Our brother would never listen to anything I suggested.
いやよ。
No way.
私は別に10月でも困らないもの。
It doesn't really bother me that much to have it in October.
ルドルフが台風が嫌だからって言うから提案したら
You were the one who complained about the typhoons, so I said, ask them to change it then.
って言っただけよ。
Ask them to change it then. That's all.
俺は台風が来るのはいつものことだなって言っただけだろ。
I only said that typhoons come around this time of year.
お盆の時期がいいって言い出したのは姉貴だぜ。
You're the one who said you wanted to move it nearer to Obon.
あら、去年ルドルフも言ったわよ。
Well, you said it too last year.
お盆の時期なら仕事のスケジュールとも合わせやすいのにって。
Didn't you say it would be easier to fit into your schedule if we had it nearer Obon?
言ってねえだろそんなことよ。
I never said anything like that.
言ったわよ。
Oh, yes, you did.
私、そういうのは絶対忘れないもん。
I certainly wouldn't forget something like that.
いや言ってねえよ。言ってんのはいつも姉貴だよ。
No, I didn't. You're the one saying that all the time.
知ってる？
Are you
寸
aware?
止めって高等技術なのよ。
Stopping it kick just a hair's breadth away is a very high level technique. Oh my god, antagonistic.
チェ。いい年した女がはしたないことばっかしてんじゃねえぜ。
Sheesh, women your age should be more proper than that. Dad and Auntie Eva's argument looks no different from a couple of brats bickering.
普段は父親や母親として振る舞っていても
I expect that's because, although they normally act as mothers and
こうして
fathers,
親族会議で元の兄弟に出会うと子供の頃の自分に戻っちゃうからだろうね。
they turn right back into kids again when they meet their old siblings at these family conferences.
と冷静に分析できるジョージ兄貴の方がずっと大人に見えるぜ。
You're the one who looks like a real adult, analyzing it all calmly.
俺は将来あんなクソ親父みたいにはなりたくないね。
I hope I never turn out like that old
なる
bastard.
なら兄貴みたいな知的な大人になりたいもんだぜ。
I'd much rather end up as an intellectual adult like you, Aniki.
僕かい？
Like me?
僕なんかまだまださ。
Oh, I still have a long way to go.
社会経験が全然足りないし社交性も度胸も足りない。
I still have very little experience out there in the real world, and I need to work on becoming more bold and sociable.
バトラ君にはそれらのいくつかがすでにあるように思うよ。
I think you've far surpassed me on all of those counts, Battler-kun.
だからきっと成人したら僕なんかすぐに追い抜いちゃうさ。
I'm sure you'll outstrip me fast enough when you become an adult. George Aniki scratched his head and laughed, as though trying to hide his embarrassment. Of course, he was just being humble. Aniki entered a university and became an apprentice at Uncle Hideyoshi's company at the same time, studying both academics and how to become a business emperor in parallel. Oh. Then right after graduating, he got into Uncle Hideyoshi's company as his father's aide, piling up a lot of real-life experience as he devoted himself zealously to his work. He even has grand dreams of one day standing on his own and becoming lord of his own domain. In a business sense, right? Aniki is a real paragon of a man, sparing no effort as he strives towards his goal. Then why does the fandom hate him? It's no exaggeration to say that I really respect him. And then there's me. I'm nothing at all like Aniki. I'm living my happy-go-lucky idle high school life to the max. I've got no dreams for the future. I just like to sit back, stay cool, let the money flow in, but of course that could never happen. When Aniki was my age, he had already formed an impressive objective and had started devoting himself towards studying for that goal, so I guess I can't compare at all. My dad just says, sure, you can study at my company if you like cleaning toilets. Damn it, I'm not gonna be in the debt of that old bastard. I'll find a way myself. I guess that intensity is my one qualification towards adulthood. Should I go on one of those self-searching journeys that are all the rage these days? Well, it's not like I could mooch off my parents for that kind of money. Right then, Uncle Hideyoshi shouted out loudly. Uncle's a really nice person on the whole, but he does have a problem controlling the volume of his voice. When I looked over, I saw that he was greeting Auntie Rosa, who had come late. If it isn't Rosa-san!
久しぶりやの
Maria-chan, long time no see.
久しぶり
Long time no see.
マリアお久しぶりですでしょ
Maria, shouldn't that be it's good to see you again?
言ってごらん
Greet your uncle properly.
お久しぶりです
It's good to see you again.
そうや
There you go.
よく言えたな
Well said.
ご褒美に飴玉あげような
How about some candy as a reward?
おっとあれ
Oh. Huh?
どこにしまったんや
Where'd I put him?
ローザさんお久しぶりです
Rosa-san, it's good to see you again.
マリアちゃんもお久しぶり
It's good to see you too, Maria-chan.
ご無沙汰してますキリエ姉さん秀吉兄さん
It's been too long, Kirie-ne-san, Hideyoshi-ni-san.
あらバトラ君
And, oh my, Battler-kun?
大きくなったわね
Look how big you've gotten!
いやー
Oh, come on.
今日は会うたびに言われてて恥ずかしいっすよ。
It's embarrassing hearing that from every person I meet.
おうローザ遅かったな
Hey, Rosa, you're
飛
late.
行機がダイヤ通りだったらギリギリってとこだったぜ
If the plane was on time, you'd barely have made it.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
列車の接続がうまくいかなくて
We had some trouble making our train connection,
何また天候調査中なの
so we're waiting on the weather yet again.
ぼやかないぼやかない
Oh, don't complain.
船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ
I much prefer the 30-minute plane trip to spending 6 hours bouncing about on a boat.
たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから
Even if we're kept waiting here for an hour, it's still much faster overall.
マリアちゃんも大きくなったで
Maria-chan's gotten huge
今
too.
身長いくつあるんや
So how tall are you now?
身長いくつあるんや
So how tall am I now? Maria parroted Uncle Hideyoshi's question, looking up at her mother. I guess she doesn't remember her own height. She's probably right in the middle of a growth spurt, so her height must change every month. In just a few more years, she'll probably start looking very feminine.
この間の身体測定でいくつって出たっけ
How tall were you the last time you got measured?
これでも少しずつは伸びてるんで
She just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
すよね
Don't you?
去年よりもずっと成長したと思いますよ
I think she's grown a lot since last year.
今年で9歳でしたっけ
Let's see, she turned 9 years old this year, didn't she?
9歳
9 years old.
そうだね9歳だね
That's right, you're 9 years old
マリア
now.
ちゃんも元気そうでよかった
Glad to see you're doing well too, Maria-chan.
よいしょ
Up you...
もう高い高いをするにはちょっと重くなってきたかな
I guess you've gotten a bit too heavy to play airplane with.
うわジョージ兄貴そりゃレディーに失礼だろ
George Aniki, what a rude thing to say to a lady.
俺がやってやるぜ
Here, I'll
いて
do
こ
it.
い
Up you go! Uh-oh. When I went to lift her up in Aniki's place, Maria stiffened defensively, staring suspiciously at my face. Oh, that's right. The last time I met Maria was 6 years ago, and she was only 3 years old. Oh, so she doesn't remember you. Of course she doesn't remember my face.
マリアちゃん覚えてる
Maria-chan, don't you remember?
バトラ君よ
It's Battler-kun.
一緒に遊んでもらったの忘れちゃった
You used to play together, remember?
無理だろ
I doubt you'll have any luck.
最後にバトラと会ったのは3つの時だぜ
The last time she met Battler, she was only 3.
3つの時の記憶なんか残ってねえよ
You don't keep memories at that age. She must know everyone's face apart from mine because she meets them every year, but I haven't had contact with the Ushiromiya family for about 6 years now. Wait, really? Where were you? So it's no surprise that this 9-year-old girl doesn't have any memories of me. Even I can only just barely remember her being a 3-year-old crybaby.
マリア、バトラお兄ちゃんよ。
Maria, this is Battler Oni-chan,
ルドルフおじさんの息子さん。
Uncle Rudolph's son.
わかる？
Understand? Uncle's son
お
is...
じさんの息子さんが、おじさんが息子さん。
Uncle's the son... That was probably the sound of her brain breaking, unable to understand the complicated explanation. I guess it was a bit too confusing for her.
マリアちゃん、彼はバトラ君。
Maria-chan, this is
僕
Battler-kun.
と同じいとこだよ。
He's your cousin, like me.
ジョージお兄ちゃんと同じ
Like George Oni-chan?
バトラ？
Battler? Senshia, hello! Welcome to the stream. I'm meeting the family.
いとこ。
Cousin?
そ
That's right.
う、よくできたね。
You got it. This part of Aniki is what makes me really look up to him. For someone who isn't married, he's just great at dealing with kids. I'm sure that he'll be an indulgent father in the future.
バトラお兄ちゃん？
Battler Oni-chan? Maria looked straight at me with a questioning expression, as though asking whether it was all right to call me
お
that.
や、俺がバトラだ。
Yup, that's me, Battler.
よろしくな、マリア。
Nice to meet you, Maria.
バトラ！
Oh no, there it goes again.
ほらマリア。呼
Maria?
びつけちゃダメでしょ。バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。
You mustn't address him without honorifics. Call him Battler Oni-chan. It's okay, Rosa. She's a kid.
いいっすよ、ローザおばさん。
It's cool, Auntie
細か
Rosa.
いことは気にしないっすから。
I don't sweat the small stuff.
まあマリア、
Right, Maria?
俺とお前は名前を呼びつけ合う仲だもんな。
Maria... never mind. We're buddies on a first name basis, us two, aren't we?
バトラバトラバトラ。
おや、マリアマリアマリア。うう。
I don't think I need to translate that, do I? We horsed around for a while to make up for the 6-year gap in our friendship. That's really sweet. She probably still thinks of me as nothing more than a big new friend, but things will probably work out as we get to know each other again. But I'm surprised. She's just the way I remember her being 6 years ago. Seems that people don't change that much after all. I'm a bit happy she's still the pure, innocent girl I remember. Her name is, written Maria. That's... yeah, that one's not so difficult to read, and it's not so crazy either. The ah is a little crazy, but not awfully crazy. Of course, it says Maria. The third character looks like a cross, which is pretty cool. I think that's, the cross-shaped kanji is the one used for, Asia? Let me see. Oh, close, but not exactly. Huh. It looks similar to the one you read for Asia, except it's open in the middle. That's a weird one. Let's see if I can find it on G-Show. I'm like curious now. Let's see, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-ish. 10, 11, 12-ish. See. But that's gonna be hard to spot. Anyway, I think that's pretty obscure. The one where it's all open in the middle. Her feelings don't usually show up on her face, so it can be difficult to know what she's thinking, but that's just how she looks on the outside. On the inside, she's just a sweet, normal girl. Then there's Maria's mother, Auntie Rosa. She's my dad's younger sister. Rosa is written... Rosa, okay. The za is like seat? Seat? The ro, I don't know that kanji. Let's see if I can find it real fast. I don't know. Here's a name that's totally not Japanese. Sorry to say it, but her name's almost as ridiculous as Dad's. Yeah, that's a weird kanji, yeah. I've got to respect her for not ending up as screwed up as he is. When I think about it, all the names in my family sound foreign. Yeah, I think that's the point, Battler. I think that's the point. They're like spelling foreign names in like crazy kanji. Just why is grandfather so obsessed with this? Because of him, even us grandchildren have to put up with this weird naming sense. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Well, visual novel, yeah. I watched a bit of Higurashi and read a little bit of the manga, but I didn't do the whole thing. But I watched some of like the original Higurashi anime like a long time ago. It's even more annoying since grandfather's own name is perfectly normal. Anyway, there's one thing about Auntie Rosa that's a relief compared to the other family members. The old bastard and Auntie Eva have this annoying urge to tease and mock people all the time. But even though she shares their blood, Auntie Rosa isn't like that at all. Yeah, Rosa's the first person so far who seems normal. She has the most common sense among the siblings. Like Uncle Hideyoshi, she's a kind aunt who will always be on the kids' side. Oh, good. However, possibly because she's more strict as a parent, she's not liberal with handing out spending money like Uncle Hideyoshi is. Aw, man! Alright, now we have the entire group of family members who are going to board the plane. As though it had waited for all of us to gather, an announcement rang out through the lobby. Our apologies for the wait.
お待たせしました。新島行き201便の搭乗をこれより開始いたします。
Boarding will now commence for flight 201 to Nijima.
ご搭乗のお客様はカウンター前の白線前に2列でお並びください。
We ask that the passengers please form 2 lines in front of the counter behind the white line.
搭乗手続きまだだろ。急げ急げ。
Rosa, you still haven't gone through boarding procedures, right? Hurry up.
いけない。
Oh no!
マリア、いらっしゃい。
Maria, come on! We had to go through a metal detector before going out on the runway. Our small plane wasn't as massive as an international flight, but it was still a plane. A staff member holding a metal detector checked us all. Pretty light compared to nowadays, as far as security goes. Once all of us cleared the check, we followed the staff member out onto the runway. Come to think of it, everyone here is in the Ushiromiya family. It's like this is a reserved charter flight or something. Our group stopped in front of the entrance to the airplane. Then our guide turned around and spoke, looking down at the passenger list as she did.
それではこれよりご搭乗となります。
Boarding will now commence.
名簿をお読み上げいたしますので、
As I call out the names on the passenger list,
前方の座席、右側から順に右、左、次の列の右、左と詰めてお座りになってください。
please take your seats in order, starting from the front row on the right side and going right to left, then on to the next
そ
row.
れではお読み上げいたします。
I will now begin reading the passenger
後宮
list.
秀吉様、
わしからか？
Oh, I'm first.
はい。
Right here.
そうだエヴァ。飴玉あるか？
By the way, do you have the candles, Eva?
さっきから探してるんだが見つか
The
らないんや。
candies, the candies. You can't have candles on the plane. By the way, do you have the candies, Eva? I've been looking all over for him, but I can't
後
find him.
宮エヴァ様、
ハンドバッグの中よ。
They're in my
機
handbag.
内に入ったら出すわ。
I'll get them once we're inside the plane. I've heard that candies are a good way to protect your ears from hurting due to vibrations and the atmospheric pressure when landing or taking off. Oh yeah, sucking on them helps pop your ears. I thought he meant like you stick the candy wrappers in your ears for a second. I was like, no. That's probably what they're talking about.
窓際だといいな。
Hope I get a window seat. Battler is just like me.
大丈夫だよ。
Don't
窓
worry.
際席しかないもん。
There aren't any other kinds of seats. According to George Aniki, there are apparently only 2 lines of seats. Yep, it's a small plane, all right. It isn't really going to shake, is it?
後宮ジョージ様、
Oh, so there's only 2 seats in each row. Yeah, I can see that now. Looking inside, there's only 2 seats in each row.
はい。
Right here.
大丈夫だよ、バトラ君。
Don't worry,
あ
Battler
んまり
Kun.
揺れないから。
It won't shake too much.
後宮バトラ様、
兄貴。あんまりって。
Aniki, how much is not too much?
船から落ちても泳げるからいいが、飛行機が落ちたらそれでおしまいなんだぜ。
You can just swim if you fall from a boat, but if a plane crashes, you're screwed, right?
もちろん客席にはパラシュートがあるんだろ。
We all get our own parachutes in our seats, don't we?
ねえの？
Wait, we don't?
後宮ルドルフ様、
ほらバトラ感動してねえで
Come on, Battler. Quit being a wuss and get in.
言って親父。
Ow, Dad!
押せって。
Don't push me.
パラシュートがねえんだよ。
We don't get
後宮桐江
parachutes!
様、
ほら仲良くじゃれてないの。
Alright, stop fooling around.
進む進む。
Let's move along.
てえよキリエ
Ow,
押すなっ
Kirie.
て
Don't push
ボンク
me.
ラ
This blockhead isn't moving
が
forward.
進まねえんだよ
後宮マリア様、進む進む、
Forward,
後
forward!
宮ローザ様、こらマリア、静かにしなさい。
Maria, keep quiet.
こちらは機長の川端です。
This is your pilot, Kawabata.
本日は新東京航空201便をご利用いただき誠にありがとうございます。
We'd like to thank you for taking New Tokyo Aviation's Flight 201 today.
新島空港までは約20分のフライトの予定です。
We estimate that the flight to Nijima Airport will take about 20 minutes.
上空の気流が乱れているとの報告が入っています。
We are receiving reports of atmospheric turbulence. Oh no! Poor Battler!
多少の揺れがあるかもしれませんので、離陸後もシートベルトは外さないようにお願いいたします。
There might be some shaking of the aircraft, so we ask that you do not unfasten your seatbelts after takeoff.
兄貴？シートベルト外しちゃいけない揺れってなんだよ。
Aniki, did that guy just say we needed to wear seatbelts?
ジャンボ機なら離陸後はシートベルト外せるぜ。
In a jumbo jet, they let you undo them after
それ
takeoff.
が外しちゃいけないって？どんな揺れだよ。
So it's gonna shake so much we can't take them off?
くそー騙された何が言われないだ
Damn it, you tricked me. It's gonna shake after all.
パラシュートどこだよ
Where are the parachutes?
やっぱり俺は船が良かった
I knew I should have taken the boat. Legend of the Golden Witch, Episode 1. Uroshimiya Battler. Ushiromiya Battler, not Uroshimiya, Ushiromiya. Ushiromiya Battler. Ushiromiya George. Ushiromiya Jessica. Who's Jessica? Ushiromiya Maria. Ushiromiya Kinzo. Ushiromiya Kraus. Who's Kraus? Ushiromiya Eva. Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi. Ushiromiya Rudolph. Ushiromiya Rosa. Ushiromiya Hirie. Well, I think there's a lot of Ushidomiyas here, don't you think? Nanjo Terumasa. That's the doctor. Shannon. Okay. Goda Toshiro. Ronoe Genji. Kanon. Kumasawa Chiyo. Then, so some of those are people we haven't met. So we're on the flight. Umineko when they cry. Symphony of Catbox and Dreams. Catbox just makes me think of a litter box. I know that's not what they're going for, but that's all I can think of. Speaking of cats, mine just jumped on my lap.
やっぱ船だよな
Should have taken the boat. The boat.
落ちる
Gonna fall!
落ちる
Gonna fall!
マリア、もういい加減になさい。
Maria, that's enough.
でも意外ね。
Stella, calm down. But what a surprise.
バトラ君、てっきり怖いものなしだと思ってたから。
I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun. Alright, to be fair, now that I look at the time, it is about time to feed my cat, so that's why she's all up in my grill. I thought there was nothing that could scare Battler-kun. Yeah, maybe in a second. I'll go feed her, but first she has to get off the desk. Get off the desk. Alright.
こいつ昔から乗り物がなぜかダメでさ
This guy can't handle vehicles for some reason.
二言目には落ちるだの沈むだの
Always yells about falling and sinking and stuff.
情けない男だなおめえは
You're a disgrace of a man, you are.
うるへ
Shut up.
ありゃさすがに揺れすぎだろ
That thing was seriously shaking way too much. I just got a little stressed.
乗るのは初めてだったからちょいと答えちまっただけだぜ
Since it was my first time on a small plane like that.
あの大騒ぎでちょいとなの
You call that a little stressed?
バトラ君とは海外旅行を一緒に行くと賑やかそうね
Sounds like it'd be fun to take an overseas vacation with you, Battler-kun.
おばさんとエジプトとか行かない
Would you like to go to Egypt with your aunt?
14時間も飛行機に乗れるわよ
You'd get a ride on a plane for a full 14 hours.
いい提案ね。
There's a good plan.
バトラ君、エヴァ姉さんに少し鍛えてもらいなさいよ。
Battler-kun, you should go let Evanes-san toughen you up some.
それにしてもおかしい。
But boy, were you hilarious.
こらこら人間誰しも得て増えてはあるもんや
Now, everyone's got their own strong and weak points.
そない笑うたら悪いで
It's bad to laugh at him. And then he goes on laughing.
父さんも笑うのは悪いよ
Dad, you're laughing
ほ
too.
らマリアちゃんももう笑っちゃダメ
Hey, Maria-chan, you shouldn't laugh anymore.
もう笑っ ちゃダメ？
Shouldn't laugh anymore? Yeah, damn it! Is being scared of planes really such a big deal? Everyone obviously thinks I'm a big oaf now. Alright, we're driving. We split up and took separate taxis from the airport to the harbor. From there on, we would be taking a boat to the island. With a typhoon on the way, okay. The islands are right next to each other, so it's not that far. It would be a leisurely 30 minutes by boat. As we arrived at the pier where the boat to the island was anchored, we saw a silhouette waving its hand. George Nissan! It's been so freaking long!
Yeah, Jessica-chan. 1年ぶりだね。
Ah, Jessica-chan, it's been a year since I saw you.
また伸びたんじゃないかい?
You've gotten taller again, haven't you?
よしてくれよ。毎年言われんのは恥ずかしいぜ。
Don't give me that. It's embarrassing hearing that every year.
おいおい、兄貴、嘘だろ?
Hey, Aniki, you've got to be kidding
こいつ
me.
が本当にジェシカなのかよ?
That's really Jessica? Hi, Rowan. They went on the small, short flight, and now they're about to get on the boat and they're meeting more family and stuff.
ってことは、ジョージ兄さん。
Wait a sec, George
こ
D-san.
のデカブツ、バトラーなのかよ。
This massive beast is Battler? We both stared each other down. She definitely didn't look this grown up in my memories, but I do remember her crazy way of talking.
よジェシカ
Yo, Jessica!
なんだよお前
What's this now?
何女みたいな格好してんだよ
You're kidding me! You look like a woman
な
now!
んだよこれ胸かよお前にも胸なんかできたのかよ
What are these boobs? Even you managed to get a chest. Oh, Jesus Christ.
もませろもませろ
Battler, this is sexual harassment. This is not how you say hello to your relative.
ふざけやがれ。私は花も恥じらう18だぜ。
Hey, screw you! I'm a blushing flower of 18. Wait, so you two are the same age?
髪だって伸びりゃ出るとこだって出るぜ。
Just like hair grows out, so is all the other stuff.
てめえにもませる胸なんざあるもんかい。
You think I got boobs just so you could go and rub them, loser?
バトラこそなんだよ。バカみてえに図体だけでかくなりやがって。
What about you? Got anything to back up that ridiculous size?
腕力ついたのか
Did you remember to grow any actual muscle?
ざげんじゃねえあれからどれだけ鍛錬積んだか思い知らせてやんぜ
You better believe it. I'll show you how much training I've piled up since back then.
うぜえぜ。
Oh, cram it.
返り討ちだ。
I'll beat you at your own game. This headstrong girl's name is Ushiromiya. So, Jessica. She, in the middle, is I guess kind of secret or sneaky? And then the ka at the end is like a scent. But what the fuck is going on with that first kanji? I need to get to the bottom of this. First tree. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Come on! Maybe it's its own radical and that's why it's not coming up. Let me see. What the heck? Maybe I can draw the radical and find the kanji. Oh god, where is it? Drawing never works. Alright, anyway, this is whatever is going on with the first kanji has got to be fucked up. She was born under the same unlucky star as me, sharing the same kind of weird name. You see, that is pronounced Jessica. Alright, I need details. Hold on. Jessica. Oh, that's so fucked up. With a small e. Oh, that's so fucked up. Okay. You see, that's pronounced Jessica. She's Dad's older brother's daughter. That older brother happens to be the eldest son of the Ushinomiya family, so I guess that also technically makes Jessica direct heir to the Ushinomiya family. Since Jessica and I are the same age and had that type of boy-girl rivalry between us, we've always been used to fighting and joking around together whenever the relatives gathered. Jessica grew more quickly, so she always had me beat in terms of size and physical strength. So when we scuffled as a contest of strength like this, it usually went Jessica's way. So even though I clearly understand that I'm bigger now, I still feel like I can't win against Jessica with my strength. What the fuck kind of noise is that? Yeah, I was looking for the first kanji, yeah. Whoa. What are you getting all serious for? Ow. Hey. This is nothing. Jessica, you've gotten weak. Shut up. I'm a woman over here, believe it or not. No way I was always gonna be stronger than a man. Well, that's certainly true. Wait, no. It may be a weird kanji for red. It's not the normal kanji for red. Alright, let me look it up like that. Red. I'm not seeing it. More kanji. Let's see. Oh, there it is. There it is. Vermilion, cinnabar, scarlet, red. And that can become shu. Okay, I found it. I found it. So shu. How does shu become je? That's so fucked up. Wow. They really stretched that one. Well, that's certainly true. The meat I put on my arms all went to your chest after all. Looks like it'd be a pretty even test of strength between my arms and your boobs, don't you think? That what kind of logic is that?
お前に揉ませる胸はね
I told you, my boobs aren't for you to
それ
feel
よ
up.
りお前こそどうなんだよ身長以外にも他のところ
Besides, how about
ちゃん
you?
と大人になったのか
Your height says you're an adult, but what about your other places,
や
huh?
めろいやんこの野郎お嫁に行けなくなる変なとこ触んないで
Stop it, idiot! No! I'll be ruined for marriage, so don't touch me in strange places.
人様が聞いて誤解すること言うんじゃね
Don't say stuff people are gonna misinterpret. Honestly, I was so surprised at how feminine Jessica had become that I had seriously, horse around to hide his surprise. Well, yeah, considering what a bossy brat she was 6 years ago, anyone would be surprised. Yeah, that's for both of them, I agree. And I guess she's just as surprised. She definitely wasn't expecting she'd lose to me in a test of strength. After losing that easily, she must be shocked at how much I've grown the past 6 years. 6 years. Once again, I'm being shown just what a huge gap of time that was.
やれやれ乾杯だぜ
Crap. Total defeat.
こりゃもう私じゃかなわねえな
It's like I'm no match for you anymore.
そんなことないよ
That's not true.
バトラ君にもきっと弱点はあるよ
Even Battler-kun must have his
ね
weaknesses.
マリアちゃん
Right, Maria-chan?
落ちる落ちる
Gonna fall! Gonna fall!
ちょバカよせマリアそれは内緒にしような
Don't... Maria! Let's keep that a secret,
落
okay?
ちる
Fall?
なんだそりゃ
What the hell's that?
あいにくだがこの弱点はジェシカにはもうさらさないぜ
Sorry, but you won't be seeing that weakness of mine now. Oh, his fear of flying and planes and like he's gonna fall. Gotcha.
何しろ悪夢の空路はもう終わっちまったんだからな
After all, yeah, never trust the shiny glasses. I know, right? I'm already sus. The nightmare plane trip's already over and done
あ
with.
とはのんびりチャボチャボとお船の旅さ
Only thing left is the nice, quiet splashing of the boat trip.
あのオンボロ漁船がこれほど恋しくなるとは思う
I never thought I'd become so fond of that piece of junk boat.
あジョージ兄さんこいつ頭どうかしたのか
Huh? George Nissan, is there something wrong with his head?
すぐにわかるよ
You'll understand
すぐ
soon.
にね
Very soon. At the time, I didn't understand what Aniki meant by that big smile. Are we going on a plane again? What have we here? Oh! Butler-san, look how big you've grown. Who is it this time? It's an old lady with an apron. Oh yeah, that takes me back. I remember now.
バトラ君覚えてるかい
Remember her,
ほら
Battler-kun?
お手伝いの熊沢さんだよ
You remember, she's Kumasawa-san, one of the servants.
熊沢のばあちゃんは忘れねえぜ
I can never forget Kumasawa-bachan.
何しろこの6年ちっとも老けちゃいねえぜ
I mean, you haven't aged a bit in these past 6 years. Hey, very polite.
むしろ若返ったんじゃねえの
Wait, you haven't gotten younger, have you?
最近はお肌がピチピチしてきちゃって
Oh, lately my skin has been getting all smooth and silky.
ほら胸もますますに大きくなっちゃいましたんですよ
And look, hasn't my chest gotten even bigger as well? What the fuck is wrong with everyone? Want to give it a rub?
ご冗談
Very funny.
俺が揉みたいのはピチピチした姉ちゃんの胸限定だぜ
My breast rubbing is strictly limited to bouncy girls. Yeah, we need to keep redeeming the bonks for everyone.
私とて若い日にはそれはピチピチしておりましたよ
Even I had some bouncy ones in my youth, you know?
ほらほらぜひどうぞお揉みくださいませ
Now. Please feel free to have a go.
勘弁してくれよ
Give me a break.
若い姉ちゃんだ若い姉ちゃん
It's chicks I'm looking for, damn it.
熊沢のばあちゃんじゃねえよ
Not grannies. The jokes I'd cracked about Jessica were being used against me. Come to think of it, she always was the type to tease people.
おいおいよせよ熊沢さん。
Kumasawa-san, stop that now.
監獄に半分足突っ込んだ人がはしゃいじゃいけねえぜ。
People with one foot in the coffin shouldn't jump around. Oh my god, his dad is so mean to everyone.
若い方とじゃれるのが何よりの若返りの薬ですよ。
The sport with the young is the best rejuvenation medicine.
熊沢さんが迎えに来るなんて珍しいじゃない。
It's rare for you to come pick us up, Kumasawa-san.
どういう風の吹き回しかしら。
What curious turn of events is this?
用事を頼まれるといつも腰痛になるあなたが。
Normally, whenever you're entrusted with something to do, your lumbago always kicks in.
エヴァ様は相変わらず手厳しゅうございます。
Eva-sama, you're as harsh as usual.
急なお買い物がありましたもので、そのついでに皆様のお迎えをしようと思いまして。
I found myself with some urgent purchases to make, and while I was at it, I thought I would welcome you
も
all.
っとも、お迎え待ちの老いぼれのお迎えでは景気も悪いでしょうが。
Although it does give a bad impression if the one waiting to greet you is a decrepit old woman. Auntie Eva spoke sarcastically, but Kumasawa Bachan's years of experience were nothing to sneeze at. She was more than capable of smoothly and coolly letting that comment slide. Well, I'd rather not say it, but old Kumasawa Bachan may be past her prime as a servant. She might act as though she's in good health, but between her headaches and the lumbago, her body's wearing out. To tell the truth, the very fact that she's still working is impressive. How old is she this year again? She must be pushing 80 by now. It's incredible that she's still able to act so brightly.
ますますにお元気なようで。
You just seem to get more and more lively.
そうだこれ。
Oh, that's right, here you are.
前に話してたお茶です。
It's the tea I was talking about before. Look, I bought some.
後で飲んでみてください。
Please do try it later on. Auntie Rosa showed her the souvenir bag she'd taken out of her suitcase. To think that she had remembered the promise that she had apparently made last year and faithfully bought it. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Auntie Rosa. She wasn't the kind of person who could forget or break a promise. Yet Rosa's the only normal person around here. As for Kumasawa Bachan, she seemed deeply touched by the fact that not only had Auntie Rosa remembered that year-old promise, she had brought that gift for a simple servant like her. This woman is Kumasawa Chiyo-san. So Kumasawa Chiyo in katakana. She's a senior servant who's been working for the Ushiromiya family head house for many years. As you can expect from someone her age, she isn't that good at manual labor, but from kitchen work to cleaning and laundry, she's a kind of super servant who can handle just about anything. It seems like her only flaw is a tendency to slack off. I hear she tries to get away from heavier, troublesome work by playing up her chronic diseases. In Kumasawa Bachan's case, maybe we should call that sort of lazy craftiness. Though it probably doesn't impress those paying her salary. Oh well. Even if she's pretty flaky when it comes to work, I could never dislike her. I guess that's probably because of her cheerfulness and her constant smile.
Yeah.
Hey, glad to see you're still in fine spirits. How's your back doing then? Even with the medicine, it's not getting one whit better. According to the doctor, nothing can be done for this one. It's what's called an incurable disease. Oh yes, very funny. Haha.
それにしてもジェシカちゃんはますます美人になったね。
Blows me away how you just kept getting prettier, Jessica-chan.
姉さんに似てよかったぜ。
Be glad you ended up like Natsuhine-san.
そうですか?
Really?
私的には全然似てないつもりなんですけど。
Personally, I don't think I look like her at all.
つうか、親には似たくないです。
I mean, I don't even want to be like my parents.
尊敬してないんで。
Because I got zero respect for them.
こら、そんなこと言っちゃダメよ。
Now, you shouldn't say such things.
それにしても、親に似たくないって言ってる人が多いわね。うちの一族は。
It's amazing how many people don't want to be like their parents in our family. Yeah, that seems to be a thorough line, doesn't it?
まあ、それ俺。
Oh, that's me!
バカ言え。お前こそ俺に似るんじゃねえ。
Hell no, don't you dare start taking after me. So Rudolph doesn't want to be like his dad, and Battler doesn't want to be like his dad.
お前の鼻が似ててムカつくんだよ。
Your nose looking like mine already pisses me off.
何言ってんのよ。
What are you talking about?
呆れるくらいそっくりよ。あなたもお父様もね。
It's ridiculous how completely alike you are. And like your father.
おいおい、そりゃねえだろ。
Come on, you can't be serious.
俺のどこが親父に似てるってんだ。
Just how am I like dad?
傲慢で偉そうなところとかそっくりよ。
You're his copy in arrogance and self-importance.
あんたと兄さんは特にお父様の血が強いわね。
Father's blood is especially strong in you and
ね
Nissan.
えローザ。
Wouldn't you say, Rosa?
まったく
Oh,
クラ
absolutely.
ウス兄さんもルドルフ兄さんも信じられないくらいお父様にそっくり。
Kraus Nissan and Rudolph Nissan are almost unbelievably like dad. So the other brother, huh?
おいおい参ったな。なんで俺だけ女どもに集中放火なんだ。
Alright, already. Why am I the only one under fire from the
よし
girls?
兄さん、助けてくださいよ。
Yoshini-san, please help me out.
いやいや、ルドルフ君はいっつも女性にモテてるな。
My, Rudolph-kun, you're always so popular with the ladies.
羨ましいね。
I'm jealous.
相変わらずモテモテでお羨ましいことです。
As usual, you're popular enough to make me jealous.
それでは皆様、お船の方へお乗りくださいませ。
Well then, everyone, shall we head over to the boat?
さあさあ、マリアさん、一緒にお船に乗りましょうね。
Come now, Maria-san. Let's get on the boat together, all right?
一緒にお船に乗る。
Get on the boat together!
みんなも一緒に乗る。
Everyone gets on together!
おや、もう今度は怖くないぜ。
Hell yeah! This time around, I'm not gonna be
波で揺れ
scared.
るのは慣れてるしな。
I'm used to being shaken by the
あ
waves.
のオンボロ漁船の場合、揺れて怖いってよりエンジンがぶっ壊れて漂流するんじゃねえかって方が怖いぜ。
With that piece of junk fishing boat, I'm less afraid of the shaking than the engine breaking down and the boat drifting off.
そうだ、バトラ君、言うのを忘れてた。
Oh yes, Battler-kun, I forgot to
あ
tell
の漁
you.
船はだいぶ老朽化してたんで、数年前に引退したんだよ。
That fishing boat was completely decrepit, so it was taken out of use a few years back. So this is the thing he was winding up to,
今
huh?
は他の船が島まで運んでくれるんだ。
Now we get taken to the island in another boat.
ああ、そっか。
All
マトロ
right.
は新しい船が初めてなんだな。
It's Battler's first time in the new
快
boat.
適だぜ。
It's super
す
comfy
っげえ速いんだ。
and freaking
何
fast.
しろとんでもないスピードが出るんだからさ。
You can go at crazy high speeds. Oh.
ほう。ってことは、船旅の時間がさらに短縮されたわけか。
That means less trip time, right?
そりゃ素晴らしい。
That sounds great.
何しろ飛行機よりマシとはいえ沈没の危険にさらされる時間が少しでも短くなるってんだから、こりゃ極めて素晴らしいぜ。
I mean, a boat might be better than an airplane, but if you're telling me we can spend even a little less time exposed to the danger of sinking, that's really just awesomely great.
バトラはまた落ちる。
Ooh, is Battler gonna fall again?
そりゃ飛行機の時だけさ。
That's only in airplanes.
大丈夫だぜ。
Everything's fine now.
何しろ船長自慢の改造高速艇らしいぜ。
Oh yeah, you missed that earlier. That's Maria. That's Rosa's little girl. Rosa's like the other brown-haired bangs lady. Maria's 9. And the last time she and Battler saw each other, she was 3, so she didn't remember him. But now they're like fast friends again. And yeah, she says ooh a lot. You know, it's apparently a modded high-speed boat, the captain's pride and joy. Seems he's tinkered with it quite a lot.
プロペラは高性能のが4機もついてて、最高速度は40ノットを超えるとかなんとか自慢してたな。
He was going on about how he attached 4 high-efficiency propellers to it, and now it can break 40 knots or something like that. But yeah, we're gonna have a little girl in this murder mystery.
いつも自慢されるんで覚えちまったぜ。
Although I guess Phoenix writes like that too with Pearl. And she's older than Pearl. In the first game you see Pearl in, at least. He bragged to me so much I ended up memorizing it.
僕も毎年聞かされるんで覚えちゃったよ。
Let's see. There was a characters. Let's look at the characters. Yeah! Yeah, there's a family tree. We've got about half of it right now, so we haven't seen the other people in Jessica's line yet, but here we've got the second oldest. Oh, so Rosa's the youngest, so she's younger than Rudolph. So we got Rosa and Maria. So this, yeah, Kinzo's 4th child. All right. So Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter. We still have to. Let's go through all of these once we get the whole family together. But yeah, so the second, Kinzo's 2nd child is Eva, and her husband is Hideyoshi, and their child is George. The Rudolph's child is Battler, Kirie's the stepmom, and then Rosa's the, I don't know about Maria's father. This is so cool. You've never seen the Switch version? Yeah, I'm glad I could show that to you. Whoa, okay, some of these seem a little, yeah, maybe we should go through these real fast. All right. So Jessica, Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter, in the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she'll eventually inherit the headship of the Ushinomiya family, or rather her husband will. God damn it. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. Born with weak bronchi and sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Oh, she's got asthma. Oh, poor girl. So Eva, Kinzo's 2nd child, hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him in almost everything, from issues of dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. So if she seemed hostile towards Rudolph, apparently that's nothing compared to her older brother. Normally, she would have lost her place in the Ushinomiya register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Hideyoshi, Eva's husband, took his wife's name upon their marriage and was welcomed into the Ushinomiya family. Therefore, he does not possess the spiteful Ushinomiya genes. The spiteful genes, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conferences. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a company operating medium-sized restaurant chains. Apparently, business is soaring and things are going extremely well. George, Eva and Hideyoshi's son. An affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company and seems he dreams of making it on his own one day. The oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. We knew all that already. All right, Rudolph, Kinzo's 3rd child, along with his sister Eva. He intends to make his voice heard during the family conference to prevent their elder sibling, Kraus, from keeping all of the family's wealth for himself. Lost his former wife, Asumu, 6 years ago, and married his current wife, Kirie, straight after that. Straight after her death? What's that about? But also, Asumu is the name of Battler's mom, then. Hirie, Rudolph's second wife. They had been okay, so here's some backstory. They had been business partners for a considerable length of time before the passing of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position. Oh. So she swooped in, huh? Served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business. Guiding them to success. Quick thinking and deeply trusted by her husband. If you hear a weird noise, that's my cat rubbing the microphone stand. She wants to get food again, and it is time to feed her. After I read these, I'll go feed her. Battler. The son of Rudolph and his first wife, Asumu, turned against his father 6 years ago when he married a second wife immediately after Asumu passed on. So that was the reason why he left 6 years ago, was because of the remarriage. He went on to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of those grandparents passed away, and he has now returned to the Ushinomiya family after 6 years. Okay, that makes sense. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Okay, I get it now. All right, Rosa, Kinzo's fourth child, by far the youngest of the 4 siblings. It seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She's the only normal one. The youngest is the most normal. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable. Oh no, she's like the Toni Collette character in Knives Out. I can see why people were saying Knives Out is kind of Umineko-like. And then Maria! Stella, I can't read. Get out of the way. Rosa's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. Ooh! An unknown father. Ooh, what's that about? She can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. Hello? And thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all sorts of obscure trivia. Okay, so there is some more going on with Maria than it seems. All right, anything weird about Chio? Let's see. She quit her job several times along the way. A part-timer who served the family for many years, despite quitting her job several times along the way. Shrewd and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties, but because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded. Oh, poor girl. Okay. Oh no, do I got stick drift? Why does it keep going down? Oh, fuck it. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna go feed my cat so she doesn't kill me. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Has the audio level been okay all this time, by the way? I haven't gotten, like, overpowered by the audio, have I? Alright, George. Me too. I remember since we're told about it every year. The captain said that since he...
船長は昔、外国の漁船と速度比べをして負けて以来、スピード改造に取り憑かれちゃったんだってさ。
Good to hear. The captain said that since he lost the speed contest with a foreign fishing boat a long time ago, he became obsessed with modding.
その時の相手は漁船なのに30ノット以上も出せたんだってね。
He told us how his opponent back then could go at over 30 knots, even though it was only in a fishing boat.
その雪辱の念が結実して、スカッと爽快な超高速改造艇の誕生となったわけさ。
To fulfill his thirst for a revenge match, he created an awesome new super high-speed modded boat.
バトラもきっと気に入るぜ。
I'm sure you'll love it, Badler. Super high-speed modded boat? My first thought was that this would be much better than some beat-up boat that might sink at any time, but for some reason I'm getting this feeling of foreboding. Nah. No way it is gonna be like a hell boat. You can do it. There we go.
おいバトラー、島までは泳いで行った方がいいんじゃねえか。
Hey Badler, maybe you should just swim to the island.
バトラ君、柵からあんまり身を乗り出しちゃダメだよ。
Badler-kun, you shouldn't lean over the railing too much.
落ちちゃうから。
You might fall.
落ちる落ちる
Gonna fall, gonna fall.
チェックしろー。さっきからみんながニヤニヤ笑ってたのはこれだったのか。
Damn it, so this is why you were all grinning before. The super high-speed boat, said to have been modded to hell and back by its captain as a personal hobby, was definitely nothing like the battered old fishing boat from 6 years ago. It's shaking, it's shaking, it's shaking! I'm gonna fall, gonna fall, gonna fall! Gonna fall, gonna fall, gonna fall!
落ちたら海じゃねえかよ。溺れちまうぞ。パラシュートだじゃねえぜ。浮き輪はどこだ。
If I fall, I'll be in the sea. I'll drown. God damn it. Where's the parachute? No, wait. Where's the buoy?
ライフジャケットをくれ。
Give me a life jacket.
なんだよバトラー。おめえそれ何の真似だよ。
What the hell, Badler? What's that supposed to be?
ジェシカちゃんもマリアちゃんもいじめちゃ悪いって。
Jessica-chan, Maria-chan, it's not nice to tease.
バトラ君も怖いなら甲板に出なきゃいいのに。
Badler-kun, if you're scared, then just don't come out on the deck.
船内ならもう少し怖くないと思うけどな。
I think that if you stay inside the boat, you'll be a bit less afraid.
そいつはノーサンキューだぜ兄貴。
That's a no thank you,
海難
Aniki.
事故の犠牲者はいつも船内なんだ。
Shipwreck victims are always the ones inside the boat.
生存者を抱いて事故時は甲板なんだぜ。
The survivors are usually those on the deck during the accident. I actually didn't know that. Oh no.
だから俺はここにいる。
So I'm staying right here.
でも揺れる。
But it's shaking.
落ちる。
I'm falling.
揺れる落ちる
Shaking, falling.
マリア、よしなさいったら。
Maria, I told you to behave yourself.
でもバトラ君、本当に苦手なのね。
But Badler-kun, it looks like you really can't handle
船
it.
長さんに速度を落とすように言ってきてあげるわ。
I'll go tell the captain to slow down for you.
ローザおばさんありがとう。
Oh, Auntie Rosa, thank you.
海の上でも安全運転、徐行運転、指差し確認。
Even on the sea, exercise safe driving, reduce speeds, point and call.
ダメよローザ。
Don't do that, Rosa.
青年には試練も必要なんだから。
Ordeals are necessary for the young.
ねえ、バトラ君。
Right, Battler-kun?
これくらいへっちゃらで克服できちゃうわよね。
You can conquer this much, no problem at all, right?
じゃないと、おばさんとエジプトに行けないわよ。
Otherwise, you won't be able to go to Egypt with your aunt.
エヴァおばさんの意地悪。
Oh, Auntie Emma, you're mean.
あーダメ、落ちる。
Oh no, I'm gonna fall.
ライフジャケット、パラシュート。
Life jacket, parachute.
いや、ひっくり返して考えるんだ。
No, okay, turn it over and think that way.
敵の狙いは何だ。
What's the enemy aiming for?
俺をこうして怖がらせることか。
He wants to make me afraid of this.
そいつが
Afraid
狙
like
いな
this.
甘いぜ。ビビってなんかやるもんか。
If that's what he's aiming for, too bad. Like hell, I'll be scared.
でもダメ。落ちる。
But stop! I'm gonna fall. So, after I made a huge fool of myself for a while, Auntie Rosa had a talk with the boat captain and he slowed down to a more manageable speed for me.
これくらいならなんとか。
The speed is a bit better.
さっきのは生きた心地がしなかったぜ。
Earlier, I didn't even feel alive. The new speed, which I was capable of tolerating, was apparently extremely slow. But that just now was completely insane. The whole boat was shaking, sliding and leaping on the ocean's surface. I felt like I was riding on the back of a flying fish. Jessica was still guffawing at me as I leaned against the railing, tired and disheartened.
さっきは力比べで負けたけどよ。もっと重要な部分で負けてなかったことが分かって私は嬉しいぜ。
I lost in that strength contest earlier, but I'm glad to know I've got the edge where it really counts.
いやしかし
But seriously?
くっそー。好きなだけ笑えよ。
Damn it. Go ahead and laugh.
いつか弱点を見つけ返しててめえの胸揉みつぶしてやるぜ。
One of these days, I'm gonna find your weakness and I'll get back at you. And then your boobs will be mine to squish.
見つけられたら考えてやるぜ。
Well, we'll see about that if you ever do find it, okay? Laugh in his face.
バトラヘロヘロ。
Battler all worn out.
ああ、バトラーヒロヒロだ。
Yeah, Battler all worn out.
海も空もごめんだぜ。俺は陸の上で死にたいさ。
I want to die on land, not in the ocean or the sky. Maria was patting my back, so I patted her head in return. Head pat. Her expression was blank as usual, but I realized that she wanted to console me.
バトラ君、船長が罪滅ぼしにってドリンクをサービスしてくれたよ。
Butler-kun, the captain is throwing in drinks to make up for this.
飲んで一服しないかい？
Have a drink and take a break, why don't you?
落ち着くよ。
Calm yourself down. George Aniki and Kumasawa Bachan brought us each an ice-cold drink with drops of moisture on the can. Judging from Kumasawa-san's big grin, our parents inside the boat were probably all rolling around laughing at my moment of pure terror. Damn it, I'm just so embarrassed that I can't bear to face any of them. If I didn't change the subject somehow, I had a feeling I'd be the butt of everyone's jokes for the whole trip, so I tried to think of something harmless to talk about.
ああ、ジェシカ。
Hey, Jessica.
クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんは元気なのかよ。
How are Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi doing? Yeah, where are they?
親父とおふくろ？
My old man and my mom?
残念ながら元気だぜ。
Unfortunately, they're
二
fine.
言目には勉強しろってうるせえけどよ。
Though every other word out of their mouths is study, study, which pisses me off.
秀吉おじさんとかルドルフおじさんとかそういうこと言わなそうだから羨ましいぜ。
so jealous because it doesn't look like Uncle Hideyoshi or Uncle Rudolph say those kinds of things.
とんでもない。
Oh
僕も
no.
受験を控えてた頃はいっつも受験って言われてたよ。
When I was slacking off during exams, I was always getting told, exams,
うる
exams.
さくも思ったけど、今は感謝してる。
I thought it was annoying, but now I'm grateful.
やっぱりジョージ兄貴は人間ができてるな。
I knew it. George Aniki is magnanimous as ever.
ちなみにうちは絶賛放任中だからな。
As for me, I have to look after myself.
何にも言われないぜ。
No one says a thing to me.
まあ言われたって聞かねえけどな。
Well, it's not like I'd listen even if they did.
バトラさんはまだご実家には戻られておられないのですか。
Battler-san, have you still not returned to your birth home?
まあちょくちょく戻るようには。
Well, I kind of go back now and then.
まだ服とかだいぶ前の家に残してるんで。
I still have lots of clothes and stuff left at the previous house.
バトラお家が2つある？
Battler has 2 homes?
まあな。
Something like that.
どうして？
Why?
どうしてお家が2つ？
Why do you have 2 homes?
おお。
Only Maria, who couldn't really grasp the situation, voiced her naive question. However, the others just shot nervous glances at me, choosing not to respond even though they knew the answer. Uh-oh.
マリア、ほら、船着き場が見えてきたぜ。
Maria, look! You can see the harbor now! Yeah, we're just gonna brush that under the
ほ
rug.
ら、あれ、
Look, over
見え
there!
るか？
Can you see it?
船着き場見えた！船着き場見えた！
Saw the harbor! Saw the harbor! Apparently, Jessica was trying to be nice by changing the subject. Oh well. I'd rather not talk about it if I can help it, but it's uncomfortable to have it treated like some kind of weird taboo. I don't mind that much myself anymore. I am an Ushiromiya, but the truth is that for the past 6 years I've been living with my grandparents on my late mother's side. I've even been using her family name. When those grandparents passed away, one after the other, I basically had no choice except to go back and live with the old bastard. Don't get me wrong, I didn't just run away from home or anything like that. The only one at fault here is my dad. I don't really blame Kyurie-san. Being able to hold that old bastard's reins and ride him out is no mean feat. But as for the betrayal that old bastard inflicted on my mom, well, unfortunately, I still haven't fully gotten over that. Ahem.
もうすぐ着くね。
We'll be getting there soon. George Aniki cleared his throat, trying to change the subject.
失礼しました。
Please forgive my indiscretion.
年寄りが余計なことを言ってしまったようで。
It seems this old woman has said too much
お気
already.
に触りましたら。
If I hurt your feelings,
気にもしてないし触ってもないぜ。
I don't mind it. No one's feelings are
気に
hurt.
すんなよ、熊沢のばあちゃん。
Don't worry, Kumasawa-bachan. Kumasawa-san seemed to regret speaking out of turn, but I was more concerned about being worried over something like that, so I stood up and passed it off lightly. So, I had more concern about being worried over for something like that. Gotcha. After that, I had a sip of my drink and headed over to Maria and Jessica, who were gazing at the silhouette of the island. Battler! Saw the island! Saw the island! There!
どれどれ。おお、見えてきたな。
Or is it? Oh, I see it now.
6年ぶりでも記憶と寸分変わらない島影だぜ。
Even after 6 years, the island hasn't changed a bit. Is this the famous Rokenjima that I've heard so much about? The small island silhouette in front of us had gotten pretty close. This island's name is Rokkenjima, Six House Island. It's a small island about 10 kilometers around, located in the Izu archipelago. Since they call this archipelago the Izu 7, lots of people think there are 7 islands, but that's not true. There are actually more than 7. Rokkenjima is one of the minor islands that don't get counted. Even considering that, there are probably very few people who know about this island. After all, only the people of the Ushinomiya family come to this island. In other words, it has no ties whatsoever to outsiders or tourists. So you'll never find this island's name in a travel brochure. This is because all of Rokkenjima is an estate possessed by the Ushinomiya head house. Private island! Only the Ushinomiya family lives there, and only people connected to the Ushinomiya family come and go there. There's nothing there except a harbor and a mansion. The vast majority of the island is just uncultivated forest. Such a waste. When it could be made into a nice golf course. Okay, Battler, whatever. However, when you realize that the entire coastline is private beach, it starts to sound pretty magnificent. You might have realized it by now, but to put it simply, well, the Ushinomiya family is just rolling in dough. The fortune possessed by the head house is apparently vast, and Dad and the others who make up the branch families have built up plenty of wealth for themselves, finding success in their respective businesses. I've been living a commoner's life at my grandparents' home these 6 years, so I'd completely forgotten. So you dressed up nice just for this? But the old bastard's house really is elegant, and everything about it is tuned to match the snobbish tastes of the annoyingly rich. Come to think of it, I guess that means George, Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and I are all wealthy, high-class gentlemen and ladies. Needless to say, none of us feel that way at all. I don't see myself as being rich, and George Aniki, who takes self-discipline very seriously, doesn't let himself get too comfortable. Jessica is always complaining that she'd rather move to the city than be rich, and Maria is still a kid who isn't even interested in money at all. I guess that attitude itself is snobbish. From the perspective of people in poverty who can't pay the bills, we're very lucky to even have the luxury of thinking this way. This isn't the place to explain any further, so I won't. Anyway, it's the same as not being able to choose the parents you're born from. I didn't ask to be born into a rich family. And I don't think it's something I should be hated for. It can be pretty trying when people are prejudiced against you just because you're rich and refuse to judge you by your merits. As I pondered these sentimental thoughts, Maria leaned over the railing and started shouting. Gone! What's wrong, Maria? Did you drop something? Little tooth. Gone! Gone! Are you okay? Maria kept yelling, gone, gone. From her words alone, you would think she had perhaps dropped something, but she was actually pointing out over the ocean as she shouted. She's 9? Yeah. You know, Battler said, he's like, wow, she hasn't changed a bit from when she was 3. So I think she does act a little young for 9, yeah. Because Battler was like, wow, she hasn't changed a bit. And then the last time she saw her was when she was a toddler. Oh my god. I mean, she's grown, but like, her personality, I guess. But she was actually pointing out over the ocean as she shouted. What's wrong? What's gone? I'll look for it too if you want. What is it? What is it? If she dropped something, she would probably have looked down at the floor, but Maria was pointing out over the ocean. One would assume that she had seen something out over the ocean, but she kept saying that something was gone. This is gonna be fucked up, isn't it? Strange. However, since my last memories of this place came from 6 years ago, I was able to spot it before Aniki, who comes here every year. Really?
あれ確かさ、この辺の小さい岩の上に鳥居みたいなのがなかったっけ
Huh? If I remember correctly, wasn't there a torii or something on top of a small crag around here? That being like one of those temple gates, like you've probably seen it, they're red, made out of wood.
そうだ
That's right, it was definitely
確かにあ
there.
ったぜ。島に近づいてくると最初に迎えてくれる目印みたいなもんだったからよく覚えてるぜ。
I remember it well, since it's like a landmark, the first thing to greet you as you get closer to the island.
へえ、バトラすごいじゃねえか。
Wow, you're amazing,
6年
Battler.
ぶりなのによく覚えてるもんだぜ。
Even though it's been 6 years, you remembered.
あったね。
It was here, wasn't it?
僕も思い出したよ。
I remember too.
鎮守の社と鳥居みたいなものが岩の上にポツンと立ててあったよ。
There used to be a shrine and a torii-like thing standing all alone on that crag.
そういえばないね。
And now that you mention it, they are gone, aren't
去
they?
年は確かにあったと思う。
They were definitely there last year, I think. Gone. Gone.
大方、波か何かでさらわれちまったんだろう。
Maybe they were washed away by the waves or something?
小さい岩だったしな。だいぶ風化で脆くなってたんだろうさ。
It was a small crag, probably got brittle because of exposure.
私もそうだと思ってるんだけどよ。
I think so too.
なくなっちゃったのはこの夏のことなんだよ。
It actually disappeared during the
な
summer.
んでもよ。
Apparently. Wait, you heard about this?
ある晩
Oh.
に大きな稲妻が落ちてお社を砕いてしまったんだとか。
A huge lightning bolt fell one evening and smashed the shrine or some
鎮守
such.
様に落雷があるなど、これは不吉の兆しに違いない。
The fishermen whisper.
私はささやいておりますね。
The fishermen whisper that it must undoubtedly be an ominous sign to have a thunderbolt fall upon our tutelary god.
くわばらくわばら。
Lightning be gone. Lightning be gone. Kumasawa-san smiled impishly as if teasing us, rubbing her hands together. However, Maria was apparently taking it seriously, and she stared fixedly over the ocean where the crag enshrining the local guardian deity was supposed to be.
不吉の兆し。
An ominous sign.
よせよ。
Enough, Kumasawa-san.
熊沢さん、マリアはそういう冗談の通じない年頃なんだからさ。
Maria isn't old enough to understand this kind of joke.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
It's alright, Maria-chan.
偶然だよ。
It's just a coincidence. No fucking way.
何も怖いことなんか起きないよ。
Nothing scary is gonna happen. No fucking way. George Aniki put a hand on Maria's shoulder to calm her down, but Maria's sharp-eyed expression didn't budge. Ominous. Uh-oh, guys. Ominous. Maria muttered that word over and over. Apparently, repeating a single word over and over is a habit that Maria's had for a long time. However, since the word she was saying was quite literally ominous, it was a bit creepy.
おいおい、マリア。
Hey now,
そん
Maria.
なに何度も繰り返してたら、本当に不吉がやってきちまうぜ。
Some disaster really will come if you say that word over and over, you know. I tapped Maria's other shoulder, and then Maria whipped her head around and stared into my face and spoke unblinkingly. Ooh. Uh-oh, this is creepy.
来る
Unblinking, huh? Disaster. Coming.
来るってどこからさ
And just where is it coming from? I answered lightheartedly, trying to break the tension in the air. And in reply, Maria held up a finger, raised her arm high, and pointed up to the heavens. When I looked up, I saw that the sky was still just as cloudy, but it had grown a great deal more leaden than it had been that morning. That's right, they were saying that a typhoon was approaching. We had planned to spend one night on the island, but if this storm doesn't pass quickly, I won't be able to make it to school on Monday. Well, I guess that makes for a pretty good excuse to be absent. She apparently sensed something ominous in this cloudy sky. She's been muttering for a while now. Girls at Maria's age tend to be very impressionable. She's just about the age when many girls start to get excited about sixth senses and whether they have any psychic potential and stuff. In a way, being sensitive about things like this isn't really out of the ordinary for a kid like her. Uh-oh.
大丈夫だよ、マリアちゃん。
It's alright, Maria-chan.
天気は今夜くらいには崩れるかもしれないけど、明日には良くなって綺麗な青空になってるよ。
The weather might get worse around tonight, but tomorrow it'll clear up and become a pretty blue sky.
綺麗な青空
Pretty blue sky.
そう、明日になれば綺麗な青空になるよ。
That's right, by tomorrow it'll be a pretty blue sky.
やまない。
There's no rain that doesn't end.
雨はないし、晴れない雲だってない。
And no clouds that never clear. I guess that's true.
やまない雨
Rain that doesn't end.
晴れない雲
Clouds that never clear. Oh no, she's making it sound ominous.
確かに台風が近づいてるけどよすぐに過ぎちまうって
Sure, the typhoon's coming, but it'll be gone before you know it.
大丈夫さマリア
It's alright, Maria. Girl, are you okay? Maria started yelling, ooh, ooh. It looked as though she was having a tantrum because no one could understand what she was trying to say. What in the world is Maria trying so desperately to warn us about? Unable to understand her, we could do nothing but feel a vague sense of foreboding. Uh-oh! I've heard that everyone can feel the supernatural, but that it weakens as you age. That might mean that Maria, the youngest one of us all, still possessed some kind of sense that the rest of us had lost. I wonder if that sense is sending her a warning. At that moment, Kumasawa-san quietly opened her mouth. Rumor has it that long ago, Rokkenjima was... Kumasawa-san. Let's not talk about that right now. Just as Kumasawa-san was about to tell some kind of story, Jessica sharply interrupted her. For Jessica, this was an extremely firm reaction. Huh. I wanted to push her further just out of simple curiosity. Yeah, something's going on. But judging by how Jessica was acting, it wasn't difficult to imagine that it would simply inflame Maria's unease further. If I did try to press her for the story, the odds were pretty good that it wouldn't be anything bright and cheery. I do apologize about that. The wind here is hard to bear for the elderly, so if you would excuse me for now. Gossipers have no reason to hang around after they've been told to stop chatting. When Kumasawa-san finally realized that she'd overstepped her bounds, she went back inside the boat. After she left, Uncle Hideyoshi came along to replace her. Since he'd shown up partway through, he completely failed to notice the complicated atmosphere that hung about the scene. So he refreshingly and unwittingly swept that atmosphere aside. Yay! So in the end, it was his unwittingness that brightened the mood. Looks like we're almost there.
到着だそうやないか。おう、もうちょいやの。
Alright, just a little more.
今日はのんびりスピードだから時間がかかってもうたわ。
Took forever at the speed we went today, didn't it?
誰のせいやねん。
You all know whose fault that is. Everybody's making fun of Battler.
うわ、秀吉おじさんも勘弁してくださいよ。
Uncle Hideyoshi, give me a break already.
もっと言ってやってください。
Come on, keep on twisting the knife.
バトラのせいで時間かかりすぎだぜ。
Seriously, because of Battler, it's taken forever. Maria had probably come to the conclusion that no one was going to listen to her. She hung her head, wearing a fretful face. As she did, George Aniki crouched down to meet her eyes and spoke to her kindly.
Maria-chan, 何も怖くないよ。
Maria-chan, there's nothing to be afraid
だっ
of.
て僕たちが一緒だもの。
Because we're all together.
一緒だと何も怖くないんだよ。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're
言ってご
together.
らん。
Go ahead and say it.
一緒だと何も怖く
There's nothing to be afraid of
ない。
if we're together.
うん。
Yes.
一緒だと何も怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're together.
そうさ、ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。
Yeah, George Aniki knows what he's talking about.
俺たちが一緒にいると、いつだってなんだって絶対に怖くねえんだ。
If we're all together, there'll absolutely never be anything at all to be scared of.
ジェシカ。
Right, Jessica?
ああ、間違いないぜ。
Yeah, no doubt about that.
ジョージ兄さんの言うことはいつも本当だよ、マリア。
George Nissan always tells the truth, Maria.
ジョージお兄ちゃんはいつも本当。
George Oni-chan always true.
うん。
Yes.
僕は嘘をつかないよ。
I don't lie. I have a feeling this is foreshadowing and he absolutely lies.
だから信じて。
So trust me.
みんなと一緒にいれば何も怖くないんだよ。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together.
ジョージお兄ちゃんは嘘をつかない。
George Oni-chan doesn't lie.
信じる。
I trust you.
みんなと一緒にいれば怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of if we're all together. Oh, oops. I pushed B instead of A. Ooh, not afraid.
怖くない。
Maria jumped into George Aniki's arms and hugged him tightly. After Aniki patted her head, she jumped away again. Her facial expression had returned so completely to normal that she looked like a totally different person from moments before. She was once again the ordinary Maria.
みんなと一緒だからもう怖くない。
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore because we're all together.
ああ、そうだぜ。
Yeah, that's it.
もう平気みたいだな。
You look all better now.
マリアは強いな。偉いぜ。
You're strong, Maria. Good girl.
マリア偉い。
I'm a good girl. Maria erai.
なんや、どうしたんや。
Hey now, what's going on
マリ
here?
アちゃん、船酔いだったんか。
Maria-chan didn't get seasick, did she?
ん？
まあそんなとこです。
Well, something like that.
もうじき着きますね。
We'll be arriving soon. The harbor was already drawing near. Oh? Oh? We're arriving! Umineko when they cry! Symphony of litter box and dreams. No, I'm just kidding. Yay! Arrival at Rokenjima! The boat gave a big shudder. Seems we've docked at the harbor. The boat driver came out and jumped to the pier with the mooring rope. A large man in a tuxedo was waiting there for us with a warm, smiling face. I don't know him. I didn't know him, but judging by his clothes, I guess that he was a servant of the Ushiromiya head house. Goda. Welcome home, milady. You were quite late and I began to worry. Ah, thanks for carrying. The boat had battlers scared shitless. So we had to slow down for him. Seriously, what a pain in the ass. Shut up. I'll remember this in the shoes on the other foot someday. Ugh. At this rate, the word will spread around the entire family and it'll become a big conversation piece during dinner. Oh no, a worse fate than death. Even without this, everyone would be talking about me because of that 6-year gap. But now I've provided them with an even juicier topic. Damn it! Why does the Ushiromiya family have to live on this isolated island? In the meantime, the boat had finished its mooring. A small plank was lowered so that we could get down. One by one, our parents came out of the boat. You must be all quite tired from your long trip. Madam, please allow me to assist you. Thanks. It's been a while, Goda-san. How are you? Thank you for your concern. It is always my pleasure to serve. Badler-kun, isn't this your first time meeting Goda-san? If I'm not mistaken, you weren't working here 6 years ago, right? Indeed. So please allow me to greet him for the first time. It is an honor to meet you at last, Battler-san. Battler-sama. I'm pretty secure about my height, but you're huge. This is definitely our first meeting. If I'd ever met a big guy like you, I'd never forget it. It's a pleasure. I'm Battler. Your return has been keenly anticipated, sir. Your return has been keenly, I have been working for the Ushiromiya family head house since the year before last. My name is Goda, your servant. Alright, let's go look at this. Goda Toshiro. So Toshiro is his first name. Servant employed as a chef. Oh, so he's a chef. While he hasn't served the family long, he has a polished talent for entertaining guests, cultivated through his previous jobs, and is highly regarded as a servant. Since he was hired by Kraus and his wife, he is more trusted than those servants who have served for the family longer and who are thought of as Kinzo's spies. Interesting. Kinzo's spies, eh? It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If there is ever anything you need, please feel free to rely on me.
Goda-san,
Goda-san, it's been some time. It has been too long, George-sama. Please allow me to assist you. As usual, you're a reception pro. If you ever need a job, just give me a holler, okay? I'd hire you just like that.
これは身に余る光栄です。
You do me too much honor.
どうぞお手を、秀吉様。
Please allow me to assist you, Hideyoshi-sama. Goto-san then lent a hand to everyone as they disembarked, greeting them as they passed. His speech and mannerisms had the refined polish of a professional. He was very graceful, in contrast with his initially rough-looking appearance. His large size made him seem a bit scary at first, but he was much more polite than my first impression of him had led me to believe. He claimed to have served on the island for 2 years, but he had doubtless worked at a similar job somewhere before. After everybody disembarked, the mooring rope was untied, and the boat started to steer away from the harbor. It was probably returning to its home port of Nijima. There's no way off the island! The captain waved his hand in farewell. Maria conscientiously waved back.
なんだかさっきから違和感があると思ったら。
I just realized why something's feeling out of place to me.
海猫の声を聞いてないぜ。
I can't hear the cries of the seagulls. He said the title of the game. He said the Umineko and their nakus.
Umineko?
Seagulls? Umineko?
鳥のか?
The birds? I remember that whenever we came to this island, the seagulls always welcomed us with their lively nya cries. So they really were sea cats. They were nya. He was like nya. And because of that, whenever I hear the cries of the seagulls in any other place, I get the feeling that I've come to a family conference. Except for the small part of the island where those of the Ushinomiya head house live. Rokenjima had been left uncultivated, apparently transforming into a paradise for wild birds. Seemingly, some cliff face or other had become home to a huge seagull colony, so this island was always full of them, the Uminekos. Since those seagulls didn't come to greet us, I felt a bit lonely. What's wrong, Battler-kun?
どうしたの、バトラ君? ああ、ローザおばさん。
Oh, Auntie Rosa.
いや、別に。海猫の声が聞こえないんで、なんか寂しいなって。
No, it's nothing really. I was just saying I can't hear the seagulls, so it feels a bit lonely.
あら、そういえばそうね。
Sorry. Oh, you're right.
いつも賑やかなのに、今日はさっぱりいないわね。
They're always so lively, but I can't see hide nor hair of one today.
どうして海猫いない?
Why no seagulls?
海猫たちも今日はよそで集まりがあるからかな。
Maybe it's because the seagulls are having a gathering somewhere too?
マリアも海猫見たかったの?
Maria, did you want to see the seagulls?
見たかった。
Wanted to.
なんだってこうもまるっきりいねえんだ。
What happened for them all to disappear?
ジェシカがみんな焼き鳥にして食っちまったんかな。
Maybe this is also a bad omen. Maybe Jessica made all of them into shish kebabs and ate them.
物騒なこと言うんじゃねえ。
The hell? Don't say disturbing stuff like that.
マリアが勘違いするだろ。
You'll get Maria all confused.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にした。
Oh, yakitori. That's what they're saying. Yakitori. Oh, Jessica and Nachan made them into shish kebabs. Made them into shish kebabs.
してないしてない。
I did not.
そんなの私がするわけねえだろ。
Why the hell would I do something like that?
そうだそうだ。ジェシカが焼き鳥にしたんだ。
That's right. Jessica made them into shish kebabs.
皮につくねにレバーにネギマン。
Skin and meatballs, liver and onion.
皮にくつねり、レバーにネギマン。
Swimming meat dolls, living onion. I think this is the first time she's laughed. As I made fun of Jessica, Maria tagged along looking like she was having fun. Ooh, she really knows how to join in with things. Alright then, starting today, I'll make you my #1 follower. As I smiled at her, she beamed back overjoyed and I guess happy for this little bit of solidarity.
違うよ、マリアちゃん。
That's not it, Maria-chan.
野鳥って天気や気圧の変化に敏感なんだそうだよ。
I've heard that wild birds are attuned to changes in the weather and atmospheric pressure. Oh, so they're leaving in the way because they can tell the typhoon's coming?
今夜あたり天気が崩れそうだしね。
And it looks like the weather will get worse around tonight.
巣へ早めに引き上げてるのかもしれないね。
It's possible they hurried back to their nests.
焼き鳥じゃない？
Not kebabs?
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが焼き鳥にしたんじゃない？
Jessica and Nei-chan didn't make them into kebabs?
違う。
I did not! I did not!
私はそんなことしないって。
I told you I wouldn't do stuff like that.
ほら、バトラも嘘だったって認めろよ。
Alright, Battler, you admit right now that you lied.
バトラ君、マリアちゃんは素直な子だから、そういう冗談でも真に受けちゃうんだよ。
Battler-kun, Maria-chan is a naive girl, so she takes even jokes seriously.
冗談も少し選んだ方がいいよ。
You should choose your jokes more carefully. George Aniki gently scolded me. Even though I outstripped Aniki in height, he still commanded respect as my elder. No choice but to obediently apologize. Hey. My bad, my bad.
悪い悪い。マリア、今のは冗談だ。
Maria, that just now was a joke.
ウミネコたちは今日は巣でおとなしくしてるってさ。
It's just today the seagulls are all quiet in their nests.
バトラは嘘？
Battler, lie?
ジョージお兄ちゃんは本当？
George Oni-chan true? Uh-oh, is there gonna be some plot twist later where, where like Battler is gonna say something important but she doesn't believe him and believes George instead? I was having fun, but you're actually just tricking me? Her pure eyes seem to accuse me. Maybe I went a little overboard with her after all.
ああ、そうだそうだ。
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
ジョージ兄貴が言ったのが本当だ。
What George Aniki said is true.
天気が悪いんで今日は引き上げたんだろうよ。
The weather is bad, so they probably went home for
い
today.
なくなったわけじゃないんだぜ。
It doesn't mean they're gone, does it?
ね。
Right, Auntie?
おばさん。
そうよ。
That's right.
明日以降、天気が良くなったら、きっと戻ってきて、ミャーミャーと声を聞かせてくれるわ。
Tomorrow, when the weather gets better, I'm sure they'll come back and you can hear their meow meow cries.
天気良くなって戻ってくるの待つ。
I'll wait for the weather to get better so they come
明
back.
日まで待つ。
Wait for tomorrow.
天気良くなるまで待つ。
Wait for the weather to get better. Maria's mood lightened and she started looking forward to tomorrow when the seagulls would come back and fill the skies. And then they didn't. Oh, well, we'll see. Still, George Aniki really is amazing at taking care of kids. I think I remember Aniki taking good care of me as well when I was a brat 6 years ago. Aniki might have quite some talent for this kind of thing.
ジョージ君は小さい子の面倒を見るのがうまいわね。
George-kun, you're so amazing at taking care of
保
kids.
育士さんでも務められるんじゃない？
I think you could work in childcare.
なあ、ジョージ兄さんの転職っぽいぜ。
Yeah, it's like you were born to do that.
私的には社長室でビジネスってより、そっちの方が兄さんのイメージだぜ。
To me, that seems more you than doing business in some company president office.
まさか。
Oh, no.
保育士さんは立派なお仕事だよ。
Childcare is a very respectable job of its
単
own.
なる子供好き程度に務まる仕事じゃないね。
It's not something you can do merely by liking children.
本当にジョージ君は謙虚ね。
You're truly modest, George Kun.
でもバトラ君も子供のあやし方が上手よ。
But Battler Kun, you're quite good with children too, you know.
さっきはほんの少しの間だけどマリアとっても楽しそうだった。
Earlier, even if it was just for a time, Maria seemed to be having a lot of fun.
これからも今みたいに遊んであげてね。
Keep on playing with her like you did just now.
冗談は選んで。だけどね。
Just choose the jokes carefully, though, alright? Auntie Rosa winked at me, giggling a little. A real mother, I thought to myself, who's happy that Maria looks like she's having fun.
おいローザ
Come on, Rosa!
それにガキどもも何やってんだ行くぞ
And you brats too, what the hell are you doing? Get a move on.
はいはい、今行きます。
Alright, we're coming. The old bastard was beckoning us to hurry up. We better get moving. It's not like it'd be too late to have the same discussion after we got the luggage in our rooms.
それでは
Unless it
皆様
is.
お泊まりのゲストハウスの方へご案内させていただきます。
Well then, everyone, I shall lead you toward the guest house where you shall be staying. Please, this way.
どうぞこちらへ。
Goda-san called to everyone and started leading us. Kumasawa-san brought up the rear. Oh, nice foliage. A serpentine, twisting path led through a dim forest. It ran a bit uphill. I had guessed the path was made twisting so that the slope wouldn't be felt too much. But personally, I'd have been happier if they'd been man enough to make some stairs in a straight line. No doubt they made the path twisting on purpose to put on airs of distance and importance. Before long, we saw some garden-style stone steps. Ah, now I remember how it goes from here. Go up these, and... at the top of the stone steps, a beautiful guest house came into view. Its facade was lovely, of course, but even more than that, we couldn't help but have our hearts stolen away by the splendor of that beautiful rose garden that spread before it.
はあ、今年も相変わらず大したもんや。
It's as beautiful as ever this year.
目の保養とはこのことやで。
A real delight for the eyes. As they reached the top of the stone steps, the people welcomed in by the rose garden voiced their appreciation one after another.
今年は少し花に元気がないんじゃない？
Aren't the flowers less lively this year?
やっぱり夏があまり暑くなかったせいかしら。
It must be because the summer wasn't warm enough.
そのせいもあるかと思います。
I also believe that is so.
去年の先に比べると、今年は少々見劣るのが残念です。
When one compares with last year's blooming, it is a pity that this year's is somewhat inferior. Aw, man. Even so, it was a delightful rose garden. I remember that huge amounts of roses used to greet me every year, even over 6 years ago. This rose garden was the first thing that greeted the people who came to Rokkenjima. Even our parents, who came every year, couldn't help but let their wonders slip out. And moreover, it even looked like a powered-up version of the garden from 6 years ago that was in my memories.
いつ見てもすごいわね。
Oh, that's a pretty background, man. This place is always so amazing. Yeah, let's look at that. Yeah, so pretty.
自宅にこれだけのバラ園があったら さぞや素敵でしょうに。
It would be so wonderful to have a rose garden like this in my own home.
よせよ、誰が手入れすんだよ。
Give it up. Who do you think would take care of
バ
it?
ラは虫とか病気とか大変なんだぜ。
Roses are a real pain with bugs and diseases to worry about.
そうね。
Yes, they are.
ジュリエ姉さんは毎日バラの手入れをしてて虫がつかないようにしてるそうよ。
In fact, I hear that Kyrie Nason attends to her rose every day and makes sure that it doesn't get nibbled at without her knowing it.
え？そうなのかよ。そんな話は知らないぜ。
Huh? I haven't heard anything like that. What's this?
そうなんです。
Yes, I do.
この人の場合はバラの方から虫を求めていっちゃうから、どっちかというとたちの悪い食虫植物ってところね。
Though with him, it's like it's the rose that goes off after the insects, so really it's more like some nasty carnivorous plant.
ああ、そういう話かよ。
Oh, is he a flirt? Oh, so that's what you mean.
ローザ、今日はそういう話は勘弁してくれよ。
Come on, Rosa, can't you give that a rest just for
も
today?
うそういうのはすっかり足を洗ったんだぜ。
I've put that sort of thing completely behind me.
どうかしら。
I wonder.
ルドルフ兄さんは遺伝子的レベルでだらしないですし。
After all, you are a womanizer on an almost genetic level. Ah, so that is what it is.
大丈夫よローザさん。
No need to worry,
あん
Rosa-san.
まりおいたするバラなら根元からちょんって切っちゃうから。
If a rose gives me too much trouble, I'll just chop it off at the root.
物騒なお話ですね。
Such frightening talk this
モ
is.
テる男はいつもリスクと隣り合わせなんや。
Guys who are popular with the ladies are always forced to live with danger at their
わし
side.
も来世じゃもうちょい美形に生まれたいもんやで。
I sure hope I turn it out a little bit prettier in my next
だ
life.
から秀吉兄さん、モテてなんかないって。
Yoshini-san, as I keep telling you, it isn't like that at all.
キリエも物騒な話なんかやめろい。
Kyrie, stop it, you're freaking me out.
俺のバラがしおれちまったじゃねえか。
You're making my rose wither.
ほら、マリアちゃん、来てごらん。
Hey, Maria-chan, look over
こ
here.
っちのバラは特に立派だよ。
These roses are especially magnificent.
バラが立派。
Roses are magnificent.
かぐわしい匂いだぜ。
Smells pretty sweet.
俺のエレガントさにぴったりだな。
Look, this matches my elegance perfectly.
おいよせよ。
Hey, cut it out.
マリアが真似してトゲで怪我するだろ。
Maria's gonna imitate you and get hurt by the thorns. She yelled at me as I leaned in with an exaggerated gesture to smell the rose's scent. I thought she was overreacting, but when I turned around, I saw Maria imitating my every movement and thereby putting a broad smile on George Aniki's face.
ほら、マリアちゃん、気をつけて。
Hey now, Maria-chan, be careful.
バラのトゲは痛いよ。
Rose thorns can hurt.
ほう。少女お兄ちゃん、
George Oni-chan,
このバラだけ変。
this one rose is strange.
変？
Strange?
どうしたんだよ。
What's wrong? Maria pointed to a single rose. I immediately understood why she found it odd. In the midst of all these magnificent roses, just one single rose was withering. There wasn't any particular reason. Some roses flourish and others wither. Is this a metaphor? That's all there was to it, but Maria seemed very concerned about there being only one unhealthy rose in a group of healthy ones. She must be feeling somehow like it's been left out.
このバラだけ元気がなくて、かわいそう？
So you feel sad for this rose because it's the only one that isn't healthy?
ほう。他はみんな元気なのに、これだけかわいそう。
The others are all healthy, but this one's sad.
まあ、咲いたり枯れたりはそれぞれだからな。
Well, they all bloom and wither on their
一
own.
足先にしおれる代わりに、 そのバラは他のどのバラよりも早く開花できたんだと思うぜ。
I'll bet the only reason that one withered now is because it bloomed earlier than any of the other roses.
そうだよな。
Yeah, that's
いっぱ
right.
い咲いて、その役目を終えてお休みに入ったってだけのことだと思うぜ。
It probably just bloomed all over the place, fulfilled its duty, and went to
そん
rest.
なに気に病むことはねえさ。
You shouldn't get so worked up about it. It seemed that Maria's pure, sensitive nature was making her feel some emotional pain for the rose that withered alone. Even though she understood the logic of it, it still felt lonely to her.
じゃあマリアちゃん、
Okay,
帰るま
Maria-chan.
での間、このバラをお世話してあげるといいよ。
Why don't you look after this rose until we leave, then? Georgianiki straightened up and felt around in his pocket. He then took out the wrapping from the candy he had eaten on the plane. He twisted it into a thin string, and then gently tied it to the rose as a sort of marker.
なんだか
Hey, that's pretty cute.
可愛くなったね。
これがこのバラの目印だよ。
Let's mark it with this.
後でお水とかをあげに来てごらん。
Later on, you can come and give it some water.
バラさんもきっと喜ぶと思うよ。
I'm sure Mr. Rose will be happy.
お水とかあげに来る。
Come to give it
せ
water!
っかくだからこのバラさんに何か名前をつけてあげるといいよ。
I think you should give Mr. Rose here a name.
そうするとバラさんも喜ぶと思うし、マリアちゃんと心もきっと通い合うと思うよ。
I'm sure that'll make it happy and you'll get to know it a little better.
名前
Name?
名前
Name. Though she still wore her usual sullen face, Maria crossed her arms and began to consider this intently. At the very least, she appeared to have been completely pulled out of her slump. Nice going, Aniki.
ジョージ兄さんって昔っから包容力があるよな。
George Nissan has always been really understanding.
尊敬するぜ。
Can't help but respect him.
だな。
Yeah,
人徳ってやつだろ。
I guess that's just his gift.
後で爪の赤をもらってきてやるから、一緒に飲もうぜ。
You've got to learn some lessons from him.
この庭園はお前が子供の頃にもこんなに立派だったんか？
Was this garden as fancy as this when you were a kid?
私が出てってからよ、こんなに立派になったのは。
It was only after I left the house that it became this
前
grand.
の庭園の方が素朴で愛着があったんだけどね。
No, I was more fond of the previous rustic
兄
garden.
さんがちょっと悪趣味にいじりすぎたのよ。
Nissan filled with it too much with his slightly questionable taste.
前の方がずっと良かったんだから。
It was much better the way it was before.
エヴァ、ポジティブシンキングやで。
Eva, you gotta think positive.
昔は置いといて、今のこの美しさをめでなあかん。
No matter how it might have looked, its beauty now is something to be
そ
admired.
の方が心が安らかになるで。
You'll be able to relax a lot better if you look at it that way.
別にそんな意味じゃん。
I didn't mean it like
ただ
that.
私は昔の方が素敵だった庭園をあなたにも見てほしかったなってだけよ。
I was just saying that I would have liked you to have seen the old, more wonderful garden as well.
それでは皆様よろしいでしょうか。
Now then, everyone, if you
そろ
please.
そろお部屋の方にご案内いたします。
I shall be guiding you to the rooms now. Goda-san called to everyone to ask if we were ready. But our hearts had been completely stolen away by the rose garden after a year of absence, and we didn't lend him an ear. Since we weren't a travel group, it wasn't like we had a strict schedule to follow. Besides, for our parents, this was their fond old birth home they had returned to, so they felt no obligation to be pressured by anyone. Understanding the situation, Goda continued to wait, with a wide smile for our parents to lose interest in the roses, and tell him to guide us to the rooms.
おや？
My!
おい！
Hey!
君
If it isn't Kanon-kun!
やないか。久しぶりやな。元気か？
It's been so long! How are you doing? Uncle Hideyoshi suddenly shouted. In the direction he was waving, there was a slender boy. Oh? Meeting him right after a huge man like Goda probably emphasized his small stature. The boy was in the middle of transporting piled up gardening tools and the like in a wheelbarrow. When he realized he was being called to stop, he set down the wheelbarrow, took his hat off, and bowed his head.
Konnichiwa.
Good afternoon. I figured he was probably younger than me. I realized by the general atmosphere surrounding him that he was a servant, too. Though he did greet Uncle Hideyoshi back, he himself seemed like he might be unsociable. It was a greeting that lacked feeling. When Goda-san noticed that our interest had shifted towards him, he went to the boy's side and introduced him to us.
Butler-sama, ご紹介いたします。
Butler-sama, I shall introduce you.
後宮本家にお仕えしております使用人の一人です。
He is one of the servants who serve the Ushinomiya head house.
カノンさん、お客様にご挨拶を。
Kanon-san, greet our guest.
はじめまして。
I'm pleased to meet you.
使用人のカノンです。
I am the servant, Kanon. Interesting. Yep, my first impression wasn't wrong. He gave the feeling he was unsociable or maybe a bit of a poor speaker. In contrast with Goda-san, who was extraordinarily polished as a servant, it was impossible not to feel the immaturity you would expect of someone his age. When Goda-san urged him to in a whisper to give a bit more of an introduction, the boy named Kanon only cast his eyes downwards.
カノンさん、もう少し何か挨拶することはできませんか?
Kanon-san, could you perhaps give them a little more as a greeting?
いえ。
I can't.
僕たちは家具ですから。
Because we are furniture. It seemed that he wasn't refusing to greet us out of spite, but rather he gave the impression that he didn't know what else to add to his greeting and so could do nothing other than stay silent.
カノン君は寡黙でさ、余計なおしゃべりはしない性分なんだよ。
Kanon-kun's a man of few words.
愛想は少し悪いけど。
He might not be that sociable, but deep down,
いい人なんだぜ。
he's really a good person.
誤解しないで。
Don't get him wrong.
ここに勤めて3年になるんだっけ?
You've been working here for 3 years, was it?
確かゴーダさんより1年長いんだよな、カノン君。
So yeah, you've been here a year longer than Goda-san, right, Kanon-kun? Even though it's not like he made a super bad impression, Jessica hurriedly backed him up. I see. Apparently him being unsociable works against him all the time.
そっか。よろしくな。
Cool, nice to meet you.
俺はバトラ。
I'm Battler.
18だけど、君はいくつだい?
I'm 18. How old are you? A silence, as if evaluating whether it was a question that must be answered or not. But here again, Jessica plowed ahead.
私たちの2つ下だから16だったよな。
If I remember correctly, he's 2 years younger than us, so 16, right?
はい、そうです。
Yes, that is correct. Shouldn't there be some labor laws for this kid? It looked like if given a choice, he would have preferred not to tell his age. Him not wanting to tell his age was probably because he thought he would be looked down upon for it. I remember that when I was around his age, I hated being asked how old I was by adults. I see, 16, huh? That's gotta be a delicate time. In that case, I asked something I shouldn't have.
近いとして嬉しいぜ。
I'm glad you're about our age.
気さくにバトラって呼んでくれよな。
Just be cool and call me Battler. And I'll call you Kanon.
俺も君のことはカノンって呼ぶぜ。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
お気持ちだけで結構です。バトラ様。
But just the sentiment is sufficient, Battler-sama. Jessica looked flustered for some reason. She seemed to think that my impression of Kanon was worsening because of his rejection. Well, I doubt a girl like Jessica understands his fretful male heart. As his elder, even by just 2 years, who would lead him into adolescence, I took it upon myself to understand that.
Kanon-san, もう少し愛想よくはできませんか?
Kanon-san, could you perhaps be a little more courteous?
笑顔も使用人の
A smiling face is also the duty of a servant.
申し訳ありません。
I apologize.
努力します。
I shall make an effort.
ゴーダさん、カノン君もいろいろ頑張ってるんですよ。
Goda-san. Kanon-kun is trying his best, isn't he? It seemed as though he was often warned about his discourtesy. And apparently he hadn't improved a bit. Goda-san kept his business smile, but let a small sigh of resignation escape.
それではまだ仕事がありますので。
Well then, I still have work to do.
失礼します。
If you'll excuse me. God, his voice sounds so familiar. It looked like Kanon himself was uncomfortable with remaining silent here any longer. After another perfunctory bow, he turned on his heels and started pushing the wheelbarrow again. You know what? This is like Knives Out and Glass Onion at the same time. Just then, suddenly, the wheelbarrow wobbled and fell, scattering the load. Oh no! I guess the wheelbarrow with its single wheel caught a pebble and lost its balance.
何をしてるんですか。ささ、早く片付けて。
What have you done? Now, quickly, clean it up. Goda-san urged him along in a low voice, as if to remind him that it is a servant's shame to present a clumsy appearance in front of guests. Showing that he understood quite well without being told, Kanon wordlessly reloaded the wheelbarrow with the fallen objects. He seemed to be fine with the light-looking gardening tools, shovels and such, but he looked like he was having trouble getting his arms around and lifting up some sacks of fertilizer.
大丈夫かよ。そそっかしいな。
Are you alright? You're so careless.
ほら。
Here.
お嬢様、お召し物が汚れます。
My lady, you will dirty your
ここ
garments.
はお任せください。
Please, leave it to him. With an elegant gesture, Goda-san took the shovel that Jessica had picked up. At his back was the figure of Kanon-kun having trouble with the sacks of fertilizer.
お召し物が汚れる？
You'll dirty your garments?
安心しろよ。俺が着てるのはそんなお上品なものじゃねえぜ。
Don't worry, the ones I'm wearing aren't that elegant. I don't know, they look nicer than Jessica's clothes and also look like they'll stain much more easily. I think you're wearing some pretty elegant clothes, Butler.
それによ。俺はレストランで落ちたフォークをウェイトレスに拾わせ。
Besides, I hate guys who make
って
the
やつが大嫌いなんだ。
I hate guys who make the waitress pick up the fork they dropped at a restaurant. I lifted up the other bags that had fallen. Of course, they weren't light, but for me, it was a piece of cake. 'Cause there's a muscle. Kanon-kun turned his surprised eyes towards me. It was the face of someone who would never have expected to receive help from a guest.
バトラ様。結構です。僕が全てやりますので。
Wait, he sounds like... Hold on. Hold on. They have their voice actors on here, right? Yeah. Where's Kanon? Yu Kobayashi. Yu Kobayashi. That sounds familiar. What else have they been in? Yu Kobayashi. Oh! The same as Enkidu in Fate Grand Order. Let's see, anybody else? Not the person I was mistaking it for. Really? Shoko Nadami? You got some... She has some range. Lucina? God, she got some range. She tends to, seems she gets assigned as, androgynous characters a lot. Anybody else? Oh, Izumi from Danganronpa. Wow, she does have range. Holy shit. Okay, never mind, because I thought she sounded like Komaeda from Danganronpa, not Koizumi. So I was like, wait a second. It sounds familiar, but no, it's not. Yeah, I thought she sounded like Komaeda. I thought he sounded like Komaeda, but no, that's Yu Kobayashi's Enkidu voice for Fate Grand Order instead. Or at least similar, but anyway, Yu Kobayashi's got some range. That's not necessary. I'll take care of everything, so... The Somnium Files. Yeah, Shoko, that's what I was saying, yeah. Don't you worry. I may not look it, but I've got it where it counts. Hanun-kun looked like he hadn't yet gone through his growth spurt and was stuck with a sort of weak body. I guess this kind of weight is a bit much for him. It's quite heavy, isn't it?
結構重いね。カノン君が苦労するのも無理はないよ。
It's natural that it would be difficult for you. Yeah, why are you employing a 16-year-old anyway? I guess 16-year-olds can have part-time jobs and stuff, but like a live-in servant on an island, it seems like a bit much.
カノン君、気にしないで。
Kanon-kun, don't worry about it.
これぞ俺の見せ場さ。
Okay, my time to shine.
これでさっきの船の分はチャラだよな。
This makes up for the boat part from earlier, right? Oh, so he wants to leave a good impression so people don't make fun of him at dinner. Ha!
この程度のことじゃ、さっきの大騒ぎが帳消しになるもんかよ。
As if your antics earlier could be written off just like that.
カノン君にも後で教えてやるよ。バトラったら面白いんだぜ。
I'll tell you all about it later, Kanon-kun. Battler is a laugh and a half.
落ちる落ちる
Gonna fall! Gonna fall! Oh man, Maria's ruthless. Banter made the job seem quick, and before I knew it, all the stuff had been piled back into the wheelbarrow.
お見苦しいところをお見せして申し訳ございませんでした。
For letting you see such unsightliness, I beg your forgiveness.
ささもう結構ですよ。
Very well, enough
言
now.
ってください。
Please go. Letting such a disgraceful thing be seen by the guests who were supposed to be made welcome must have been hideously embarrassing as a servant. Pressed by Goda to hurry up and exit, Kanon-kun left.
ゴーダさんもいじめすぎよ。
You're too harsh on him,
意地
Goda-san.
悪言わないで、あなたも手伝えばよかったんじゃない？
Wouldn't have been better if you had helped him instead of being a bully.
これは至りませんで。
You are quite correct.
誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
I deeply, deeply implore your forgiveness. Without even a twitch in his smile, Goda-san apologized elegantly.
カノン君もええところはぎょうさんあるんやで。
Kanon-kun's got a ton of things he's good at too.
若いんかの。いろいろと損をしとる。
It's just that being young works against him all the time.
もったいないわ。
Oh, he's Sigma? Interesting. Sigma's the main character. But to be fair, I don't know, but to be fair, I don't know very well. He is the Jotaro Kujo. Oh. Jotaro Kujo. Ooh. He sounds like Junpei to me. Is he Junpei? It's just that being young works against him all the time. It's a crying shame.
気難しい年頃さ。
It's a prickly age.
そっとしといてやれよ。
You be nice to him.
使用人は寡黙なくらいがちょうどいいさ。
Keeping a tight lip is just what you want in a servant.
熊沢さん。
Right, Kumasawa-san? She doesn't have a tight lip at all.
ルドルフ様は手厳しゅ
Rudolph-sama, you truly are harsh.
ございますこと。私ほど使用人で寡黙なものはおりませんとも。
There is no servant as silent as I, of course. Everyone smiled wryly at that shameless lie. Even she herself didn't believe that, not in her wildest dreams. She said that to loosen us all up. Yeah, that's the kind of character Kumasawa Ba-chan used to be. The mood that had stiffened a little was cleared up in a twinkling, just thanks to Kumasawa-san's cheerful smile.
そろそろ荷物を置きたいわね。
I'd like to put down the luggage soon.
ゴダさん、部屋割りはどうなってるのかしら。
Goda-san, how are we to split up for our rooms?
昨年と同じ
It shall be the same as last year.
になっております。さあ、ご案内いたします。
I shall guide you.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please, this way. We headed toward the trim and elegant guest house. This was going to be our temporary quarters for a night. Kanon watched over a hedge as the guests all entered the guest house. Then he let his eyes fall on those heavy sacks of fertilizer piled up in the wheelbarrow. In his mind, he kept going over his previous mistake. Battler, big and strong, had picked up the sacks in front of him. The sacks he couldn't lift himself as if they were feathers. Ooh, this is the first time we're going into somebody else's perspective. You're not seeing Jumpy on here, but he is Sebastian Black Butler. Oh, fascinating. You know what? This is another guy with range. But anyway, this is the first time we're in somebody else's perspective. The sacks he couldn't lift himself as if they were feathers. It was extremely difficult for an outside observer to guess what emotions that favor had stirred up in Kanon. But as far as he could tell by watching him hang his head from behind, there was something that he just couldn't let go. Muttered words escaped his lips. But those words he murmured were so soft that they didn't reach even his own ears. And I... Frederick and Kaze. Oh! So if anything, he's kind of, well, I don't know about Silver the Hedgehog, but Sebastian, Frederick, and Kaze are all like polite kind of guys. So he can be your devil or your angel. Like he can be like a loudmouth or polite. Even I. Kanon hung his head, slightly biting his lower lip. Jessica's voice actress. Yeah, only characters you might have heard of. Mm-hmm.
バラの庭園は記憶にあったんだけどよ。
I remember the rose garden, but
このゲストハウスっつうのは記憶にねえな。
I don't remember this guest house at all.
これ建てたのは最近か？
Was it built like recently? Torayan, Visitor's Retreat, was written on a gatepost-like thing, but since everyone called it guest house, I followed their lead. The brand new Western-style guest house that stood overlooking the rose garden had a magnificent design, carefully done in harmony with the garden.
正解だよ。
Correct?
建ったのはつい一昨年さ。
It was built just the year before last, so when Goda started working
それ
here.
以降は僕たちはこっちに泊めさせてもらってるんだよ。
Since then, we've been having them let us sleep over here.
年季の
Momo?
入ったボロ屋敷よりこっちの方が好評みてえだしな。
Yeah, because people seem to like this place more than that junky old mansion we've had forever.
私も自分の部屋をこっちに持ちたいぜ。
I wish my room was over here.
マリアも持ちたい。
I want one too! Want one too! I guess you could call my house upper class as well, but I was reminded again how completely ordinary it was compared to the head house. It showed a shocking display of wealth that they would build this kind of awesome guest house for guests who come over like once a year.
エヴァ様、秀吉様、こちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。
Eva-sama, Hideyoshi-sama, please do make use of this room.
ルドルフ様、キリエ様はこちらのお部屋をお使いくださいませ。
Rudolph-sama, Kirie-sama, please make use of this room here.
やっぱりここは綺麗で上品でいいわね。
Ah, yes, I do appreciate how pretty and elegant this place is. Western style is truly wonderful.
洋風って本当に素敵だわ。
ほんの2、3日なら洋風もええやろが、ずっといて落ち着くのは断固和風やで。
I could handle the Western style for a few days, but any longer than that, you need a good old Japanese
日
style.
本人は畳の上が一番くつろげるんや。
Japanese people just relax best on tatami mats.
新しい家を和風にするか洋風にするかで喧嘩してね。
They've been fighting over making our new house Japanese style or Western
お
style.
父さんが和風で着工させたのを母さんまだ根に持ってよく言い合いをするんだよ。
Yes, my girl! Alright. Jessica even kind of looks like her. My girl Minako. They've, Mother still holds a grudge about father having started the construction as Japanese style, and they bicker all the time about it.
ジョージ兄さんのところは両親仲が良くて羨ましいぜ。
Your parents get along so well, George Nissan. I'm jealous as
う
hell.
ちなんか冷め切ったもんさ。
Mine are so frosty.
そのくせ私の成績の
And yet they're right with
話
each
だけは
other.
連帯しやがる。
And yet they're right with each other when it comes to my grades. All the rooms seem to be two-person. I was grateful because now I wasn't going to be forced to share the same room with the old bastard for some bullshit reason like being family. Besides, I figure those two wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves with someone like me around. Okay, pervert.
何気持ち悪い顔で笑ってんのよ。
What's that creepy smile all
どうせ
about?
下世話なこと考えてるんでしょ。
You're thinking about something dirty, aren't you?
下世話なんてとんでもない。
Something dirty? Oh, of course not.
どうぞごゆっくりお過ごしくださいませ。
Please enjoy your stay.
あ、はい、で。
Ow, 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 ow.
いたよ、クソ親父。
That hurts, you old bastard. Once again, Dad pulled my ears from
バ
behind.
カなこと言ってんじゃね
What the crap?
え。ほら、胃がキリキリ痛み始めてて、とてもそんな元気はわかねえぜ。
I'm getting a stomach ache and I'm not in the mood for this.
今回はお前が主賓だろうが、
You're the guest of honor this time
せい
around.
ぜい親父や兄貴たちに可愛がられるよ。
You play as nice as possible with Dad and Aniki and the rest.
親父の前では言葉遣いにだけ気をつけろ。
At the very least, pay attention to what you say in front of Dad. Got it?
あの人、本当にシャレが通じねえからな。
Because wisecracks go over like a lead balloon with him.
ジェシカちゃん、我らが当主様のご機嫌は最近どうなんだ？
Jessica-chan, what's the mood of our family head been like lately?
去年から相変わらずかな。
Same as last year, I guess.
余命3ヶ月余命3ヶ月って割には相変わらずピンピンカリカリイライラしてるって話です。
Considering they keep saying he's got 3 months left, he's as lively, grumpy, and irritable as ever. Finally coming back to Kinzo from the beginning.
今年も相変わらず不機嫌ってわけね。
Meaning he's in his usual bad mood again this
お
year.
なりができるのはやっぱり源氏さんだけなの？
And the only one who's able to take care of him is Genji-san?
親方様も源氏さんにだけは心を許しておいでのようです。
It seems that the master will only open his heart to Genji-san.
私たち下々では近頃はお目通りすらなかなか叶わず。
Lately, us small people cannot even get an audience.
また書さんに閉じこもって怪しげな黒魔術三昧じゃねえのかな。
Eva's VA is the Android 18. Ooh. He shut himself up in his study again, probably doing nothing with but that weird black magic of his. Black magic? What's this about? His deal with the witch? What he does for a hobby is his own damn business, but when he starts stinking up the place, it really gets on my nerves. Glasses guy is Zack Final Fantasy? This man has range! Man has range! He can just stay in that study and never come out again for all I care. Oh, I don't... Sogo Okita? Not Okita Soji? Well, I haven't watched Gintama, so... But it sounds like this guy has range. He can just stay in that study and never come out for all I care. You shouldn't talk like that about the elderly. We're all indebted to him since he rebuilt the Ushiromiya family, and a little gratitude wouldn't hurt. Well... Sorry. After being rebuked by George Aniki, Jessica had no choice but to take back her thoughtless remark. The Ushiromiya family was wealthy beyond belief, but that, of course, meant that all of its members were eccentric people completely at odds with the rest of society. The head of the family, standing at its peak, in other words, our grandfather, seemed to be a particularly eccentric and terrifying person, even for our family. Dad had said that he was getting a stomachache earlier, but I guess that was what all adults who came here today were actually feeling. No doubt they were jealous of us, the grandchildren, just playing and laughing without a care. From the stories Dad told me, the head of the family was a violent man who rained blows on his sons with his own fists and even beat his daughters mercilessly with a wooden sword. Excuse me? If he was such a staunch traditionalist with his kids, why wasn't he the same with their names? Because of that, even us grandkids have to suffer with our weird fucking names. Well, I have absolutely no trouble believing the terrifying image they paint of him. I don't have many memories of meeting him over the years, but I remember his face was full of menacing thunderclouds, always making the people around him shrink away with a sharp look. I remember that the room's atmosphere got so tense whenever he was around, you couldn't even breathe. What my dad said right now about me being the guest of honor now carries a little more oomph for me.
6年前は俺も小学生だったが、さすがに今は高校生だ。
6 years ago, I was in grade school, but I'm a high schooler now. There's no getting away from it.
失礼のある態度なんか取ったら大変なことになるかもしれねえな。
If I don't show him respect, things will probably get serious.
怖い怖い。
Ooh, scary.
確かにこわもてだけど、そんなに硬くなるほど怖い人じゃないよ。
He does look frightening, but he's not completely terrifying.
決して理不尽なことは言ってないもん。
He's definitely never unfair.
口下手なだけで、ちゃんと筋は通す人だよ。
He's just not a pretty talker, that's all.
ジョージ兄さんは昔から成績優秀で、一族の鏡じゃねえかよ。
But George Nissan, you've been the family darling since like forever because of your awesome grades, right?
私たちとじゃ、じい様の待遇が全然違うぜ。
Grandfather treats us completely different.
私なんか木刀で引っ叩かれたことあるしよ。
Oh no. Like me, I've gotten slapped with a wooden sword. On my ass! My ass!
尻だぜ、尻。それも乙女の生尻をよ。
On my maidenly naked ass!
ジェシカちゃんは本家の跡取り娘だもん。
Well, you're the heiress of the head house, Jessica-chan.
おじい様も特に目をかけてくれてるんだよ。
Grandfather's giving you special attention.
その厳しさは期待の気持ちの裏返しだと思わなくちゃ。
You have to realize that his strictness shows how much he's expecting of you.
冗談じゃねえぜ。
Oh, come on.
その跡取りってやつはジョージ兄さんに譲るよ。
Seriously, I could just turn the succession over to you, George Nissan.
私が担ぐにはちょいとしんどいぜ。
It's a bit of a heavy burden for me to carry. I think I already said it before, but Jessica is the daughter who will inherit the head house. The pressure on her shoulders must be different from us cousins of the branch families.
ジェシカお姉ちゃんが重い？
Jessica o-ne-chan, heavy?
マリアが持ったら軽くなる？
If I hold it, will it get lighter?
サンキューな。
Thank you, na. Thanks.
大丈夫。マリアちゃんには押し付けねえよ。
It's alright, it's not gonna get pushed on you, Maria-chan.
この十字架は私が墓まで背負ってくよ。
I'm gonna bear that cross until my grave. That's pretty serious, Jessica.
安心しなって。
Don't worry. What the fuck has Jessica got going on? While grateful for Maria's innocent consideration, it seemed that Jessica could not easily rid herself of the anxiety, the future that remained visible on her face. The anxiety for the future. I guess I'm no different. Any high schooler with exams looming ahead is bound to have an anxiety for the future that they can't hide.
Maria, いらっしゃい。
Maria, come here.
お母さんとマリアはこの部屋よ。
You'll be in this room with Mom. Battler-kun, apparently you are with me
バト
in
ラ
this
君
room
は
here.
僕と一緒にこっちの部屋だってさ。
Roommates, alright.
おお。
But there's 3 beds. I thought these were for 2 people.
な
Oh,
になに？こりゃ驚いた。
this is a surprise.
親たちの部屋より広めじゃないのよ。わお。
It's bigger than our parents' room. Wow.
どうせいとこ同士で集まるだろうと思ってよ。
I figured us cousins are probably all gonna gather in one place
大きめ
anyway.
の部屋にするように言っておいたんだ。
I went ahead and told them to make it a biggish room.
マリアもこっちがいい。
I like here best
ママ
too.
と一緒よりこっちがいい。
Here is better than being together with Mama.
そうか。マリアもこっちがいいか。
Okay, you like it here better too, Maria.
よし。ここは俺とジョージ兄貴の部屋だが、特別に
Alright, this room is George's and mine, but we'll
出
give
入り
you
を許可してやろう。
special permission to come in.
お母さんには内緒だぞ。
Keep it a secret from your mom, alright?
内緒。
Secret! Her mother, Auntie Rosa, was right behind her, but Maria still answered, striking the air with her fists clenched tight. After our parents put the luggage in the rooms, they gathered again in the corridor.
おいガキども、お前らはどうする？
Oh, front-facing sprite. Okay. So, brats, what are you gonna
ここ
do?
でいとこ同士おしゃべりでもしてるか？
Are you cousins just gonna stay here and chat? It seemed they were heading to the mansion to announce their arrival. Normally we would have had to follow them and greet everyone together, but if that had been the case, Dad would have just said, "You guys come too," and been done with it. He's telling us that it's alright if we don't come, so what do we do?
どうせもうすぐお昼や。
It's gonna be time for lunch soon
子供
anyway.
はそこでくつろいでたらええ。
Better let the kids unwind here.
それに表で遊べるのは下手をすると今のうちだけかもしれんしの。
Besides, if worse comes to worse, this might be the last chance they get to play outdoors.
マリアも行く。
I'll go too!
マリアはここでお留守番してなさい。
Maria, you house sit for Mama,
いた
okay?
ずらをしないで、おとなしく待ってるのよ。
You behave yourself and wait here.
お
Now that Maria had been told to house sit, we couldn't just leave her behind. George Aniki realized that immediately and gave a clear reply for all of us.
じゃあ僕たちはお言葉に甘えて留守番してようか。
Well, we'll accept your offer and house sit.
1年ぶりに積もる話もあるしね。
We have lots of stories to tell each other after a year.
それがいいわ。
That would be best.
バトラ君なんか6年分積もってるんだしね。
Battler-kun has 6 years worth to tell after
へ
all.
いへい。
Yeah, yeah.
お子ちゃまな俺はおとなしくお留守番してるぜ。
I'll take care of the house like a good little boy.
熊沢さん、私もこっちに残るからよ。
Kumasawa-san, I'm gonna stay here
あと
too.
は大人に任せて若者は退散してるぜ。
We'll leave the rest to the adults and us kids will break rank.
それがおよろしいでしょう。
That would be for the best.
奥様にはそのようにお伝えいたします。
I'll report it to Madam.
それでは皆様、お屋敷の方へご案内させていただきます。
Then, everyone, I will be guiding you to the
どう
mansion.
ぞこちらへ。
Please, this way.
他の子はともかくジョージは成人してるんだから連れて行った方がいいんじゃない？
The other kids aside, George is an adult now. Wouldn't it be better if he came with us?
そんなんでジョージだけ仲間外れはかわいそうやで。
If we make him come, poor George will be the only one left
いとこ
out.
同士の交流も大事や。
Interacting with his cousins is also important.
ほな、行ってくるで。
Well then, see you guys. The adults left one after the other. Like the time he had guided us from the harbor, Goda-san went ahead, with Kumasawa-san at the rear. As we gathered in the cousins' room assigned to us, George Aniki asked us to excuse him for a second. He rushed over to Kumasawa-san, who was following behind the disappearing adults and seemed to be asking her something. He soon finished his business and came back.
どうしたんだよ、兄貴。
What's up, Aniki?
ああ、なんでもないよ。
Oh, nothing. Suspicious.
ちょっと聞きたいこ
I just wanted to ask something. What was it?
とがあっただけさ。
マリアにも聞いて。
Ask me too.
マリアにも聞いて。
Ask me too.
何かな。ジョージ兄さんが私に聞かなくて熊沢さんには聞くことって。
What could it be that George Nissan asks Kumasawa-san and doesn't ask me, I wonder?
あー、全然見当がつかねえぜ。
Oh, I don't have a clue.
いや、誤解だよ。
No, you
ジェ
misunderstand.
シカちゃんが何を誤解してるのか知らないけど。
I'm not sure what you're misunderstanding, but Aniki was getting pretty tongue-tied. It's like he has something to hide and Jessica has the dirt on him. Uh-oh. Whatever it is, something only Jessica knows and I don't is no fun at all.
なあ、マリア。俺たちだけのけ者なんてねえよな。
Hey, Maria, it's not fair that we're the only ones out of the loop, is it
何
now?
の話か聞きてえよな。
We want to hear what they're talking about, don't we?
バトラとマリアも聞きたい。
Battler and me want to know too.
バトラとマリアも聞きたい。
Battler and me want to know too. they're both ooh-ooing. I fooled around while ooh-ooing with Maria.
いや、だから大したことじゃ。
No, I'm telling you, it's no big deal.
嘘つけ。
Liar.
兄貴にしちゃ嘘が下手だぜ。
You
アクションしやがれ。
You suck at lying, now confess.
マリア、お前は右脇をくすぐれ。俺は左脇だ。
Maria, you tickle his right side, I'll tickle his left.
マリアは右脇で、バトラは左脇だ。
Me on the right side, Battler on the left.
ちょっと。
Wait a second.
二人ともやめて。
Wait, you two. Stop.
やめ。
George Aniki rolled around on the bed in an effort to get away, and Maria and I played around chasing him. There's something in the back of my mind telling me I'm a high schooler now and not a damn kitten, but in spite of that, I miss this kind of fun. A warm kind of fun.
ジョージ兄さんが熊沢さんに聞いたのはね。
What George Nissan was asking Kumasawa-san, see?
まあ、ほら、あれだぜ。
Well, you know how it is.
兄さんも本家は1年ぶりだからよ。
It's been a year since he came to the head
そ
house.
の間に辞めた使用人とか入った使用人とか、そういうのがいたら挨拶したいって。
Apparently-
そういうことらしいぜ。
Apparently, he's really dying to say hi to any servants that might have joined or quit in the meantime, see?
おー、挨拶する。マリアも挨拶する。
Say hi, I'll say hi too.
なんだよそれ。全然やましくねえじゃねえかよ、兄貴。
What the hell? That's not anything to feel guilty about, Aniki.
違うな。
That's not it, is it?
マリア、騙されるな。兄貴は何か隠してるぞ。
Maria, don't be fooled. Aniki's still hiding something.
尋問再開だ。
Resume interrogation.
おり
ゃ。やめてよ本当に。
Stop it, seriously.
マリアちゃんももうやめて。
Maria-chan, you stop too already.
多分掃除とか昼飯の準備とかで忙しいんだよ。
They're probably busy with cleaning or lunch arrangements.
大丈夫。後でちゃんと挨拶に来るぜ。
It's alright, we'll go and greet them properly
ゴ
afterwards.
ーダの出しゃばりの出迎えよりシャノンの出迎えの方が良かったって言うんだろ。
Basically, you wanted Shannon out there to greet you, not that Goda getting in the way, right? Oh, does he have a crush?
シャノン
Shannon?
シャノン。
Shannon.
あ
Oh!
思い出したぜ。そんな子もいたな。
I remember that
今
girl.
も使用人やってんのか？
She's still a servant now?
元気かよ。
How is she? All right. Another perspective. We're with the adults. Oh, we're gonna meet Jessica's parents. By the way, Natsuhine-san,
頭痛の方はどうなんや。
how's your headache been lately?
一時だいぶしんどそうにしとったろ。
It seemed to be pretty serious for a time.
おかげで最近はだいぶ調子がいいです。
So that's Jessica's mother. I have been much better lately.
心配をしてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for your concern.
そうだ、これ。
Oh, right, here.
夏日姉さんにお土産。
A present for you, Natsuhine-san.
いつもありがとう。
Thank you once
あ
again.
なたには何かをもらってばかりね。
I'm always receiving gifts from
これ
you.
は紅茶？
Is this black tea?
ペパーミントとレモンバームのハーブティー。
It's herb tea with peppermint and lemon
頭
balm.
痛によく効くって有名なお店のブレンドなの。
It's a blend from a famous store and is supposed to be good for
姉
headaches.
さんにも効くかなって思って。
I thought it might help you too. Rosa was always a conscientious woman. Probably because she was the youngest of four, and by quite some distance, she managed to grow up without harboring the venomosity of her siblings. Her consideration made Natsuhi soften her expression just for a moment. But it wasn't enough to undo the many years of anxiety that had curdled her expression into one of bland indifference. Oh, geez.
そういえばあなた、いっつも頭痛だって言ってたわね。
Oh, yes, you always were saying you get those headaches.
しっかりなさいな。
Pull yourself
ジ
together.
ェシカちゃん、今年は受験でしょ？
Jessica-chan will have her exams this year, won't she?
人生の節目じゃない。
Isn't that a turning point in her life?
母親のあなたがそんなじゃ頼りないわよ。
How can she count on her mother like that? Oh, you're so
それ
mean.
に夏日姉さん、私より3つも若いんだから。
Besides, Natsuhine-san, you're 3 years younger than me. So there's a bit of an age gap between Jessica's parents, huh?
もうちょっとしっかりなさい。
Can't you pull yourself together? I have a bad feeling about Natsuhi.
ごめんなさい。
I apologize.
生まれつきの頭痛持ちなもので。
I was born with this discomfort. Eva sometimes fails to choose her words carefully, but even though she hid it with a smile, her comments aimed at Natsuhi contained shards of obvious malice. Of course, that didn't escape Natsuhi. She frantically contained her urge to grimace and pretended to ignore Eva. Poor woman.
う
This is
ち
our
のバ
first
トラ君も
introduction
今
to
年は
her.
受験でしょ？
Our Battler-kun will have his exams this year too,
ルドル
right?
フさんも少しは関心を持ったら？
Rudolph's-san, shouldn't you be a little more concerned
自分
too?
の息子のために夏日姉さんみたいに頭痛になるくらい真剣になりなさいよ。
For the sake of your own son, get serious to the point of getting headaches like
俺
Natsuhine-san.
が何か言えば必ず反抗するやつだぜ。
If I say anything, he automatically goes
じゃあ
against
なん
it.
て言うんだ。 むしろ逆で遊んでていいぞっていうのか
So what should I say? Maybe the opposite, that it's okay for him to mess
あ
around?
いつそういうのだけは素直に聞きやがるぜ
That's probably the only thing he'd obediently listen to.
秀吉兄さんのところは受験本当にうまくいったじゃないですか
In your family, Hideyoshi Nisan, didn't George do really well on his
ぜひ
exams?
子供操縦術の秘訣を教えてくださいよ
Please teach me the secret to controlling children.
そうやな
Well,
何のために勉強するのかっちゅうことを説いたかもしれんな
it's probably because I convinced him why he should study.
個々の勉強に意味があるわけやないんや
Study isn't worth anything on its own.
そう勉強っちゅうのはわからんことを自分で調べて身につけるという行為の練習なんや
That's right, the real point of studying is to train yourself in the art of research in what you don't know.
これができんやつは社会に出ても使い物にならん
If you can't do that, you can't be useful to society.
国語算数ができろと言ってるんやない
I'm not talking about math or writing.
勉強し身につけることを学べっちゅうことやな
You need to learn how to learn.
ご立派ですわ
That's splendid.
うちのジェシカにもそれが理解できればいいんだけど
It would be nice if our Jessica could understand that, though.
今のままではとてもじゃないけど後ろ宮家の跡取りとしては
I don't mean this too seriously, but as it is, as an heiress of the Ushiromiya family, she's...
いいじゃないの無理に跡取りにしなくても
Do you really have to force her into becoming the successor?
女には女の幸せというものもあるんだし
Women have to find their own
そ
happiness.
れを親が押し付けちゃ悪いわよ
Parents shouldn't be deciding that for their children, right?
予算買えば
Hold your horses, Eva.
子供の育て方は家それぞれや
Each family has its way to raise their
押し付
children.
けがましいのはあかんで
You shouldn't be pushy.
ごめんなさい
I'm
夏
sorry.
日姉さんも気を悪くしないでね
Natsuhine-san, don't take it the wrong way. Though the light shining in through the window was quite warm despite the cloudy weather, there was a dark mood around the room, which probably caused headaches for other people besides Natsuhi. As if to brush away that mood, Kirie brightly made a suggestion to all present.
でも本当に素敵な香りの紅茶ね
Still, this black tea has a really lovely
早
aroma.
速いただいてみましょうよ
Let's drink it at once.
レオポルドの紅茶なんて日本じゃ確か銀座でしか買えなかったはずよ
I believe that in Japan, you can't buy anything like Leopold's black tea anywhere but Ginza, right?
キリエ姉さんはお詳しいですね
Kirie-ne-san, how knowledgeable of you. Ginza is, I think probably especially in this time period, the fancy part of Tokyo. The old fancy part of Tokyo. Not so much anymore, but there's still like things to do in Ginza, nice malls and stuff. But Ginza is like the OG Tokyo fashionable shopping district, and I think has some of the highest land value in Tokyo too. I'm pretty sure. Kirie-ne-san, how knowledgeable of you. It really was worth buying.
買ってきた甲斐がありました
Kirie and Rosa stood up from their seats and made as if to prepare the black tea. Natsuhi forestalled them.
お二人ともありがとう
Thank you both.
それは後でいただきましょう
Let us save that for later.
うちの者がすぐお茶を持ってきますのでどうぞおくつろぎください
One of our people will soon be coming to bring some tea, so please relax.
二人とも後にしろよ
Leave it for later, you
ウ
two.
ェルカムドリンクくらいごちそうになろうぜ
Let them treat us to a welcome drink at least. Rudolph gave a subtle signal with his eyes for them to sit down again. Kirie and Rosa understood instantly and obediently returned to their seats. The guests had already been greeted, so it was time for some tea to be prepared for them. That tea was late, and having the guests talk about making some themselves was an embarrassment for the host. Natsuhi bit her lower lip, frustrated with the ineptitude of the servants who were taking too long to bring the tea. Seeing her face, Eva, without hesitation, started to giggle. Of course, Shannon had no way of knowing what was taking place in the parlor. Oh yeah, Shannon. As she came in, pushing a dish cart piled with teacups. It's Cece! Hello, Cece! Natsuhi gave her a pained look for no apparent reason, and Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she'd done wrong. Oh, Shannon's the one you got in the quiz? Watching while Jeremy and Fen pick up Jeremy's suit. Oh, so you're all in Hawaii. Oh my god! I gotta see pictures. Oh my god, it's happening. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, but anyway, hello. Shannon couldn't help but flinch without knowing what she had done wrong. So that's the maid that George has a crush on, I guess. Excuse me. I shall prepare some tea for you. Take a lot of pics of Moose and maybe a couple of Fen. Same. Like one or two. I've been rereading this part on LP Archive so I could watch with Katie later. Oh, you're so sweet, Cece. Aww. But yeah, this is the part I'm at. Excuse me, I shall prepare some tea for you.
Shannon-chan, 久しぶりやの.
Oh, Shannon-chan, it's been a while.
ますますべっぴんさんになりよったな.
You keep getting prettier every time I see you. Oh, sorry about the audio cutting. I don't know if it's an issue with the emulator or what. I could always try to start it over if it bothers you guys, but I got William? I don't know, I haven't met him yet. On the quiz, I mean. You keep getting prettier every time I see you. Oh, thanks. Leave the chatting for after you've set the table. The tea will get cold. I apologize, madam. She apologized like a small, frightened animal, and bumping against the serving cart made a jarring racket as she dropped several teaspoons. Her clumsiness made Natsuhi's expression even harsher, which made Shannon in turn quail even more. It's alright, Natsuhi-ne-san. You love how her ponytail is a different color from the rest of her hair? Oh, I guess. I gotta see her again. What does a single greeting matter? Of course Eva had to make this mean somehow. We've already been made to wait for so long. The tea must be quite cold anyway. Fake ass ponytail. It's all right. It's not cold yet, so... Oh, you're right, it is a different color. Jeez. Shannon, finish setting the table, quickly. I'm sorry, madam. It was obvious that Natsuhi was getting irritated. The ineptitude that delayed the tea, the clumsiness of the servant, everything pointed to the incompetence of Natsuhi's everyday guidance, making her lose face. As the person in charge of matters of the Ushiromiya head house, allowing that clumsiness to be exposed today of all days was surely nothing less than total humiliation. Lay off, Natsuhi-ne-san. Don't you think it's a little harsh to bully Shannon-chan when she's trying her best? I'm not bullying anyone. I like Natsuhi's design the most, but she seems off-kilter a little more so than the others. Oh yeah, you can go ahead and link it in Hero if you want. I got another dude we haven't met yet who has like a Western name. What a nice smell. May I ask you the brand of this tea? I'm terribly sorry. I'll find out for you later. Kirie had tried to be nice to her, wanting to cut through the tense mood. However, instead Shannon had shown a disgraceful display, darkening Natsuhi's face and the room's mood. By this point, Eva's giggles were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. Oh, they're back. You're gonna have to leave, but I'll take the quiz and watch the VOD. Yay! You have fun today, Cece. I gotta see pictures. By this point, Eva's giggles were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room.
Nani?
What's this?
Shannon-chan, 自分で入れてるものが何かもわからないの?
Shannon-chan, don't you even know what you're pouring us?
ダメよ。そんな怪しげなものを来客に振る舞っちゃ。
God, she's making this so bad. Oh my god. Come now, you mustn't serve something so suspicious to
こん
guess.
なお茶じゃ銀のスプーンでもないと飲めないわよ。
We'll need a silver spoon at the very least before we can drink this.
すみません。
I'm sorry.
すぐに用意を。
I'll go get one immediately.
ねえシャノンちゃん。
Shannon-chan,
銀のスプーンって何に使うか知ってる？
do you know what silver spoons are used for?
銀じゃないとダメなのよ。
Or why they have to be silver?
なぜかわかる？
Do you know why?
いえ、
No? Eva's eyes played over Shannon, who was setting the table as a catty smile floated onto her face. Taken on its own, the expression on Eva's face may have been charming in an impish sort of way. However, the words being spun from her lips held within them the keenness of a razor. Shannon tried with all her might to avoid Eva's gaze, which continued to focus on her. Grasping that Shannon was hard-pressed for an answer, Rosa promptly gave some timely help.
銀は毒に触れると曇るって言われてるの。
They say that silver dims if it is touched by poison. Somebody's gonna fucking get poisoned, and this part is going to be evidence, right?
シャノンちゃんも一つお勉強ができたわね。
You've learned something, right, Shannon-chan? Alright, there we go. The tea was being treated as undrinkable unless it could be first tested for poison. In Natsuhi's eyes, this was an insult to both the tea and herself for serving it. Yeah, I know, that's why I was like, this is so bad. Rudolph, laughing flippantly, patted Eva's shoulder. You don't need any silver cutlery. With just one lick of your poisonous tongue, even a silver plate would go pitch black.
わしはその毒舌を毎日聞かされとるからもう毒に耐性がついてしもたわ。
I get to hear that poisoned tongue every day, so I must be poison-proof by
今
now.
もわし相手には構わんが耐性のない相手にはちいと加減せんとな。
Eva, I don't mind you doing it to me, but you've got to tone it down a smidgen for the poor souls without resistance.
あらあらひどい。
My, how cruel.
シャノンちゃんにお茶の知識を教えてあげただけじゃない。
I only gave Shannon-chan a bit of information about tea, didn't I? Everyone followed the lead set by Hideyoshi's horse laugh and smiled, though sourly. There remained a single exception to this in Natsuhi, but even so, for the time being, the conversation inside the parlor could now be mistaken for a lively and friendly chat. As Shannon finally finished setting the tea table and made to leave, Kirie apologized to her in a low voice for not being able to help. Shannon gave a light bow and made a hasty retreat. Shannon cast her eyes downwards, pushing the cart down the corridor. The pitiful air about her made it obvious she had borne the brunt of some bullying. Don't be sad. You didn't do anything wrong, Ne-san. Oh, Kanon and Shannon! Are they siblings? Do they both have are they both sounds? You were watching. That is my duty. Madam and Eva-sama can go to hell. The even worse coward is that guy. Kanon glared hatefully in the opposite direction of the parlor. Huh? The preparations for the tea had been delayed by a little bit of trouble in the kitchen. That trouble had not been Shannon's fault. The truth is that it had been Goda's mistake. Oh? In the first place, there was no way that a show-off like Goda would ever hand over a flamboyant job like carting the tea to the guests. He had needed to make the tea all over again, which had made him late. So realizing that he wouldn't be earning any brownie points, he pushed the task of setting the table on Shannon, who happened to be passing by. One could truthfully call it being shrewd, and one could unquestionably call it cowardice. It's alright, Kanon-kun. Thank you. I really don't mind. Kanon's silence vividly showed that Shannon's words weren't coming from her heart. Thank you. Even if you're the only one who understands, I still feel a bit better, I think. You bottle things up too much, Ne-san. You should be less hard on yourself for once. Yeah. Thanks. Suddenly, they both felt someone's presence and whirled around. An elderly man stood there. Isn't that from the beginning of the game, like Genji? It was Genji, the head servant. See, I'm on the ball. You got Battler? Hey! What are you doing here? Shannon, hurry back to the kitchen. Yes. If you'll excuse me. Shannon humbly obeyed and promptly made to push the cart and leave. However, Kanon appealed to Genji in silence, bearing something in his eyes that he could not express in words. What is it? Did something happen? Shannon didn't do anything wrong, but those... Stop it, Kanon-kun. If you'll excuse me. I'll return to work immediately. Kanon-kun, you too go back to your post. Please. You say so, Ne-san. There is nothing, then go. Yes. If you'll excuse me. From the shadows in the hallway, an old woman wearing an apron watched over them. It was Kumasawa. How heartrending. Shannon-san, Kanon-san. There's no reason for those two to be picked on. But it cannot be denied that they are disliked by Goda-san. Before Goda-san was taken in by the Ushiromiya head house, I heard he worked for a fabulous hotel
そこ
somewhere.
で身につけられたというお仕事ぶりは、そりゃ大したものだとは思います。
I do think the manner of work he learned there was quite something. What does that
た
mean?
だ、ゴーダさんはここでは最も年季の短い使用人。
It's just that Goda-san is the newest servant
ご
here.
自身のそれまでの積み重ねによるプライドもあられたのでしょう。
He must have a lot of pride accumulated from his previous posts.
彼は自分より長い年季を持ちながらも未熟で人生経験も及ばないシャノンさんとカノン君をことあるごとにいびられるのです。
Because Shannon-san and Kanon-kun are his seniors here at the mansion, and yet are inexperienced and have gone through much less in life than he has, he picks on them at every chance he
ま
gets.
た気の毒なことに夏日奥様にも嫌われております。
Oh, so you're not quite done with the games, Senshia. Oh, I see. And also, although it's terrible, they are hated by Madame Natsuhi
も
too.
ちろん年季という意味では奥様の方が長くこの家におられます。
Of course, in terms of experience, not Madame has been in the family much longer.
こればかりは奥様にも同情しなくてはなりません。
However, I must feel some sympathy for Madame as well in this case.
本当に親方様も罪作りな方でございます。
The master is truly a cruel
ご
person.
自身のちょっとした気まぐれが奥様にこれほどまでの劣等感をお与えになるとは
Why could
どう
it
して思い至らなかったのでしょう。
Why could he not have realized that his trifling whim would pass such an inferiority complex onto Madame? Why do I have a feeling this trifling whim is something really
も
awful?
ちろん奥様とて内心はあの二人に辛く当たる言われは何もないことを重々承知してはおります。
Naturally, deep inside, even Madame fully acknowledges that there's no reason to treat those two so harshly.
しかしそれが理屈で分かっているからといってどうにもならないのが人の心。
However, the heart has reasons that reason knows not.
ああ、ほいたわしや。
Ah, how heart-rending.
私には何もできず、こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
I cannot do anything but watch over them from the shadows. Uh-oh. Umineko, when they cry. Okay, I guess this is the actual time. It's noon now? Guest house. The four of us cousins were shooting the breeze over all kinds of topics. After all, there are both girls and guys here, plus we've got people over a wide spread of ages, adult, high school, and elementary school. All each of us had to do was talk about ourselves, and it would be of great interest to the other three.
なんかやっと馴染んできたぜ。
I think I'm finally getting used to all this. I mean, Jessica and Maria, you've
で
both...
しかもマリアも6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。
You've both grown more than I could have imagined over the past 6 years.
正直なところ少しだけ違和感を持ってたんだが、こうして話をしているうちに中身はあの頃から何も変わってないことが分かったぜ。
So to be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable, but talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then.
同じ言葉を返してやるよ。
Right back at you.
バトラだって6年ぶりだってのに全然変わってねえぜ。
Even after 6 years, you haven't changed a bit.
図体がいくらでかくなっても中身は相変わらずお子様だってことだな。
Although your body's gotten so gigantic, you're still a kid inside.
マリアもお子様。
I'm a kid too.
マリアもお子様。
I'm a kid too.
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。
Well, you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you,
お子
Maria?
様から可愛いお姫様に成長してくんだからな。
I mean, you're going to grow from being a kid to a cute young lady, aren't
ど
you?
うしたらまな板みてえな胸もすぐジェシカ並みになるぞ。
And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will be on Jessica's level, you know? Battler, I swear to God. Battler, I'm going to kill you. Let you rapid promise. No! No! No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. I promise, so let him rub it. I keep my promises. Always keep them. Ooh.
マリア、お前、本当に素直ないい子だな。
Maria, you're a really earnest, good
お
girl.
前と結婚する未来の旦那さんは、きっと幸せ者だぜ。
The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky.
っていい話にすり替えつつ約束を保持してんじゃねえぜ。
Just don't try to smooth over the topic with the promise intact.
その約束はなし。
Maria, that promise never happened. Never. Promise canceled?
やっぱりバトラ君も揃って4人で集まらないといとこが集合した気がしなかったね。
I realize now, it didn't really feel like a proper gathering of cousins without Battler-kun in our group, did it?
この6年はやっぱり寂しかったよ。
These 6 years have been kinda lonely.
そうだな。
That's
こうい
true.
うふざけた話にはならなかったな。
We weren't able to goof off like
でも
this.
建設的な話はできてたと思ったぜ。
Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, don't you think?
将来に対する心構えとか、受験とか就職とかよ。
Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, or finding jobs.
悪うございましたね。
Oh, I'm
俺
sorry.
が来たらおまぬけなドタバタばっかりでよ。
Now that I'm here, there's just this stupid babbling.
でもマリアは今年のが楽しい。
But I'm having fun this year.
そうだね。
That's true.
僕も同感。今年が一番楽しいよ。
I agree, this year's the most fun. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone. When George Aniki stroked Maria's head, she giggled like a happy kitten. Aww.
失礼いたします。
Pardon me.
お食事のご用意ができました。
Your meal is prepared. A timid knocking sound and an equally timid young woman's voice came through the door. Jessica answered brightly.
シャノン、入れよ。
Shannon, come in.
バトラは覚えてるだろ？
You remember Battler, don't you? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who was definitely about our age.
ご無沙汰いたしております。バトラ様。
It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama.
6年ぶりでございます。シャノンです。
It's nice to see you after 6 years. I'm Shannon. Noting my presence and trembling a little, she bowed deeply. Wow.
ジェシカにも驚かされたが、シャノンちゃんにも驚かされたぜ。
Jessica had me surprised, but Shannon-chan, you've shocked me just as
あん
much.
たもすっかり美人になったじゃねえのよ。
You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you?
もったいないお言葉。
Your
強烈に存じます。
your words are too good for me.
しかしよ、この島じゃよっぽど食事の栄養価が高いんじゃねえのか？
Seriously, the food on this island must be really nutritional. No, Battler, shut up.
何を食ってどこを鍛えたらそんなにでっかいお胸になるんだか？
What are you eating? Where are you training to get boobs that big?
ジェシカとどっちがでけえか、ちょいと触って確かめさせてもらうぜ。
Just look us off to feel them and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? Bro? With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of my honor and justice, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, which can only be prevented by rubbing breasts. It's just my Battler-style way of communicating. Battler, it's a very inappropriate way of communicating. When a boy closes in on a girl like this, 9 times out of 10, they get slapped or clobbered, right? This is a Battler-sama original communication technique, aiming for a gag like that to break the ice. Battler, it's also horrendously inappropriate Well, that means I really do get to touch them in that 1 in 10 chance, though, right? I'd never asked for that much, though. By now, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shanun's chest, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She's a servant, you dumbass! She understood what was going on, and she was blushing and had her head lowered in embarrassment. She was just standing there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Whoa, I wasn't planning on this! Please, hit me, right now, at this rate, or I'm seriously going to touch them. Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Oh my god, Jessica, thank you! Why the hell are you thanking me? No, my bad, Shannon-chan. Looks like I got a little too absorbed in your hypnotic chest. No, more to the point, when someone gets that close, they clearly got criminal intentions. Seriously, you gotta resist.
ですけど、バトラ様は大切なお客様ですし。
But you are an exalted guest, Battler-sama. Now look here, a crime's a crime whether I'm a guest or not. 10 centimeters around a girl's chest is like an air defense identification range. That's the controlled airspace. Do not. If someone trespasses within
If
someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, and you launch a slap to the face on high alert. I couldn't do such a thing. We are, that is, furniture, and Kanon said that too. Of course, she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she intended to sacrifice her own needs in an effort to accommodate them. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. Oh, so you're like, alright, must protect her now, okay. In these days, to think that there's a dedicated and virtuous girl like this. It makes my head spin. But no! No! I come at you with a perverted face. You smack me down. No, pervert! You gotta complete the joke or it doesn't work. Please, it's a polite request. Smack me. Like this. Smack. Smack.
お願いは聞けません。
I cannot comply with polite requests.
家具ですから。
Because I'm furniture.
でも命令ならお聞きします。
But I will comply with it if it's an order.
それが務めですから。
Because that is my duty.
じゃあ命令させてもらうことにするよ。
George is like, I'll tell you to fucking slap him. All right, George is like, haha, then I'll make it in
次か
order.
らバトラ君が胸に触ろうとしてきたら平手打ちで反撃すること。
From now on, if Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, you are to counterattack with a slap.
いいね。
All right?
はい。
Yes.
仰せつかりました。
As you command.
以後そのようにさせていただきます。
That is what I will do from now on.
バトラ様、ご承知おきくださいませ。
Battler-sama, I hope you can keep this in mind. So Shannon-chan declared while bowing elegantly to me. Her facial expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to signal you got it.
6年前はお手伝いさんの連れ子が ついでにお手伝いみたいな印象だったんだけど。
6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who just came in to lend a hand sometimes.
すっかり一人前の使用人さんだな。
But now you're a full-fledged adult
今
servant.
年で何年になるんだ？
How many years has it been?
はい。
Well,
おかげさまで10年ほどお仕えさせていただいております。
I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She's Shannon. Yeah, so she has the same on like sound kanji as Kanon. So I wonder if they really are brother and sister. The kanji for her name, I read, is Shannon. This is another far from typical name for a Japanese person. Yeah, it is pretty weird. Being a kid back in those days, I had taken in her name without paying it much attention. But for her to be called something like that is pretty unusual, given that she isn't even a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, I can kind of understand why that Kanon-kun's name sounds the way it does too. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6. Since she was 6? Since her body had changed radically, she didn't match my memories, but we used to know each other 6 years ago. So she's 16? No, but her brother's 16. Are they twins? It looked like she was just as shy as she had been in the past, but I got the sense that she had become imbued with the charm befitting a girl her age. Especially her breasts. Her breasts.
さっき会ったカノン君は彼女の弟なんだよ。
That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. I called it! I knew it!
弟というわけでは。
He's not exactly my little brother.
でも、私のことを姉と慕って。
Still, he loves me like a big sister. They are twins, didn't I call it? I'm getting context clues.
何か失礼なことはしませんでしたか?
He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?
相変わらずいつも通りだぜ。
He's the same as always.
もうちょっと愛想よくすればいいのによ。
It's
もったい
such
ないやつ。
a shame that he doesn't act just a bit more sociable.
カノン君がご迷惑をおかけしたようで申し訳ございません。
Seems Kanon-kun has caused trouble. I apologize.
別に迷惑なんか何も。
He didn't cause any trouble at all.
同じ男としてわかるさ。ありゃ気難しい年頃だ。
As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that
愛
age.
想が悪いのは当たり前だぜ。
It's no surprise that he's unsociable.
マリアもよく言われる。
I get called that all the time too. Maria's
愛想悪いって
unsociable.
言われる。
Get called
カノン
unsociable.
と一緒。
Like Kanon. Ooh.
マリア様は愛想悪くなんかありません。
Maria-sama, you are not unsociable at all.
一緒が良かった。
Oh, it was nice to be like him.
食事の準備ができたんだっけ？
You said the meal was ready, right?
はい。
Oh, yes.
失礼いたしました。
My
お
apologies.
食事のご用意が整いましたので、皆様をお屋敷へご案内いたします。
The preparations for your meal have been carried out, so I shall be guiding you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job, so we got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあ、お屋敷に行こうか。
Shall we go to the mansion
みん
then?
なもお腹が空いてたところでしょ？
You're all probably starting to get hungry as well, right? Sure
ゴ
am.
ーダさんがいる時の飯は楽しみなんだよ。
I always look forward to meals when Goda-san's here
あの
cooking.
人、どこぞの有名ホテルでシェフをやってたらしくて、かなり料理の腕があるんだぜ。
That guy seems he was a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at it.
ほう
Ooh.
それ楽しみ。
I'm looking forward to that.
行こうぜマリア。
Let's go, Maria.
ガツガツ犬みたいに食い散らかすぞ。
We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs.
犬みたいに食い散らかす。
Stuff ourselves like pigs.
ダメダメ。
No,
バトラ
no.
君の言うことはいちいち真に受けちゃダメだよ。
You can't just take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay?
全部冗談なんだから。
Because it's all jokes.
行こう行こ
Come on, let's go. Under Shannon-chan's guidance, we head towards the mansion. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as it came into view. Finally! The Umineko house. Everybody always talks about the Umineko mansion. We're gonna see it. The imposing mansion of the Ushiromiya main family. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. On the surface, the building was gorgeous, but being as old as it was seemingly lacking in modern amenities like air conditioning. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Well, it's not like they couldn't just take the kotatsu out. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. As the most senior member of the staff, Genji-san, Genji, very normal, served as the head of the servants. Butler-sama, we have not met in a long while. As our eyes met, he saluted us with a composed voice. He didn't give quite as refined a bow as Goda's, but it was a bow that had feeling, even if it wasn't polished to the same degree.
Genji-san! 本当にお久しぶりっす。
Genji-san, it's been absolutely
お
ages.
元気そうですね。
You look well.
おかげさまで健やかに過ごさせていただいております。
Thank you. I have been quite
バ
well.
トラ様こそご立派になられました。
And you, Battler-sama, I see have become a splendid young man yourself.
親方様の若き日に少し似てこられましたな。
I would even say you have grown to somewhat resemble the master during his youth.
俺がじい様に
I'm looking like grandfather?
ってことは、さぞやじい様は若い頃モテたろうな。
I guess that means grandfather was pretty popular when he was young.
ここからはシャノンに代わって私がご案内申し上げます。
From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and saw us off. Leaving the entrance hall, we headed to the dining hall under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His figure was exactly the same as in my memories of 6 years ago. It seemed like time had stopped since the last we met. Genji was a silent and diligent person. He was like grandfather's close aide or caregiver. In fact, you could even go so far as to say he was grandfather's right-hand man. Actually, it seems that he was by grandfather's side more than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusts him more than any of his blood relatives. Stella, get out of there. I wonder how long he's served. I've never asked for details, but I think I heard he's been here since the beginning, when this mansion was constructed. That is to say, he's dedicated his life to serving here. No wonder grandfather trusts him. As we cut through the open-ceilinged hall behind Genji-san, I found something I had no memory of from 6 years ago. Stella, if you knock this over, I swear. Absinthe? Just like what he was drinking. Oh! There it is! The portrait of Beatrice! It was an awfully big portrait, hung right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. First Beatrice sighting. Without thinking, I stopped walking under its spell. Since I'd suddenly stopped, Maria, who was following me, ran into my back. Ah, sorry.
Jessica.
Hey, Jessica. Did that picture used to be there? I pointed at the large and conspicuous portrait hanging in the hall. Everyone else stopped too.
Ah, そっか。
Oh, right.
バトラが来てた頃にはあれはかけられてなかったっけ？
When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had
い
it?
つからだったかな？
When was it again?
確か僕の記憶が正しければ一昨年あたりだったと思うよ。
I think, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was around the year before last. A lot of things happened 2 years ago. Goda came to work here. The guest house was built, and now this painting was hung. Something happened 2 years ago. If my memory doesn't fail me, it was around the year before last.
さようでございます。
You are correct.
一昨年の4月に親方様がかねてより画家に命じて描かせていたものを
In
あそこ
April,
に展示なされたのでございます。
in April of the year before last, the master had this painting put on display, which he had instructed an artist to paint for him sometime prior.
あのじい様がね。
Grandfather did that?
わざわざ描かせてか。
So he went out of his way to have it drawn. The portrait depicted a woman in an elegant dress who gave off a sense of refinement and who seemed to suit the Western-style mansion. I couldn't have guessed her age, but the sharpness and obvious strength of will in her eyes gave me the impression of youth. It was a different feeling than the composed mood of the middle-aged women that are often in famous pictures. If this woman had normal black hair, I might have thought it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, the woman in the portrait had beautiful golden hair and didn't look Japanese at all.
で、
So,
誰だい？このご婦人はよ。
who is she then, this woman? As though trying to show off her knowledge, Maria answered that simple question with authority.
マリア知ってる。
I know!
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice!
ベア、なんだって？
Beo what?
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
魔女だよ。
She's the witch.
バトラ君は昔聞かされたことない？
Didn't you ever hear about her long ago?
魔女？
The witch?
ってこの島の？
You mean of this island? I think I already said this, but Rokenjima is a small island that's only about 10 kilometers around. However, considering that only the Ushinomiya family lives here, that's quite large. So, only a harbor and the site around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was still uninhabited. To understand just how dangerous a vast and empty forest with no lamplight, phones, or people passing by through it at all actually is, you need to shift your urban assumptions a little. You see, if by any chance you fell down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprained your ankle, cry or scream, no one would come to save you. Uh-oh! If it then got dark, the forest, where there are no street lights, would become enshrouded in complete darkness. Also, since there obviously aren't any guideposts here, it's easy to get lost and lose your sense of direction in the dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were like oceans on land, geographically separating one culture from another. Just as fishermen who go out in the ocean occasionally have their lives put in danger despite their technical knowledge, knowledge was also demanded of hunters who went out into the forest, and their lives were occasionally put in danger just the same. If a child were to go play in that dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Some parent must have had that thought. Maybe my grandmother, or possibly the man himself, my grandfather, might have said it. Or maybe it was a story handed down on this island from long, long ago. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. So that's where this is circling around to. Thus, Rokenjima's ghost story was born. Is this the story that, Jessica stopped the old woman from saying earlier. That is the legend of the witch of Rokkenjima. So when we say witch on this island, we're referring to the master of the vast and savage forest. Which reminds me, when I was little and stayed at this mansion, during the eerie nights where the wind and rain struck the windows, stories like the witch of the forest is roaming around in search of a sacrifice would scare the heck out of me. Beatrice, huh? As I searched my memory, prompted by Aniki, I did vaguely remember being told that was her name when I was very small.
なるほどな。
Right.
しかし、あの魔女伝説の魔女にベアトリーチェなんておしゃれな名前がついてたとは。
Still, I completely forgot that the witch of that legend
とんと忘れてたぜ。
had an elegant name like Beatrice.
じいさまめ。孫たちが信じないもんだから、わざわざ絵に描きやがったか。
God damn, don't tell me grandfather went out of his way to have her depicted in this painting just because us grandchildren refused to believe him.
じいさまの妄想の中の魔女だよ。
It's the witch from grandfather's delusions.
この絵を掲げた頃から、現実と幻想の区別がつかなくなり始めた。
Ever since he had this picture hung up, he's been losing the distinction between fantasy and reality.
私たちにとっては想像の中の魔女に過ぎないけど、じいさまにとっては彼女はこの島にいる存在。
To us, it's no more than the witch from his imagination, but to grandfather, she's a being who exists on this island. Exists.
だから、それを理解することができない私たちにもわかるよう、あの絵を描かせたって言うんだけど。
That's why he says he had to have that picture painted so that we'd understand.
気持ち悪いったらありゃしないぜ。
Creeps the hell out of me.
お嬢様。
Milady.
親方様にとっては大切な肖像画です。
To the master, this is an important portrait.
親方様の前でそのようにおっしゃられることがございませんよ。
I must request strongly that you not say such a thing in front of him.
わかってるぜ。
I know that.
頼まれても言わねえよ。
You couldn't get me to say it even if you begged me. Jessica turned away after glaring a second at the portrait. Let's go.
食堂にみんなを待たせてるよ。
We're making everyone wait in the dining hall. Hungry! Only a small portion of this island is controlled by the Ushiromiya family. If all the wild remainder was the witch Beatrice's domain, then one could say that she was the being who actually ruled over Rokkenjima. That unsettling, ominous feeling I had felt on the boat trip when I learned that the shrine had been struck by lightning revived within me a bit. At that time, Kumasawa-san had tried to tell an ominous story. Hey, I'm on the ball, aren't I? I'm on the ball. At that time, Kumasawa-san had tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima and had been stopped by Jessica. I didn't know what she had tried to tell us about this island. But there was one thing I did know. Rokkenjima's ruler was not the Ushiromiya family. It was the witch, Beatrice. Yes, because this was the witch's island. Battler! Who's slow? When I looked around, everyone was already headed towards the dining hall. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining hall. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children.
失礼いたします。
If you will excuse me. The door was opened and we were invited inside. The dining hall, which screamed filthy rich, featured a super long table which was obviously designed with no other purpose than to make the guests conscious of their rank. and our parents were already seated at it in accordance with that ordering.
遅えぞガキども。
You're late,
早く
brats.
席につけよ。
Hurry up and take your seats. The old bastard pressed us to sit. Only the places where we would sit were empty at the long table, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the very head of the table, which you might call the seat of honor, was for the most highly ranked and reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He was probably planning to come in last to make himself look important. The seating order, as you faced the seat of honor, went from left to right in rows of 2, with the ranking being lower the further you were from it. So on the left-hand side of the row closest to the seat of honor was the second-ranked seat, belonging to the eldest of the adult siblings, Uncle Kraus. So this is the first time we're seeing him? It looked like he hadn't arrived yet either, so that seat was empty. Okay, so we still haven't met him. And then opposite him, on the right-hand side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Auntie Eva, ranked at number 3. So people married to each other aren't gonna sit next to each other. The left-hand side of the second row was for number 4. There sat the old bastard, Rudolph, as the third of the siblings. Opposite him sat number 5, the youngest sibling, Auntie Rosa. Going like this, you might think that the next ones to come would be their husbands and wives, but yes, again, because the left-hand seat in the following third row, ranking number 6, was actually Jessica's seat. Opposite her was George Anki. Then the seat next to Jessica was me. And opposite me was Maria. And next to me, on the left-hand side of the 5th row, all the way down at number 10, finally came Aunt Natsuhi. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. And next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th and final row on the left-hand side, was Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san had been laid out like the others, but was empty. According to this ranking system, that spot was the seat where Auntie Rosa's husband should be sitting. He hadn't come, as far as I know, yet the table had been laid for his seat. Interesting. These kind of ranking orders usually permit the spouse a corresponding status, but the Ushinomiya family had an original kind of ranking. Maybe it's a leftover of male chauvinism. Under the notion that a mother's womb is only a temporary house for the child, and she contributes no genes, the child of the direct descendant would have the highest ranking, followed by the grandkids, meaning that the spouses with no blood ties would be considered the last in line. It's terrible, but according to that ranking order, grandmother, if she was still alive, would be in a position even lower than mine. In youth, obey your father. After marriage, your husband. After aging, your children. A leftover of the times when they used to say, women, no home in 3 worlds. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I'd thought it was so great that we could all chat with the adult siblings sitting in their group and us cousins in ours. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, married to the eldest son of the family, responsible for managing the household, and number 2 for all practical intents and purposes, sat to my right, which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was difficult to guess what was going through her head. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture before sitting down. How nice to see you, Battler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Yeah. Normal life, you know, food, meals, eating, and then suddenly I was this tall. This is the first time I've seen her smile. Boys do grow fast, don't they? How tall are you? I guess about 180 centimeters? No, wait! You missed your moment. You're supposed to jump in with, did you do anything besides eat? Huh?
ああごめんなさいね。
Ah, I'm sorry. Why does Battler have so many bits? I wonder. Maybe he read too much gag manga. After a moment, she gave a small laugh, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. The Natsu is summer. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my dad's older brother's wife. Is it easier to get it if I call her Jessica's mother? No, I already understood. It feels bad to say it like this, but not that I hated her, but I didn't particularly like her. She never got into our kids' circle, and my only impression of her was as someone who always talked about complicated stuff with my parents while having a crabby expression on her face. The fact is that having barely ever exchanged words, I hesitated a lot, even just now, about how to approach her. And it was pretty much a flop. The silverware had been tidily set up on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in. As a rule, the meal doesn't start until the man at the head of the table has taken his seat. That's even like that back in medieval times. I took a medieval feast class. This is actually... Even the seating is a lot like my medieval feast class, so this is really funny. Like, extremely old-fashioned. As a rule, the meal doesn't start until the man at the head of the table has taken his seat. So as long as grandfather, the highest ranked, didn't come, lunch would be indefinitely on hold. Not even the appetizers would come. In other words, this silence in the dining hall was the sound of our parents as they withstood their hunger and waited, on tenterhooks, for grandfather to come. Except, the grandfather I remembered always showed up at the right time when we ate together like this. He would never have been so late as to have everyone else waiting on him. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always pretty strict about staying on time.
6年前はそうだったかもな。
Well, maybe 6 years ago, yeah.
最近はそうでもねえよ。
But not lately.
というか、もう自分の世界オンリーって感じで、会食にも顔を出さねえぜ。
Seriously, he's off on his own little world now. He doesn't even show up at family
さ
meals.
すがに今日くらいは足並みを揃えてくれるって思ってたんだけどな。
I figured he'd at least stick around for today's meal, though.
まあ、私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
That said, if he doesn't turn up, I'll be a hell of a lot more relaxed and happier to boot.
Jessica!
After being scolded by her mother, Jessica faced the other way, sticking her tongue out. No way around it. Nothing to do but wait for the host to arrive. When I glanced at the clock, I saw it was almost 20 minutes past 12. So that clock on the scene, like the transition scenes, is accurate. The aged master of the Ushiromiya head house, Ushiromiya Kinzo, which is a very normal name. The only Ushiromiya with a normal name, Kinzo, which means gold age. Right when I got to light farming, I found a PF of people unseeking Alexander. Hell yeah. All right, go get that light. He was there in his study. The clock showed noon, but he didn't even attempt to get up. With reading glasses on his face, he stacked up old-fashioned books with elaborately designed bindings, one on top of another beside him, immersing himself in their reading. It definitely didn't look like it was for his leisure. On the contrary, he exuded impatience, crisis, as though every minute, every second were precious. The sealed room was dense with dancing dust particles, and the air stagnated with a mix of smells of various elixirs, each giving off its own suspicious stench. They were somehow sweet and heavy. You were gonna lasso Finn and Jeremy, but I guess they're doing something else. Not that they're getting ready for a wedding or anything. We're spending time together in person. For anyone with a good nose, the first thing they'd do after entering would be to open a window and ventilate the room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while.
Oto-san!
Oto-san, Oto-san. Oh. Somebody's banging on the door saying, Dad, Dad. I wonder if it's, oh, maybe it's the oldest brother. A voice calling, Father, sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book he had in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was continuing to knock on the door. Hey, I guessed that correct, didn't I? I'm on top of it. Silence! Will you not stop that noise, fool? Who taught you that doors shall be opened unto you if you knock? They crucified that imbecile. Do you wish the same upon yourself? Father, today is the day of the family conference. It comes just once a year. Everyone has gathered downstairs. Please come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study and hated letting even his family into the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call out thus from the corridor. Molest me not! Everyone? Who is everyone? You refer to the fools trying to drag me out of here? And kill them all! Chop them up, make them into firewood, and feed them to the witch's hearth. Holy shit, guy, this is your entire family you're talking about. Put a pot on that hearth and boil warm wood. And if still there remain imbeciles foolish enough to dare to try to lure me out of here, force them to drink the broth of the apocalypse. Preserve the remainder in liquor. Genji, where are you? Yeah, same Rowan. Call for Genji. Have my demonic absinthe prepared. Hey, didn't I call it was absinthe he was drinking? The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. That's something that yeah, that's a word for absinthe, the green fairy. Where is Genji? Call for Genji! Before the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who would not come out. So that's Kraus. We're finally seeing what he looks like. This is Jessica's father. And Natsuhi's husband. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use and smiled bitterly. He himself hadn't believed for a moment that his father would answer his calls. However, as it was the duty of the eldest son, he had formally made the request. This is the doctor from the beginning of the game. He looks like if you need an American in an anime, he does. Oh my gosh. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, you know. How about you show your face, just a little? Shut up! be silent!
私に意見するというか南條
You dare admonish me,
貴
Nanjo?
様など呼んではおらぬ私は源氏を呼べと言ったのだ
I do not call for you. I said to call for Genji.
さあ急げすぐに呼べ
Now hurry! Call him this
時
instant.
間は常に有限だ人たちはすでにラッパを構えているぞなぜにそれがわからぬか愚かな羊どもめ
Time is short. The apostles are already readying their trumpets. Why do you not understand this, you foolish sheep? A real ass Armageddon, huh? Armageddon out of here. Kinzo slammed the old heavy book on the table over and over. The racket obviously indicated his highest displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled,
なぜだ
Why?
なぜにいつも私には邪魔が入るのか
Why is there always something in my way?
すべてを捨てようすべてを捧げようその見返りに私は一つしか求めないというのに
I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything. And there is only one thing I ask in repayment.
おベアトリーチェお前の微笑みをもう一度見られるならば私は世界中から美少を奪い取り全てをお前に捧げよう
Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you.
おおイナゴの軍団長たちよ世界中から美少を刈り取り収穫せ
Oh, commanders of the locust legions, reap the smiles of the earth.
全てが汚らわしい全てが煩わしい
All is filthy, all is irksome.
なぜこの貴重な一日に私は邪魔を受けねばならぬのか
He's literally crying. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days?
源氏を呼べ
Call for Genji!
何を怒鳴ってるのかもさっぱりだ
I have no idea what he's yelling.
もう頭がどうにかなっているのだね
I guess he's finally gone nuts.
クラウスさん実のお父さんにそりゃあんまりじゃないかね
Kraus-san, isn't that a bit harsh to your birth father?
親父はすでに死んでいる
My dad is already
こ
dead.
こにいるのは親父だったものの幻さ
All that's here is a phantom of what he once
い
was.
ずれにせよ本人にここを出る意志がない以上どうにもならんね
At any rate, as long as he lacks the will to leave that room, there's nothing we can do.
金蔵さん
Choking coughs continued to pour from the study.
私は下に戻る
I'm going back downstairs.
大田の自慢のランチをこれ以上無駄に冷ましてしまうことはない
It would be a waste to let that lunch Goda's so proud of get any
親
colder.
類たちにとって当家での数少ない楽しみだろうから
It's one of the few things the others have to look forward to here. Kraus spun on his heels. He looked at his wristwatch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew was in vain.
源氏さん親父殿がお呼びだ
Genji-san, father is calling for
相手を
you.
頼む
Keep him company.
かしこまりました
Certainly.
南條先生
Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat.
食事に行きましょういつまでもここにいるとこの甘い匂いで味覚までおかしくなってしまう
If we stay here any longer, even our sense of taste will go insane from the sweet smell. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo looked first to Kraus's back as he disappeared down the stairs, then to the study door, and let out a deep sigh.
すまんが源氏さん
Sorry,
頼
Genji-san.
みます
Please.
はいお任せください
Yes. Please leave it to me.
お酒はなるべく与えないように。
If possible, don't give him alcohol.
あれは常習性が強すぎる。
It's too powerful a habit.
源氏はまだか。
Is Genji not here yet?
何者が源氏を阻んでいるという。
Who dares keep Genji from coming?
のか。源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。
Where is Genji? Call for Genji.
さあ、ここはお任せください。
Now, please leave it to me.
すみませんな。
Sorry. Nanjo gave a small duck of his head and descended the stairs. Genji saw him off and knocked at the study door.
親方様。
My lord.
源氏でございます。
It is Genji.
源氏か。
Genji!
何故私をこれほどに待たすのか。
Why must you make me wait so
そ
long?
こには誰もおるまいな。
There is no one there, I trust? Yes.
私だけでございます。
I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. He's got a switch on the table to open the door? After a small delay, somebody's gonna get murdered in this room, aren't they? After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo believed that his family might try to break into his study. Perhaps someone once opened the window for some air and scattered some important documents or something, and that had made him extremely upset. Now Kinzo had placed a secure lock in his room, making it so that without his permission, nobody could enter, and locking himself in the dungeon he himself created. Genji, who he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that was not absolute. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even he wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, not even seeing his face. And most of the time, they wouldn't even get a real conversation. However, that didn't pose any particular problem for the family. That was because they had no reason to go out of their way to interfere with the retirement of the cantankerous and aged head. The fact that he was completely immersed in his odd research and always locked up in his hideaway was something of a benefit. They made the most of his refusal to leave the study, entrusting him to the hands of the servants, while they themselves kept their distance. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering that they were placed in a shady-looking room, one could almost suspect that they might be ghastly poisons. The inside of the study was filled with the mountainous library of outlandish books that Kinzo had amassed. They were bizarre old books, some banned, and each and every one of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. Of course, if one were to actually call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say something like this: "Call them grimoires!" There were candles which had melted. Oh my god, this is the second visual novel we've played where there's like Western style black magic set in the 80s, and there was something else earlier. Anyway, there were candles which had melted in a suspicious looking fashion and taken on peculiar forms, and all manner of other strange objects, probably having something to do with black magic. The constellations covering the celestial globe would have caused anyone who knew the night sky well to raise an eyebrow. Wait, is it fucked up? The illustrations inscribed in old books, haphazardly left open, ranged from the religious and mystical to the demonic and grotesque, as well as bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, the sweet, poisonous smell that filled the room, which to those entering for the first time would surely be a profound assault on their sense of sight, smell, and all other senses, making them lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji, with his well-trained hand, prepared Kinzo's usual drink. If you didn't know that the ghastly dark green liquid that filled the complexly designed bottle was liquor, you certainly wouldn't want to put it in your mouth. He poured a small quantity of the spirit into the glass, placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon, and then poured water from a pitcher over it. Yeah, that's... I haven't had it myself, but I heard that's how you prepare absinthe. Strangely, when the colorless water was poured into it, the dark green liquid turned a cloudy white. It created a strange visual illusion that the water had caused a chemical reaction, which made it all the more difficult to perceive the concoction as liquor. To this, he added an original flavoring that Kinzo liked, and fine-tuned the taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swing when he drank it, and he had learned how to make it only after many decades. Genji placed the glass on a tray and made his way over to Kinzo. Kinzo was now gazing out the window. As you asked, my lord. Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure, so much so that he was now unrecognizable as the man who had been shouting, screaming, and yelling just moments before. In that man's back dwelt a dignity and intelligence, made plain simply by how he tilted the glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window. Genji, in order to allow Kinzo to set down his glass any time, motionlessly waited behind and to his left as though he were a living sideboard. As he did, Kinzo stuck out just the glass, his gaze still directed at the world outside the window. There was just a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, as Genji expected, but it was a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. Drink it, my friend. That is more than I deserve. No need for ceremony between us. Drink it. Friend. Thank you. Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. Then he downed it in one gulp. I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot replicate the taste. Well, that's good at least. That kind of guarantees that he'll keep allowing Genji access. The way you make it is pure relish. Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, my lord. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. It was relaxed, like a smile at a close friend's unriddable bad habit. We have grown old, you and I. I forgot my age a long time ago. That I was permitted to live that I was permitted to live the life I have until today has all been thanks to you, my lord. Kinzo gave a thin smile, as if to say he didn't need compliments. You have served me exceedingly well these years. My sons call me eccentric. Servants that were once many, all of them, retired in their growing fear of me. Only you, even now, serve me. That is more than I deserve. I doubt I have much time left to live.
息子たちは私の遺産がいつ転がり込んでくるかをうろうろ待つハゲタカばかりだ。
My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands.
クラウスの愚か者は金を湯水のように使い、1枚の金貨を売るのに2枚の金貨を捨てておる。
That fool Kraus squanders money like water, throws away 2 gold coins to obtain
それ
1.
で金を稼げたなどとも言う。
With that, he deludes himself into saying he earned
エ
money.
ヴァは金の亡者だ。あやつは私を鶏か何かだと思っておる。
Eva is a slave to money, thinking of me as a hen or whatnot, like a golden egg hen.
死んだらガラにして出汁まで取る気だ。
As if when I die, she'll even use my carcass to make broth. Oh, like that kind of hen.
ルドルフの間抜けは女遊びばかり。
That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women.
ローザはどこの馬の骨ともわからん男の赤ん坊など産みおって。
Rosa bore the baby of a nobody.
ジェシカは無能で無学だ。
Jessica is incompetent and illiterate.
ジョージには男としての器がない。
George has none of what it takes to be a
バ
man.
トラーは後ろ宮家の栄誉を自ら捨ておった愚か者だ。
Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromiya
マ
family.
リアなど見るのも汚らわしい。
And Maria is obscene to the eye. How dare you say that about a 9-year-old girl? Obscene to the eye?
なぜだ、なぜに後ろ宮の血はこうも無能なのか。
Why is the Ushiromiya blood so incompetent?
私の築き上げた栄光を受け継ぐにふさわしい者はおらんのか。
Is there anyone worthy to inherit the glory I built?
ああ、分かっておるとも。これがベアトリーチェの呪いであることも分かっておる。
Oh, of course, I know. This is Beatrice's curse. I know it. If Rosa's only crime was burying a random guy's child, I think that shouldn't count that much against her. You asshole. Rosa's cool. Rosa could inherit. Oh, of course. I know this is Beatrice's curse. I know it.
黄金の魔女め、それが私への復讐のつもりか。
Oh, Golden Witch, is this supposed to be your revenge against me?
憎みたくば憎むがよい。
Hate me if you
逃
wish.
げたければ逃げるがよい。
Run away if you wish.
逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬわ。
I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Won't let you
お
go.
前は私のものだ。
You are mine.
常に私の腕の中でなくてはならん。
You cannot be anywhere but in my arms.
私の生涯のすべてなのだ。
You are my entire life.
我が鳥かごにて永遠に私だけにささやき続けるのだ。
You'll continue to whisper for all eternity in my birdcage to me, only to me.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
なぜに微笑み返してはくれぬ。
Why won't you give me back your smile?
ベアトリーチェ。
Jesus. After howling, Hinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and the glass down and patted his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this.
すまぬ、我が友よ。
Thank you, my friend. After his almost deranged outburst of the past few minutes settled down, Hinzo regained his composure once more. The way his attitude changed was like seeing two different people. A wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo living together inside one body. Yeah, I got that impression. And so, I have decided I cannot stand spending the insipid remainder of my life procrastinating like this. If I have any final coins left to gamble, then I choose to abandon them all to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk staked upon it. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery to nail a curse doll to a tree. The magic power dwells in incurring the risk that it will be seen before 7 days pass. The more dangerous the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. All the various miracles that appear in myth can be called crystals of astonishing magic power, obtained through miraculously low probabilities and astronomical risks. That Moses parted the sea was no miracle of God's. It was that utterly desperate risk, weighed upon the scales of oppression, of being cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea's shores, which gave birth to miraculous magic power. Even if the same thing occurs again, on the same scope, the sea will no doubt not part. That is because Moses managed to spectacularly draw out the single miracle carved in the roulette of those in power, which has more pockets than Asogi and Nayuta multiplied together. Asogi? Nayuta? Aren't these Ace Attorney characters? The power to triumph over astronomical odds. Yes, magical power is, in other words, having the luck to grasp miracles. To obtain great magical power, one must bear a risk that is hopelessly great. Those who possess no magic would call this not a bet, but pure desperation. However, those who truly do possess magical power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I will seize that miracle. I will be able to make the wish I devoted my life towards come true. So the reason why you're shut in here with all those books is just to summon Beatrice in front of you? Hinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. And if I were to have what it takes to obtain that miracle,
Beatrice! お前の愛くるしい笑顔をもう一度だけ見せてくれ。
Oh, Beatrice, Beatrice, show me your lovely smile once
ど
more.
れほどの月日を経ようとも、お前の面影が消えることはない。
No matter how much time passes, your face does not
た
vanish.
だお前の美少が見たい。それだけだ。
I just want to see your smile. That is all.
お前から授かったものをすべて返そう。
I'll return everything you granted
あの
me.
日からの栄光をすべてお前に返そう。
I'll return all of the glory I've gained since that day.
富も名誉も黄金もいらぬ。
I don't need fortune, prestige,
お
gold.
前に授かったすべてを返そう。
I'll return everything you granted me. So my impression from the beginning was right, huh? That Beatrice, his deal with Beatrice got him the fortune, prestige, and gold that he has.
私はただお前の美少が見たいだけなのだ。
I just want to see your smile.
ご承だ、ベアトリーチェ。
I beg of you, Beatrice. His nonsensical yells segued into a scream, and then into a wail. Hinzo crumpled to the floor and clawed at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lament.
Yeah, Shokun.
Okay, I think this is a good time to take a break. Or maybe to end stream. Jesus, it's 8 o'clock. Let's see. 6 hours. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Well, ladies and
当
gentlemen,
主様は具合が優れられないとのことだ。
the head of the family is not in his best shape.
せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできないことを非常に残念にしておられた。
That's a lie. He considers it a great shame that he will not be able to partake in lunch with you all, you having assembled especially for this long-awaited yearly meeting.
ゴーダ、ランチを始めてくれ。
Goda, let the lunch begin.
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
Certainly. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin today's luncheon.
南條先生、そんなにお父様のお具合は悪
Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition that
せ
bad?
めて顔くらい見せてくれてもいいわよね。
Surely he could have at least showed his face,
体調というよりは機嫌ですな。
rather than his physical condition, it's his
これ
mood.
ばかりはつける薬がありませんので。
And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe.
おいおい、機嫌ってまたかよ。そりゃないぜ。
Oh, come on, for God's sake, mood
こ
again.
ちとら秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合してご機嫌伺いに来てるんだ。
We come to hear how he's doing, making time in our schedules in this damn busy season of autumn.
それをよ。
That's just...
よかったじゃないか、ルドルフ。
And you got what you wanted,
ご
Rudolph.
機嫌は伺えたんだ。
You managed to hear how he's
それ
doing.
とも不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わり、お前が説得して連れてきてくれるのかね。
Or do you want to take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Oh, I have to be closer.
まさか。
Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, even though Rudolph seemed to resent the way his father did whatever he pleased, he'd rather avoid seeing his face if he could help it.
夕食までにはその機嫌治りそうなの？
Does it seem like his mood will improve before
ク
dinner?
ロス兄さん。
Kraus-Nissan?
そんなことは知らんよ。
I have no
親父
idea.
殿に直接聞いてみるといい。
You can try to ask father directly.
もっとも、声をかけない方が機嫌の治りは早いと思うが。
Although I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him.
源氏さんだけだよ。じい様の機嫌を直せるのは。
The only one who can bring grandfather's temper under control is Genji-san. Stella, I swear.
情けないぜ。自分の親の機嫌を使用人に直させるんだからよ。
Pretty damn pathetic when you have to have a servant deal with your own parents' bad mood.
ジェシカ、余計なことは言わなくていい。
Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking.
機嫌がうんぬんってことは病状はそんな悪くないんじゃねえの？
His condition can't be that bad, can it, with that kind of
元気が
temper?
ないってんならともかく機嫌が悪いってのは少なくとも気はしっかりしてる証拠だぜ。
I mean, if they were saying he's not feeling well, that'd be one thing. But if it's his mood that's bad, at least it's proof that he's got some fight in him.
おじい様は特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。
Well, grandfather does have especially strong willpower.
体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。
But it doesn't mean that his body will always follow
去年か
that.
らずっと余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。
Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months
最
left.
初の診断が正しいなら、おじい様は気力だけで流られてるってことになる。
If the original diagnosis was correct, grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone.
気遣ってあげないといけないよ。
We have to be concerned for him. Lunch started with the family's head seat still empty. The man who should have been sitting there was already old, and the brilliant glory with which he had rebuilt the Ushinomiya family in a single lifetime was slowly being forgotten. Rebuilt? What's with that? Had they once been great and then lost it and then he brought it back? Nobody seemed to feel uncomfortable when the meal began with that seat still empty. Stop scaring me with that glass shattering as a transition. It's now 1:30. Okay. The Ushinomiya family conference was held once every year. It took place on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to use a pretentious name like family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other surrounded by buckets of sushi. However, in the Ushinomiya family, where the sons and siblings are lent great fortunes, and only those that achieve success in business are considered adults, it literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What kind of business was conducted? How much was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or alternatively, how much would be borrowed in future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these had been discussed very seriously in the past. My dad called it a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting where one would commonly be showered with harsh and angry voices and even get slapped in the face despite being well past the age for it. Holy shit. However, that was all a thing of the past. By now, everyone had achieved success in their own independent business ventures. And it was on the road to becoming a nearly normal yearly get-together. Even so, being asked by grandfather about the current state of play was an extremely stress-inducing event. And while to us grandchildren it was nothing more than a simple meeting, to our parents it was still a real stomachache. The absence of the man responsible for all this, whatever the reason behind it, must surely have made today's lunch even more delicious. The phrase, "when the cat is away, the mice will play," comes to mind. Well then, let me introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my dad's left is his older brother, and the father of Jessica, Uncle... Really? Those kanji make Klaus? Kura Usu, I think. I think it's probably Kura Usu. That's fucked up. His name sure is easy to read. Kurausu. After so many weird names, it warps your sense of what's normal, and you start to think, hey, what's wrong with Kraus? Sounds pretty cool, actually. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I don't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to talk to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults just like Aunt Natsuhi. And the way my dad talked about him, it seems that he used to be a pretty spiteful and unreasonable person. If what Dad said is true, he used to be very domineering as the oldest sibling. And was hated by Auntie Eva, Auntie Rosa, and the rest of the family. Odd, considering they're all having fun chatting together. Three of 4 siblings right here. Well, I guess even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and go their separate ways, their relationship changes. That's probably what this is. After all, they all have children of about the same age. Since they share similar family environments, they probably all profit by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, the parents' circle has been deep in conversation for a while now about the exams Jessica and I are going to be taking. Jessica, in order to escape the discussion of exams with the old bastard sitting on her left, was purposefully facing to the right, firing off topic after topic as to not to give him any opening. Moving on, let's look at the opposite end. the end opposite from Uncle Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems that he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. The Nan is south. Apparently he used to own a huge clinic on nearby Nijima Island, but he turned it over to his son and then began living a life of leisure in his old age. He's known grandfather since the very beginning when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and they have a history going back several decades. I thought he might be grandfather's companion in his suspicious hobbies, but surprisingly, it seems that he's grandfather's chess partner. Oh yeah, that's right, like the beginning. I see. That kind of hobby does seem very like our grandfather with his love of Western style. You could probably also call him the only person able to enter Rokkenjima who is neither a family member nor a servant. From listening in on his conversation with the women folks seated near him, he gave the impression of a calm older gentleman. Considering he's managed to put up with our short-tempered grandfather for so long, I'm sure his big heart is nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he is his doctor, having someone from outside the Ushiromiya family attending the family conference is a little odd. From that fact, I imagine that grandfather's condition has grown much worse, and it may even be one of the major topics of discussion at the family conference. George Aniki was just saying it too. For the past year, grandfather has been continually pronounced as having very little time left to live. It's awful to talk about, but grandfather is an extremely rich man. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, along with our parents' stomach acid, surely leading to some serious ulcers. With this kind of thing, the greater the number of ways it must be split, the more trouble will be caused splitting it. This kind of talk would probably also be included in the family conference. Oh well, it's not like it has anything to do with us children. Well, I mean, it kind of does, but... Finally, even though he's absent, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that seat of honor is Ushiromiya Kinzo. We got introduced to Kinzo's kanji before. It really sucks. He gave everyone else in the family these weird names, but he himself uses one which is conservative as all hell. If only his name were written with those same characters for gold and vault. But he let us call him Goldsmith or something. So the Zo is vault. Well, I mean, that's fitting. Gold vault, the rich patriarch. But yeah, it's like, yeah, it means that, but we called him Goldsmith or something, but his name is Kinzo. That'd be totally awesome. Goldosmisu. As you can probably gather from all of the talk about him, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. Just because I'm just his grandkid and haven't met him since I was in elementary school 6 years ago, I don't remember having ever been beaten by him, but it seems that our parents were raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go try to convince grandfather to come out seems oddly funny if you take this into account. Does it? In order to tell grandfather's story, you have to take yourself all the way back before the Showa era to recount the tale of the Ushiromiya family. Or the Showa era, wow. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous, so I did latch onto that. So in the Edo period and stuff, they were real hot shit. They owned several spinning mills and were very wealthy people who merely had to fall about laughing while the money rolled in. Incidentally, grandfather, as a member of a branch family, originally had nothing to do with the main family. Distantly separated from the head's inheritance, He had apparently had very little involvement with the head house. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushinomiya main family in Odawara was flattened. Wait, I've been to Odawara. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire. Yeah, the Great Kanto earthquake was really awful. And the Ushinomiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. It then became a matter of who would become the heir to the main family. And as it turned out, none were left except for Kinzo, who was as far removed from the main family line as they come. Kinzo himself later said that it was such good luck, it was as though fate had been turned upside down. With that, grandfather's ordinary life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the wealth that the dying Ushinomiya family had almost completely lost. Of course, just because you suddenly dump a task on someone doesn't mean they can do squat to accomplish it. So that's where the witch's curse comes in, right? Or the deal. I doubt people around him were expecting much. But this is where grandfather began to display his extraordinary talent and good luck. Magic, right? Grandfather used all of the family funds and everything from the hair on his head to his toenails as collateral to borrow a massive amount of money. Created a gigantic supply of funds and immediately started a business. It was like tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. Probably anyone would have thought that grandfather had no business ability. But with an unbelievable amount of good luck and miracles, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of. Before anyone knew it, he had forged powerful connections with the Allied forces. The Allied forces in the war, oh my goodness. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were in charge of Japan, so now this is post-war era. General MacArthur, the American general who was overseeing the Japanese occupation. Grandfather, in a twinkle of the eye, had been succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. At this point, it was no longer luck, but information that won the day. He must have made some seriously thick connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew about the emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War before they happened. No, more than that, he must have foreseen these special procurements and started penetrating those markets from the very beginning. History textbooks say that all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands for the Korean War, but that wasn't the case in reality. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was an extremely lucky member of this group of winners. This all happened during the year 1950, I think. And since the year of the Great Kanto earthquake was 1923, that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushinomiya family to a level even higher than it had been before in the span of only 20 to 30 years. With that, you'd think he would revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, and then reneged on it and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and furthermore, he had the sponsorship of the GHQ, which meant that nobody could oppose him. It seems that Tokyo provided the land for next to no money at the time. Tokyo later made repeated complaints for the land to be returned, but not much could be done due to the involvement of the GHQ, even though they'd been pushed into it. No doubt he'd bribed everyone there was to bribe. Holy shit. In the end, the city gave up in frustration, and now Rokenjima is a private island. Grandfather, with considerable skill and blessed with good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it wasn't all luck. He was skilled with English, and this was cultivated by his Western obsession. It was by using that as a weapon that he was able to make inroads into the GHQ. A mansion was immediately built on the island. That would be this mansion. Grandfather, who had always loved the West, made this once uninhabited island, Rokenjima, a canvas upon which he would realize his dreams to his heart's content. The Western mansion that he had always imagined, overflowing with emotion, the beautiful garden where various roses had been planted, and a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. To have this much would be every man's dream. After that, making good use of his huge fortune, he became a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person normally gets portrayed after the fact as having the ability to foresee and predict the future or something. Witches? Magic? But Grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that, with all of his dreams made real, can't help but grow increasingly odd when locked up alone on an island. Everyone knows he's been obsessed with the West for a very long time. But none of our parents really knows when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Perhaps his love of black magic began way back when he became fascinated with the West. Or possibly, his miraculous stretch of good luck, which allowed him to revive the family, caused him to feel a mysterious power in himself. At some point, Grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work, filling his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. These being the few remaining years of a person successful in life, those around him warmly watched over him, feeling the time was his to spend as he pleased, or so I hear, but no way in hell that's true. They probably were just driven away thinking, that's disturbing, I don't want to get involved. Well, that war-torn period was a time for big gambles with both opportunities and risks. I'd like to see Grandfather do so well if he'd been born in this... I'd like to see Grandfather do so well if he'd been born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities. Would have probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average company employee. If that had happened, he'd probably be sitting here with the rest of us, regaling us with tales of his shitty boss. No, not here. I love this History of Japanese Economics lecture. Yeah, this is a side of this part of history I don't hear about very often, so this is actually like super interesting to me. I know the occupation period for most people was like very destitute, so the fact that he was able to capitalize on it is kind of crazy. No, not here in the dining hall of a mansion We might have been around a table at some bar. If that were the case, I'm sure this would have been a more comfortable family conference. If only we were comfortably middle class. Also the case of the Korean families who came out of the Japanese occupation rich as hell. Oh yeah? So similar kind of thing. Alright, that's enough talk about the old geezer who won't pop off. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch!
前菜の刺身のサラダで俺はすでに確信してたね。
Oh, this is making me hungry. I haven't had dinner. I was already sold by the sashimi salad.
小田さんは大した。
Goda-san is one hell of a chef.
しかも魚は近海で取れたやつだろ。
Plus, these fish were caught in the oceans near here, weren't
ス
they?
ーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。
The sashimi you get at the supermarket don't even come close. So it's like mega super fresh. Mmm.
おいおいよせよバトラー。
Hey, quit it, Badler.
そっちがバレちまうだろうが。
Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs. Like, oh my god, Battler, you shop at the supermarket? Your friend Mary's family on her mother's side comes from wealth, but they were located in the north. They fled south during the war, but only some of them made it. Her grandmother has siblings in the north she hasn't heard from since. Oh, that's awful. I'm sorry to hear that. But because they had all that money, she lives in the wealthiest of wealthy parts of Seoul. Holy shit. That's crazy. But my goodness. That's so sad, though. Wow.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。
My job occasionally leads me to eat at some quite interesting places, but even compared to those, this is an excellent dish.
ゴダさんは多分
I imagine you could have become
そ
reasonably
の
well
道じゃ
known in that
少しは
field.
知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
Goda-san?
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。
I don't know too much about it,
老
but
舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。
at the famous hotel where he used to work, employee politics got pretty complicated and everyone split into factions. George basically works for his father's company. He's just doing businessman shit. He's kind of apprenticing under his father, who works for an MBA. Yep, George is an MBA. He's your mortal enemy. Your fucking nemesis. See, now you're gonna get why the fandom hates him. Actually, I don't know why the fandom hates him yet, but you're already being set up for it. I don't know too much about it, but at the famous hotel where he used to work, employee politics got pretty complicated, and everyone split into factions.
そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。
In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire.
それでその時。
And it just so happened that Mom had job
お
offers
ふくろが使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
for a servant out at the same time. As Goda cleared away the empty plates, he began to recount his own eventful past, never losing his
世の
smile.
中というのは難しいものです。
The world is a difficult
しか
place.
し、そのおかげでこうして今日、後ろ宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。
However, it is thanks to this that I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Ushiromiya
大勢
family.
の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、
Though I also enjoy the smiles of a larger number of
お
people,
仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。
it is also extremely entertaining to be able to perform delicate work in order to please solely the limited number of people I have pledged to serve.
これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by Madam. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。
At least somebody likes Natsuhi. That is because among all of the applicants, you were the most
客観
talented.
的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
The decision was not based on personal feelings, but purely objective, so there is no need to thank me. Oh man, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to speak so frankly? If only she spoke more gently, she might give off a different impression. Shanon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
失礼いたします。
Please excuse us.
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Now then, let us move on to dessert. Goda-san and the others laid out the beautifully adorned dessert. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for desserts. Just like Maya Fey. I thought that being fed all that delicious food had totally filled me up. But as soon as I laid eyes on the dessert, my stomach started yelling more! I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance that was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce. And elegant rose petals adorned the dish. When you dine on such magnificent food as this, first it is distributed in front of everybody, and then the chef takes a moment to extol the virtues of his creation. Until he is finished, as a rule, you don't touch the food. Just like Iron Chef, I guess not real, well, kinda. No, they kind of go into it in Iron Chef as he explains. However, Maria, who had no experience with these ceremonious rules, got excited by this beautiful, delicious-looking dessert and jumped into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Auntie Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, now, it's all right. This one's sour. This one's sour. Battler, the wrong one is this one. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
There's a wrong one and a wrong one? There's a right one and a wrong one? Alright, I'll give it a go. Come on. Okay. Apparently the 2 sauces were one sweet and one sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Ooh, one of them was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff?
この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい？
Shannon-chan hesitated to speak. Maybe she was just setting the table and doesn't really know. She's hesitating a bit much for that, though. It's human flesh! No, I'm just kidding. Did I ask something wrong? Or did they use something that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi acted as though she had a headache, Kumasawa-san, who was sitting the other side of the table, began to laugh with a ho-ho-ho.
何の材料を使っていると思いますか?
What do you think we made it out of?
驚きますよ.
It'll shock you.
わ、全然わかんねえぜ。
Huh? I don't have a clue.
というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。
And Kumasawa-ba-san, that laugh creeps me the hell out.
で、何なんだよ、正体は。
So what is it?
内緒ですよ.
Don't tell anyone, all
お
right?
耳を拝借.
She's about to lie straight to his face, isn't she? Let me borrow your ears. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. She'd asked to borrow my ears, so I leaned forward too. Their interest caught Jessica, George Aniki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. What? What? Tell me! The art style reminds you so much of the Fate series, it kind of wigs me out. You know, the eyes, they really look like, what's it? Take... Oh my god, what's the artist's name? Take something. Yeah, but Rowan, have you seen the original sprites for this game? They're amazing. They're Takeuchi, yes. Okay, so this is the these sprites are only used for certain versions, but the original sprites look like they were drawn in MS Paint. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, you might have seen like the OG like fucked up Beatrice. Let me find some. Like, yeah, honestly, just Google image search Umineko sprites, and it'll all show up. Yeah, just Google image search Umineko sprites. Pissed off because you suddenly need 500 tomes to finish your bubblegum ball. Aw, sorry to hear that. The grind. You've seen these? I know, right? Isn't that amazing? So this is like a whole different style. What? Tell me. The sour part is, well... Actually, it's squeezed juice from a mackerel. What? Mackerel? PDA is heinous. Oh, let me see. I think I could find her in here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Don't be ridiculous, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding with an uh-huh. Mackerels are sour. If you squeeze them, this comes out. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. You got it wrong. That's vinegared mackerel. Auntie Rosa said to Maria in a small voice while turning red. Oh, now I remember it perfectly. Kumasawa-san was always this kind of a character, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me about all kinds of things when I was young as well. Amongst all of them, the most painful must have been that one. The flimsy black stuff you get in Chinese food. Kikurage mushrooms. She told me it was penguin meat, and I went around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Oh my god. Kumasawa Ba-chan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria is gonna believe now, right? It's just a joke. Goda-san will tell you what's in the sauce in just a moment. Goda-san looked a little put out from having his masterpiece laughed at in such a strange way. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to describe tonight's dessert. It's lunch! Bro, it's lunch! Based on the rose garden that everyone seemed to enjoy so much today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that rose garden. Oh, that would explain it. For the sauces, I have prepared 2 different reds for you, strawberry and rose hip. That would do it, rose hip sour.
ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
Please enjoy the strawberry's sweetness and the rose hip sourness in
なお
turn.
花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。
Finally, the rose petals are merely decorations, so please set them aside before eating.
それではどうぞお楽しみください。
That sounds fucking good. I want some panna cotta. With that said, please enjoy. Oh man, I almost want to applaud before I've even eaten it. It's like when you take medicine, you know how it seems to work better when you've read the instructions. Thanks to Goda-san elaborating on the details of this dessert, I feel like he's knocked it up another notch. Seriously, should you call him meticulous or just talented? Dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but he took a cue from our stopping in front of the rose garden earlier today, and displayed an incredibly timely awareness of the season by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and become bored halfway through. But by bringing the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then once you return to the sweet sauce, all the sourness in your mouth is replaced by an enjoyable sweetness again. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of the seats, someone praised the taste in his creation.
いかがですか、奥様。
How is it, madam?
相変わらず見事です。
Splendid, as
お客
always.
様をおもてなし
It is a worthy treat for our guests.
するに値します。
恐れ入ります。
I am most grateful for your
奥
words.
様、ご存知ですか？
Madam, did you
ロ
know?
ーズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。
I've heard that rose hip has the ability to cure
奥
headaches.
様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
I thought that you especially would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared.
そう。
Is that
あ
so?
りがとう。
Thank you.
ほら言ったでしょ、夏姫さん。
See, didn't I tell you,
ロー
Natsuhine-san?
ズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
Rose hip works on headaches, right? That was in the tea earlier. So it seems.
聞くといいんだけど。
I can only hope it has some effect.
ゴーダさん、あんたには惚れるで。
Oh, Goda-san, I love you.
後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。
Hey, later, whisper how much compensation you're getting for this,
無
won't
理
you?
ならあんたの欲しい年収、指立ててくれるだけでもええやで。
If you're sworn to silence, you can stick up some fingers instead. Let me know your price.
あんたの腕がこの島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。
Having your talent monopolized to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture.
その腕、わしの会社で振るってお客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。
Wouldn't you be willing to display your talent to all the customers at my company?
秀吉さん、うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか？
Are you trying to recruit our
これ
Goda?
は困った。
How troubling.
ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
We'd better make some improvements to his salary or he'll get snatched away.
そうした方がいいわね。
Yes, you really
じゃないと
should.
引き抜かれて3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
If you don't, he'll be lured away and you'll be stuck with 3 meals a day of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking, won't you?
これは手厳しゅうございます。
That is indeed harsh.
すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
It seems someone is holding a grudge. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a type of running gag. According to Jessica, wait, I read that. And our parents had long since gotten used to it. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerel contained precious nutrients and could do things such as prevent aging and make people smarter. It seemed that while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it had helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still healthy enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, that benefit must be the real thing.
それでは失礼いたします。
Well then, if you'll excuse me.
夕食にはふるって。
Prepare yourself for tonight's
た
dinner.
くさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので。
I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you to eat, so look forward to it.
期待してるよ。
We sure
今
will.
晩はしめ鯖でキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
I want to treat myself to some vinegared mackerel tonight.
それは素敵ね。
That sounds wonderful. Yeah, I like that sort of thing too.
ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
I wonder if any delicious Japanese sake will be included.
ええ、ございますよ。
Oh, it certainly
六
will.
軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
How about some of our famous Rokkenjima of mackerel liquor? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. Amusingly, Goda-san, who looked as though his stock had been stolen from him, explained very seriously that tonight's dinner would actually be calf steak. So like veal?
熊沢さん、さっきはありがとうございました。
Kumasawa-san, thank you for doing that back there. Oh, and she didn't have the answer for the sauce. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa played dumb, but it was no accident that she had thrown Shannon a lifeline. Back when Badler had asked for the details of the dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them should have been delivered deftly. Shannon, who hesitated when hard pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. If only Shannon, like Goda, had a little of the craftiness needed to skillfully shake off a mistake, her days would be a little more comfortable. This weakness was especially unfortunate considering how flawlessly she could handle her work. Of course, there were those who well understood Shannon's meek nature and her inability to remember to gloss over her mistakes, which was why Kumasawa came to her aid without hesitation.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。
I just heard from Genji-san that there's been a change to the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening.
シャノンさん
Yay!
は夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。羨ましい。
Ooh, I am jealous.
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't checked the list of shifts yet.
そうそう。
Ah,
オーブン
yes.
でこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。
I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the
でき
oven.
たらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいですね。
If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
はい。
Ah, yes.
喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea would be served in the parlor. It seemed that they would be preparing the black tea that Auntie Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria insisted that she also wanted to drink the black tea, but was rejected by the old bastard who told her to, and the rest of us kids to go play
バトラ
outside.
君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk
バラ
outside?
でも見に行ったらえ
Go look at the roses or
え。でも
something.
天気には十分注意するんやで。
But keep a close eye on the weather.
空はまだ明るいが、天気予報は降る降ると繰り返しちょる。
Sky's still clear, but the weather report kept talking about rain.
マリアは海がいい、海がいい。
I want the beach! The beach!
あら素敵じゃない？
Oh, isn't that a wonderful
砂
idea?
浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
Playing on a sandy beach isn't something that you get to do often, is
そっ
it?
か。
I guess not.
よし、じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。
Alright, let's go to the sandy beach then.
行こう行こ
Let's go, let's go!
マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。
Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet.
靴もよ。
Your shoes, too.
濡らさない。
Won't get wet!
素直で可愛い。
So obedient and
バ
cute.
トラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒、ちゃんと見てあげてね。
Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
おうよ、任せろ。
Sure thing, leave it to me.
おう、お前もキリエに頼まれると素直で可愛いじゃねえか。
Oh, you're pretty cute and obedient too when Kirie asks you something,
たま
huh?
には俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
Why don't you try listening to me obediently for a change?
まっぴらごめんだぜ。
Hell no.
行こうぜ、みんな。ほらほら。
Let's go, everyone! Come on! The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared the black tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which entertained everyone while they waited to appease their thirst.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。
Rudolph, you and your family all seem to get along so well with
良い
each
こ
other.
とだ。
Good for you.
よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
Oh, please, you have us beat on that front.
そうよ。
So
ジェシカちゃ
true.
ん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。
Jessica-chan has really grown into an innocent little thing, hasn't she?
これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
It's all the fruit of your training, isn't it, Natsuhine-san?
どうも。
Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. With that, the conversation halted, and the parlor became silent. Possibly because he couldn't stand it anymore, Hideyoshi broke the silence while performing an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。
Still, they do grow
い
fast.
つまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。
I thought they'd be kids forever, but they've been getting huge right before my eyes, and before I knew it, they joined the ranks of us
バ
adults.
トラ君なんか見違えたで。
Battler-kun, for one, is beyond recognition.
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。
His body has gotten much bigger, but he's still a child.
うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
Well, my husband is still a child as well.
子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。
I wonder where the border between child and adult is.
私、未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
I still don't feel as though I've grown up.
情けないじゃないか。
Isn't that pitiful?
一児の母の言うことではない。
That's not something the mother of a child should say.
そうね。
That's
私
right.
たちももう子供じゃない。
We're not children
大人
anymore.
同士よ。
We are all
だから
adults.
感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
So I would like it if we could all hold an intellectual discussion without becoming emotional. Oh, and now it's time to talk about money. Oh, oops. When Eva smiled with sharp sarcasm, everything seemed to get more tense. I felt like the smell of the tea that had been prepared so carefully just flew out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。
We have always strived to hold intellectual
お
discussions.
前の嫌味は時に的を外している。
Your sarcasm is ill-placed sometimes.
昔から変わらない。
You've never changed in that respect.
昔からいつもですって？
Always strived, is it?
あらあら。
Ara.
その言葉
My,
を
my.
きれいに放送して何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。
I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa? Rosa smiled with a vague expression. Whether she agreed or disagreed, she knew that she would earn the displeasure of either her brother or her sister. Her brother or her sister. It was a bit of a worldly wisdom she had needed to learn as the youngest sibling.
よせよ、姉貴。
Quit it, Aniki.
ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。
We should enter into the main topic while the brats aren't around, right?
それこそ知的な話よ。
Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. This was the unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。
Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months.
ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。
Which means he's already at -9.
いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
The Grim Reaper could come flying through the window in a blind panic at any
当
moment.
主様は今でも健在でおられます。
The family head is still in good
こ
health.
のような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、ルドルフさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
Raising such an inappropriate topic while the sun is still bright. I must ask whether you are in your right mind, Rudolph-san.
だがな、夏日さん。
Still,
こう
Natsuhi-san.
いうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。
If we don't discuss this until something happens, then it'll be too late.
今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。
He's still healthy now, so we've got to figure out something while we still have some time left
こ
over.
れも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
It's a kind of financial etiquette.
諸君の関心は親父殿のようじゃないか。
It seems as though everyone is concerned about father, Dr. Nansho. Everyone is concerned about father,
あ
Dr.
なたから
Nansho.
説明してくださいませんか。
Could we hear the details from you?
彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
Seems as though they were also hoping for that. Nansho, standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、
Dr.
お
Nansho,
父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか？
how is father's condition?
まずはじめに
Well, first,
私が去年申し上げました余命3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですので、
My
その
estimate-
訂正からいたします。
my estimate last year that he had only 3 months to live still appears to be making its presence felt, so allow me to start by correcting
言わ
it.
れずともわかるわ。
No need to
余命
explain.
というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise,
さ
right?
ようです。
That is
で
correct.
すから皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなるのかということは決して断言できないことなのです。
Because of that, I can offer no definitive answer to the question you all so often ask me of when he will pass away. Well, that's seems kind of callous, huh? If they all keep asking him, hey, when's my dad gonna die? When's he gonna die? When's he gonna
人
die?
の命は体と心に支えられております。
A human's life is supported by their body and their mind.
体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心の強さがあれば小康状態を維持することもあるのです。
If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, it is possible to maintain a state of remission.
体はともかくお心はまだしっかりしていて意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and
キリ
spirited.
エ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
Kirie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a
ご
while.
めんなさい。
Sorry.
さようです。
That is
金
correct.
蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。
Kinzo-san's body has been ravaged by
ましてや
disease.
あのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けてはとてもとても。
With him continuing to partake of that kind of strong liquor on top of all that, I really must
崖っ
think.
ぷちなのも酒のせい。
So booze is the reason he's teetering on
流
the
られ
edge.
てるのも酒のせいか。
And booze is also the reason he's hanging
主
on.
豪の親父らしいね。
Sounds like Dad, the heavy drinker.
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども。
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a
お
prediction.
父様、 来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら。
But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year?
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
That is quite the rude question to ask about the head. Natsuhi jumped on Eva, unable to hide her astonished expression. In response, Eva returned a defiant look, but Hideyoshi noticed and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
Natsuhi-san, カニーナ。
Oh, Natsuhi-san, forgive her.
お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
Eva, try to choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
ごめんなさい。
I'm
お父
sorry.
様の容体が気になって仕方なかったもので。
I was just so concerned over Father's condition.
そうですか。
Is that so?
それは気づきませんでした。
I hadn't realized.
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。
Dr. Nancho, please tell us.
父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
For the sake of the beautiful family love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Kraus laughed sarcastically, and Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. You ask whether he will still be healthy
来
next
年
year.
までお元気かという質問ですが、医者の私としてはとても難しい。
But it is a very difficult question for me as a
この
doctor.
小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし、
While I
何らか
do
の発作が来れば、その時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。
Well, I do think this remission will last for a while yet. If he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do.
何しろ、六軒島は孤島です。
After all, Rokenjima is a solitary island.
すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。
It's not as though an ambulance can come rushing in to save
本来
him.
ならば、本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが。
Yeah, the current era is Reiwa. It's Reiwa. It is not as though an ambulance can come rushing in to save him. Normally, I would have him hospitalized in a large hospital on the mainland, but
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。
Father stated that he does not want his noble research
去
interrupted.
年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。
It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかとひどくお疑いになられていてな。
Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes
す
outside.
っかりこのざまなのだよ。
And that's how things are now.
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
Has Dr. Nancho been examining him?
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。
Father trusts Dr.
機嫌
Nancho.
が良ければ診察も受けられるようだがね。
It seems he can be examined when in a good mood.
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも入院を勧めようとも聞き入れてくれ。
I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen.
本当に見るだけですがな。
I've really only been able to look.
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。
It's true that there are people that hate doctors.
しかし困ったもんだのう。
Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination was to determine what medical treatment was appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given made the whole thing
つ
pointless.
まりおさらいすると、
Then, in
相
summary,
変わらず余命は3ヶ月。
his expected life is still 3
瀕
months.
死のまま。あとどれだけ流らえるか見当もつかねえってことだ。
And there's no way to guess how long he will continue to live while on the verge of death.
ルドルフさん、
Rudolph-san,
言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか？
couldn't you be more discreet with your
ああ、
words?
すまんね。
Sorry. I've always talked this way.
昔からこういう口の聞き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
Cut me a break.
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。
I understand Dr. Nancho's
クラウ
opinion.
ス兄さんから見てどうなの？
What do you think, Kraus Nissan?
実を言うと 南條先生とは異なる意見でね。
Be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr.
とても余
Nancho.
命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。
I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he has only 3 months to
怒鳴
live.
り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。
His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get the chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me.
長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
Pushing the task of caring for Dad solely on the shoulders of the eldest son is far from fair.
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。
In the next world, be born after me. Damn.
さて、話を戻そうぜ。
Alright, let's return to our
そんなわ
discussion.
けで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつおか
In that case, according to the
隠れになってしま
impartial,
ってもおかしくない状態だ。
according to the impartial and neutral doctor's opinion, it wouldn't be odd for him to go
兄貴
anytime.
には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。
Sorry, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of a
と
specialist.
なりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは、時期尚早ではないってことさ。
With that, I believe the discussion of Dad's fortune is no longer a premature topic.
お父様の個人資産はおそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。
Father's personal funds probably reach into the tens of billions of yen, right? Ooh, wow.
でもそれはき
But it's not
れい
as
な
though
現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。
it's not as though all of that is neatly gathered as ready
お誕
cash.
生会のケーキみたいに綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ。
It's not as simple as neatly cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
姉貴の例えは面白いな。
An interesting metaphor,
そう
Aniki.
さ。ケーキの上にはイチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろう。
That's right, sometimes strawberries or chocolates are placed on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly divide it into equal
それを
parts.
加味してどういう風にナイフを入れるのか先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
Taking that into consideration, I think it's important to first discuss how best to stick the knife in, don't you?
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
And sometimes the cake has different flavors on the different sides. All this is just making me hungry. I truly don't understand you all. Even while the head is still alive, you're discussing the matter in loud voices as though he were already dead.
あら、必要な話よ。
Come now, don't you see how important this
だって
is?
遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。
After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately,
ま
right?
してや栄光ある後ろ宮家の財産は莫大。
Moreover, the wealth of the glorious Sushiromiya family house is
事
vast.
前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが。
Don't you understand that a careful discussion is necessary beforehand? And if there's writing on it, you can't cut a person's name. Alright, get water for the kitties.
当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
There's a huge difference between the assets of this family and your old one. Oh no, so she came from a rich family too, but they're kind of looking down on her.
失礼な。
How rude.
私の実家は関係ありません。
The family I was born to has nothing to do with this. As Natsuhi resentfully responded in a low voice, the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
予算買えば
Give it a rest, Eva.
夏日さん堪忍な
Natsuhi-san, forgive
口が
us.
悪いのは許したってな
Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but only resulted in making the hostility between Eva and Natsuhi even more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔な
Yeah, Nacho's like, I'm just gonna go. It seems that I will just be in the way if I stay any
失
longer.
礼させていただきましょう。
Please excuse me. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. This may well have been a normal act of courtesy expected of an outsider, but even so, his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。
So let me see if I understand your point of view correctly.
親父殿の余命は短い。
Father's remaining life is
遺産
short.
分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。
You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance.
何を焦っているのかね。
Why are you so eager? I wonder.
確かにお前たちの言う通り、後宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。
Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple
な
task.
るほど。じっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。
In that case, shouldn't we carefully and deliberately calculate?
お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。
It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight.
そうだろう、ローザ。
That's true, isn't it, Rosa?
何を焦ることがあるのかね。
Is something making you impatient?
焦ってるわけじゃない。
It's not that we're impatient,
兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。
but a decision between the siblings is essential.
それはいつでもいいことだけれども、
It doesn't matter
お
when.
父様の具合が悪くなっていて、その日が近づいているというなら、
But if father's condition is worsening and the day is drawing
先
near,
に話だけしておいても、それは請求とは言わないと思うし。
discussing the matter beforehand isn't what I would call impatience. Rosa sneaked a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest daughter in the family, being cross-examined by the eldest was harsh.
ほう、それはお前の本心かね。
Oh, is that your true
兄
opinion?
弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。
I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that.
そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのかね。
I wonder if those two told you to say that.
よせよ、兄貴。
Quit it, 兄貴。
ローザだって兄弟だぜ。
Rosa is a sibling, just like the rest of
親父の遺
us.
産に公平な権利がある。
She has a fair right to Dad's inheritance. That's what I've been saying.
関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。
It's obvious she would be interested,
親
right?
父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし。それは遠い未来の話でもない。
After all, Dad will definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant
むしろ
future.
兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。
On the contrary, Aniki, you are far too
まるで遺
relaxed.
産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないよ。
It seems almost as though you would like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the distribution of the inheritance.
それはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by
主
that?
人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
Are you trying to accuse my husband of something?
まあ、夏日さん。
Calm down,
話
Natsuhi-san.
は聞いておくなあれ。
Listen to what we have to say.
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？
Nissan, I hear these are very good times nowadays.
そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方。
Right, we're approaching the bubble era of like insane success, right? I hear these are very good times nowadays. That's right. Since last year, the yen has just been going up and up thanks to the unprecedented boom in
ドル
prosperity.
が100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。
It seems it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100
それ
yen.
に、
Also, the ruling party
与
says
党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようっていうじゃない。
it will establish a health resort and maintenance law by next year.
今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much capital as they can.
詳しいじゃないか。
You know your
こ
stuff.
れから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。
Soon, Japan will see an unprecedented
親
boom.
父殿が後宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模な需要拡大の時代がね。
Just like when father revived the Ushinomiya family, another case like the Korean War demands.
日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となり、我が世の春を謳歌するようになった。
The people of Japan have worked at a frenzied pace, realized vast economic growth, and become the most prosperous people in the world. They are enjoying the height of their prosperity.
国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。
Private spending has increased, and institutions that can profit from that can make easy money in this era.
今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。
The people needs no longer merely the essential 3 electrical appliances. Oh, I learned about that in history class. The 3. Oh God, what were they? TV was one. Refrigerator. Forgot if the third one was like a vacuum and air conditioner or like an oven and something like that.
スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール。
Places to ski, to golf, public pools.
リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。
Resort hotels and theme parks. Actually, that's gonna bother me now. Let me look it up what the third one was. Let's see. Oh my God, what was it? Oh, that was it. Televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines. The big 3. Resort hotels and theme parks.
数年前に開業したデルゼニーランドには行った。
the non copyrighted Disneyland. Have you gone to Disneyland, which just opened just a few years ago?
素晴らしい遊園地じゃないか。
What an excellent theme park that is.
あそこでは大人も童心に帰り家族で楽しむことができるんだ。
In that place, even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family.
かつて
The legally distinct amusement
家
park
族を顧みずに
Disneyland.
滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。
The old era, where the only virtue was to selflessly devote yourself to your country while failing to consider your family, is ending.
我々は世界で一番豊かな国民として、ようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
Now, as the most prosperous people in the world, we can finally accept that.
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。
Kraus Nissan, your foresight is something
わ
else.
しも数年前に聞いた時はそんなアホなと思ったわ。
When I heard this several years ago, I thought it was ridiculous.
でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。
But see, when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that
円は
changed.
みるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。
The yen's getting stronger and stronger, and the price of land will skyrocket soon, I
日
bet.
本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。
The day that Japan becomes the economic center of the world isn't far off.
兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。
You have a very forward-looking
それ
view.
だけは間違いないで。
There's no mistake in that, at least.
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。
I feel the same as Hideyoshi
兄
Nissan.
貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。
Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. Doesn't that sound like what happened with your
そ
dad?
の嗅覚は親父譲りだろ。
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That keen sense surely came from Dad.
大したもんだぜ。
It's incredible.
だが、親父と違って、ちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはある。
However, unlike Dad, there have been cases where the timing of your predictions has been mistaken, haven't there?
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。
Nissan, believing that Japan will definitely face an economic boom, you have been launching resort projects everywhere, and almost all of them continue to
兄
fail.
さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。
Well, I'm sure that the era you predicted is coming. It seems you misread the timing of that boom.
早すぎたのよ。
You were too early.
そして焦って生産して結局は傷口を広げたわ。
And then you hurriedly tried to sell everything off, and as a result, opened the wound even further.
本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら生産するわけない。
If your nose was really so reliable, and you predicted the coming of a boom, that there should be no reason for you to sell off your
これっ
property.
て兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
Isn't this proof that you don't trust your own ability?
失礼な。
How rude!
主人を侮辱するつもりですか？
Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsuhi's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuhi to sit
許
down.
さないか夏日。
Please stop, Natsuhi.
昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。
My little sister is incapable of speaking any other way and always has been.
少し落ち着きなさい。
Calm yourself a
また
little.
頭痛に触る。
Your headache will get worse. Oh, he's concerned.
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。
Proof that you have no talent is also right here. Damn, she's going in.
だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？
After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort?
素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。
Building a wonderful resort hotel, beautifully maintaining the garden. Oh, she was saying that, Kraus was the one who put in the rose garden, replaced the garden that she liked better, so that's probably a backhanded thing.
私
I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to
だ
understand.
から分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょ？
But you must have used a significant amount of money, right? This must be what Kinzo was saying about Kraus spending 2 gold coins to get 1.
だからなんだというのですか？
What are you trying to
主
say?
人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
My husband's business has nothing to do with you.
いいや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。
Actually, that's not true,
ロッケン
Natsuhi-san.
島は兄貴のものじゃない。
Rokkenjima is not
親父
Aniki's.
のもの
It is
だ。もち
Dad's.
ろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。
The hotel that was constructed is Aniki's, of course.
なんなら、俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。
If you like, you can charge us lodging fees tonight.
な、ローザ。
Right, Rosa?
それはまあ
Well,
持ち合わせで足りるなら
if what I have on hand will suffice.
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will
支
rise.
出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。
It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can hope to have a large harvest in the future.
そうなれば、結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
When that happens, it should prove to be beneficial to all of you as
そ
well.
れはわかるわよ。
I understand
こ
that.
の島の価値が上がればそれを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。
If the value of this island rises, that will increase our shares when we distribute the
も
inheritance.
ちろん島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。
Of course, we won't ask you to physically divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal
それを
parts.
算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
We're quite happy to settle this with whatever you calculate its financial worth to be.
そこまで分かっているなら私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so
不
dissatisfied?
満じゃねえさ。不安なのさ。
We aren't dissatisfied or
第
uneasy.
一兄貴、
In the first place,
あのホテ
Aniki,
ル、いつになったら開業するんだ？
when do you plan to open that
こ
hotel?
のままじゃ、俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
Keep this up, and every square inch of it will be covered up in our grubby handprints.
そうよ。
That's
大
right.
切な商売道具でしょ。
It's an important tool for your business, isn't it?
確かに開
I understand that you can't keep it locked
業
up
す
until
る
the
ま
moment
で
you
ず
open
っ
it
と
for
鍵をかけてお
business.
くわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。
Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. So there's a hotel on the island and there's gonna be a murder in there or
で
what?
も私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃ
That's what
ち
the
ょっ
guest
と豪
house
勢
is.
すぎやしないかしら。
That's what the guest house is, I understand. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a
ね
year.
えローザ。
Wouldn't you say, Rosa?
そうね。
That's right.
あんなに素敵ならオープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
It's that wonderful. I'm sure that it will become quite popular once you open it.
ああ、あなたが前に言ってたホテルってゲストハウスのことだったのね。
Oh, the hotel you mentioned earlier was referring to the guest house, I
立
see.
派なもんだろ。
Hell of a building,
ロ
isn't
ーザの
it?
言う通り、オープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
Just as Rosa said, I'm sure it would become popular if he were to open it. The lodging they had been guided to had not been constructed with the intent of building a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it had been completed 2 years ago, there was absolutely no schedule for it to be opened.
兄さんのいつもの事業と同じよ。
Nissan is just like all of your
着目
enterprises.
や企画はご立派。
Your attention and planning are both
そしていつ
fabulous.
も途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
Then it always becomes unable to maintain itself partway and ends without being able to collect any profit.
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は立派さ。
It was brilliant of you to spot that it was a waste to use this island only as a place to
そ
live.
してリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのはなかなかいい絵だったと思うぜ。
I think that turning it into a resort which could use things like marine sports, fishing, or honeymoons to attract customers was a pretty good plan.
俺だって長男だったならこの島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I too would have racked my brains over what kind of profit I could get out of this island.
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。
But 2 years have passed since you finished building it,
2年
right?
経って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？
After 2 years, you still don't know when you'll be able to open it?
任せてる管理会社はどこ？
Where's the managing company you entrusted it to?
失敬な。
Pertinence.
それは主人の手落ちではありません。
That is not my husband's
主
fault.
人の仕事を受けよう会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here.
しかしな、
That's the thing,
クラウス
though.
兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
This company that Kraus-san hired, I haven't heard many good rumors about it, you know?
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。
Let's not beat around the
不
bush.
払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話。私たちの耳に届かないとでも思ってる？
The project disintegrated midway due to non-payment, embezzlement, and other troubles. Do you think the rumors wouldn't reach our
裏も取れ
ears?
てるんだから。
I've been collecting evidence. Wow, what a nice sister. Collecting evidence.
何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。
I don't know what kind of evidence you found, but it's all baseless.
観光業への新規参入には方々への根回しが必要になります。
As new members in the sightseeing business, it is necessary to lay the groundwork with various
相手が
people.
信用に足りるかを測ることも大事です。
It is also important to discuss how trustworthy the other
そ
party
れ見て
is.
戻っているだけ。
It is nothing more than taking some time to meet that end.
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇み足になったことは認める。
I'll accept that. In my rashness, the hotel was completed too
だ
early.
が維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。
However, we are not paying
や
maintenance
がて大
costs.
きな意味を持つ布石だ。
It is a slow and vital strategic arrangement.
嘘つけよ。
Yeah, I
生
bet.
産したくても売れないだけだろ。
More like you want to sell it but can't.
観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもねえさ。
There's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated island with nothing on it and no established sightseeing routes.
それに事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
Besides, what's happening with the loans you gathered for this project?
維持費はかからんでも返せん借金は膨らむ一方や。
It might not be costing you maintenance, but the borrowed money you can't return is just going up and up.
すまんがクラウス兄さん、
Sorry, Kraus
こ
Nissan.
の島の開発計画の話ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。
I investigated the development plan for this island a
正
little.
直こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
I gotta be honest, I've not heard anything good either.
秀吉さん、確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。
Hideyoshi-san, I'm sure that only looking at the current financial condition could lead you to that impression.
これは先行投資なのだよ。
However, that is a prior investment.
その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。
I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created.
だが、ようやく時代が私に追いついた。
However, the times have finally caught up with
これ
me.
までに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。
I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this
いや、
point.
それどころか。これまでの投資だってやがては私の元に戻ってくる。
No, actually, all of the investments I've made until now will finally return to my
そう
possession.
例えるなら、放った稚魚が鮭となり、肥えて帰ってくるようにね。
That's right, just like throwing away a small fry, which then becomes a salmon, they will come back even bigger than before.
それは認めるで。
Sure, I'm with you
こ
on
れか
that.
らリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。
Starting soon, the resort business will probably see an unprecedented
これ
boom.
までの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。
Though who knows whether it'll be enough to bury all of your
だが
liabilities.
な、クラウス兄さん。
But I gotta ask Kraus
これま
Nissan,
で散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。
after all the crushing defeats you've suffered so far, who in the world supplied you with the
そ
funds?
れも半端ない軍資金や。
That's a heck of a sum we're
あれ
talking
だけ
about.
の穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
Enough to cover your massive debt, right?
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
ああ、夏樹さん。ほんま怒らんといてえな。
Ah, Natsu-san, please don't get
わ
mad.
しらも調べたんや。
We've done our research,
これ
see?
まで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたんか調べたんや。
We looked into it, trying to see who could have loaned Kraus Nissan, who lost all of his battles thus far, enough to support his recent massively gutsy investments.
結果
And the result?
いねえんだよ。
No one.
そんな後ろ盾は。
There is no backer.
弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。
The iron rule of the money roulette is to bet against the unfortunate.
兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。
And Aniki, You are a well-known unfortunate in this neighborhood.
確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて。
Surely this era seems set to welcome an economic boom, but when we asked who with respect to Aniki's failures,
融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら誰もいなかったのさ。
would find him worthy of funding, there was no one.
ならね。
So you see,
そのお金をどこから調達したの？
Where did you raise that money
って
from?
ことになるのよ。
That's what we started to question next. Wow, what gracious siblings. What supportive siblings.
ほう、興味深い話じゃないか。
Isn't this an interesting
そ
story?
れで
And
あなた
dear,
このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
how long do you plan to ignore these abusive remarks?
座れよ、夏日さん。
Sit down,
単
Natsuhi-san.
刀直入に言おう。
Let me be blunt.
兄貴は親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。
Aniki, you have been diverting Dad's private funds for your own business. I had a feeling it was something like that.
これはほぼ間違い
He's already using the money. There is almost no
こ
doubt.
れが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
If we made some mistake, please feel free to explain it for
ル
us.
ドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。
Rudolph, this isn't diverting
こ
funds.
れは横領よ。
This is embezzlement, isn't it?
刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだ。
It's a genuine crime that can be criminally prosecuted. Oh, great.
無礼極まりない。
This is rudeness in the
仮に
extreme.
も後宮本家跡継ぎの後宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。
How can you even face the successor to the Ushiromiya head house and level these wild accusations?
暴言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ？
They aren't wild. They're right on the money, aren't they?
なんとか事業を成功させて、これまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方。
He wants to make his business succeed so that he can recover his losses, but his debt is actually
博
growing.
打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。
All he wants is to get himself out of the hole he's dug by making an even bigger gamble than before. So he's like the kaiji of businessmen.
その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら、手をつけるのは道理。
If he had the funds close at hand, it's only logical he'd try to use
はっき
them.
り言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。
Let me say it clearly, Nissan. What you are doing is embezzlement.
お父様に対する裏切りよ。
You are betraying our father.
しかるべき決着がついた後には、司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。
I imagine that we will leave you to the mercy of the courts after this is all over. Bro, this is your brother.
そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い？
Do you think those people will kindly agree to address you as successor to the Ushiromiya head house?
言うにこと書いて。当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。
This wind. Of all the things, saying that he's betraying the head is not something I can
こ
overlook.
の栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。
You no longer have the right to darken the doors of the glorious Ushiromiya house.
即刻ここを出て行きなさい。
Leave this place immediately.
さあ
Go on! Get out! Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Eva in a rage. She then pointed alternately at Eva in the hallway, indicating that she should leave. Eva took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi, as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd just said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん。
Hey, Natsuhi-ne-san.
誰に向かってそんな口。
Who Who do you think you were speaking to?
よう聞きなの。無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。
I am speaking to the extremely impolite sister of my
こ
husband.
れ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
As the person in charge of family affairs, I cannot overlook any more of this.
台所を預かる
In charge of family affairs? Oh dear God.
黙るがいいこの名ばかり女房が
Shut up! Sorry excuse for a wife. Oh shit. Eva folded the fan with a snap and rose powerfully. Compared to the elegance and playful behavior she had shown until just now, she was unimaginably aggressive.
バカバカしいお前が下がりなさい
How foolish you leave!
この後ろ宮エヴァに
You would tell me, Ushiromiya
当
Eva,
主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと
me, Eva, the third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy who is granted the left shoulder of the head to leave?
身の程を知りなさい
Learn your
そ
place.
してお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を鏡に映してみるがいい
And then look in a mirror at your shabby
お
figure.
前の服のどこに翼が
Where on your clothes is the wing? Oh, the wing. They're finally gonna bring up the wing.
どこに片翼のわしが許されているのか
Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle?
貴様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの
Your only purpose was to birth a successor to the Ushiromiya
身
family.
の程をわきまえるがいいこのゲス女が
Know your place, bitch! While Eva's face grimaced unattractively, her words pierced Natsuhi's heart like claws and painfully twisted in. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and not one of them managed to make it to her mouth. The anger, which had lost any place to go, became a single hot tear, which slowly dripped down.
何
Oh, we get the first unhinged face of the game, everybody. What?
何か言い返したいならどうぞ言い返しなさいよ
We have the first unhinged face of the game, everybody. If you have something to say, please say it now.
ほら
Come on. Eva faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi's fist was shaking. She trembled all over, unable to do anything. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension.
夏日席を外しなさい
Natsuhi, leave your seat.
頭を冷やすといい
You should cool off your head. Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Oh no!
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか
Don't you understand what they're saying
こ
about
の
you?
人たちは言うにこと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです
These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to
私た
father.
ちが後ろ宮家の栄光を守り
We protect the glory of the Ushiromiya
お父
family.
様からそれを受け継ぐため日々高潔であろうとする全ての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじるなんという聞きがたい暴言
We put forth effort day in, day out, striving to be the paragons of nobility in order to take over that glory from father. And this inexcusable rambling tramples it all underfoot.
あなたもあなたですどうして言い返さないんですか
And you? Why don't you talk back
あ
to
なた
them?
が言い返さないから私が言い返しているのにさっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで
I'm talking back because you won't, but you have just been relying completely on me. And now you're telling me to go cool my head. It's always me. I am always thinking so seriously about this family's affairs, and you've just taken that and... Oh, poor Natsuhi. Natsuhi could no longer hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She's always been bad at controlling her emotions. I too have a hard time with her. If you've got someone like that running things, you must be on edge constantly as well. Madam? It's nothing. Leave me be. Natsuhi flew to her room and bent over the bed, wailing, "Oh no!" Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. How heart-rending, Madam Natsuhi. There is a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship is very draining for a woman such as myself. The Ushiromiya family holds its bloodline in high regard, but if a daughter marries into another family, they would normally be removed from the family hierarchy. So under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, and this was not anyone's fault, Madam definitely bore no guilt. There's no way to say it other than calling it a whim of God. Oh, that's right. George is by far the oldest cousin. Kraus-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. And of course, this was the patriarchal Ushiromiya family. A wife was just a tool to create an heir. That wife could not fulfill her only duty. She would not be treated as human. Oh no. So, Kinzo was digging really hard into Natsuhi then. It is painful to remember how much the master tortured Madam during that time. During that time, Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama's wedding was discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madam's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register.
後宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、後宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。
There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name.
しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。
And beyond that, Eva-sama was the first to give birth, and what's more, to a boy.
どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったか、
Perhaps you
お
can
察
now
しいただけますでしょうか。
you can now understand how much weaker Madame's position was compared to
奥
Eva-sama's.
様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought if only she had gotten pregnant earlier. The master wouldn't have accepted Emma-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she had today.
しかし、それは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。
However, that was not Madame's fault. Yeah, I'm gonna stop soon, but yeah, it's almost 1 a.m., so I gotta go to bed. Yeah, I'm gonna stop soon anyway. I just keep trying to find, like, these scenes are so massive. I'm just trying to find, like, a good stopping point between scenes. Hydrate, thank you. My water is completely out. Oh god. Thank you. I'm gonna stop and eat dinner soon. But yeah, you have a good night, Rowan. Thank you for sticking with me. Alright, stretch. Oh, cracking. My joints are cracking. Alright. However, that was not Madame's fault.
すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。
All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica-san
だから
late.
といって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。
Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things this
た
way.
だただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。
She probably can't help but cry bitter tears at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife.
老いたわしや。
Oh, how heartrending.
私には何もできず、こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
I cannot do anything but watch over her from the shadows. Oh, all right, that's my cue. That's my cue. This next text box I will save. Oh, wait, time went backwards. Time went backwards. It's 1:30 again. Right, this is where I'm gonna stop. Why is it like this? Oh, it helped. It works if I keep them both up like that. Yeah. All right, sweet. So the second one, I can just delete. Okay. Perfect. All right, then. Oh my goodness. All right, then. I'm going to stop for the night, and I'm tired and hungry, so I don't think I really have the energy to raid. But I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will be back next Thursday with more Umineko. And tomorrow, I will do some more Bloodborne DLC, so look forward to that. Alright. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you later. Good night!